When he woke up, he found himself transported through time, becoming an ordinary 21st-century girl named Chen Xian, transported to the endless warring period, similar to our warring states period. Here, human life was as insignificant as ants. The ruler of this country, the cold-blooded Emperor Huazi, fell for him at first sight. Born in peaceful times, Xian was kind and pure, rare qualities in these chaotic times. He didn't belong in this era, but to possess him, Huazi forced and imprisoned him, separated by thousands of years. Here, Xian could only rely on Huazi to survive. Actually, Huazi's arrogance and dominance stemmed from his childhood misfortune. When Huazi was 9, his younger brother assassinated the current emperor. The mastermind turned out to be his own mother. The young Huazi suffered a heavy blow. Though Huazi had thousands of beauties in his harem, only Xian gained his favor. But soon, chaos erupted across the land, with lords fighting for supremacy. The king of Zhao attempted to steal Huazi's beloved. Huazi held him dear to his heart and couldn't allow others to take him away. He led armies to the battlefield, carrying the nation's mission. After experiencing life, death, and separation, the lovers finally ended up together. What's it like to experience a hero's rescue behind the scenes? He was originally just an ordinary college student, then woke up to find himself transported through time. His name was Chen Xian. Being mixed race, his complexion was light, almost golden. Though his skin tone was unique, he was modest like other girls his age. His life was happy and fulfilling. Such a life was completely shattered that day. He kept hearing strange sounds inexplicably. He thought it was just his imagination, but things weren't that simple. Come to my world. Suddenly awakened, transported to the Qing kingdom, he was taken in by a single mother to her residence, thinking it was a dream when suddenly there was knocking at the door, shouting that work time had arrived. The single mother quickly made him look dirty and disheveled, fearing his fair beauty would attract unwanted attention. After dawdling, the overseer kicked the door open. When he looked up, golden dragons reflected in the dawn's light. Like the Great Wall, a whip crack shattered his imagination. In this bent slave society, humans weren't treated as humans. Because the single mother had saved his life, she immediately stood in front of him, saying, "Weren't you born of a mother too? You're being too harsh." As soon as he spoke up, the palace official took notice of him, picked him up in one motion. He grabbed the overseer's hand and bit down. "Ah, you dare bite me? His Majesty arrives," a voice announced. "Everyone kneel before the King of Wu." As the voice faded, Shin Kingdom's Prime Minister Zhao Rui said, "Your Majesty, the beacon tower at the foot of this mountain is complete and will be operational soon." Ji Yan took this chance to explore his discovered surroundings, wondering if parallel universes really existed. This world was so similar to our warring states period, muttering about no phones, no Wi-Fi, and most importantly, no sanitary pads. Not noticing the overseer behind him. "Are your aunt's headscarf that important?" "Of course it's important." Suddenly turning around, breaking into a cold sweat, quickly running away shouting, "Help," but was caught nonetheless. The overseer tackled him down. Just as he was about to act, an arrow interrupted him. Looking back, it was actually the sovereign. The sovereign asked Zhao Rui how to deal with those who engage in illicit affairs. Yanji trembled, wondering whether to handle it himself or let the overseer do it. "I'll end it myself." Then the sovereign said, "Did you think getting involved with the overseer would exempt you from labor?" Xian was speechless and argued that he was clearly the victim, questioning why he should be put to death. "How dare you defy and bump into His Majesty?" The sovereign dismounted. The overwhelming pressure paralyzed Xian, but he thought since death was certain anyway, he might as well fight. The sovereign pinned him against a tree by the neck. Looking closely, he discovered Xian's golden eyes. He immediately hoisted him up. "You'll be my prey this time," he said, mounting his horse with Xian. A woman transported to the Qing kingdom was directly taken into the palace by the sovereign. Upon entering, the sovereign ordered maids to help her bathe and dress beautifully for the banquet. While the sovereign was waiting, Princess Wan Feiyan of Chu Kingdom approached, saying, "Your Majesty, please hand over the golden-eyed girl to me. Such people are rare and might bring harm to the country." This angered the sovereign, who rebuked Feiyan. "You have no right to dispose of my prey." Feiyan trembled and quickly retreated. Then, Zhao Rui discussed with the sovereign, "Your Majesty, both Zhao and Chu kingdoms have proposed marriage alliances. What are your thoughts?" The sovereign replied, "Both countries merely fear our military might. Chu is a great state bordering us. We need good relations. When we attack others, Chu will remain peaceful. Princess Wan Feiyan is acceptable." After discussion, the front hall was filled with singing and dancing. The princesses from Zhao and Chu sat below, gathered there to win the sovereign's favor. They began making their presentations. The Zhao princess offered the Zhao kingdom's beautiful Linglong jade, which showed different colors under varying temperatures, creating a spectacular display. A true world treasure. Speaking of treasures, Yu Kingdom's night pearl from the East Sea was equally remarkable. One of a kind. Yu Kingdom princess's maid boasted that their princess was not only beautiful but also held an important ceremonial position in the Qing kingdom, combining beauty and talent. This sparked an argument between the two princesses, creating quite a scene. Xian entered after being dressed and groomed, but the dress was too long and the threshold too high. He tripped and fell. Everyone fell silent. It was quite the spectacular fall. Xian got up. When he raised his head, he stunned the sovereign. Perhaps it was the contrast between before and after makeup, but he had walked right into trouble. The two princesses immediately attacked him verbally. Unfortunately, Xian couldn't understand what they were arguing about and thought, "What's so great about this man? I don't want to be their target." Just as he wanted to tell the sovereign he was leaving, impossible. The sovereign wouldn't be so kind. He directly ordered Xian to perform for everyone. Best wishes. Xian had no choice. Seeing the instrument the maid brought was similar to Arshao. Fortunately, Xian knew how to play it. Might as well try. A gentle breeze passed by. Everyone was shocked. They were dumbfounded. After playing, Xian asked the sovereign, "Are you satisfied now?" The sovereign patted beside him, gesturing for Xian to sit next to him. Xian grumbled, "When will this end? I came, I performed, and now you want me to sit with you." The sovereign frowned. "I told you to come here." Xian instantly became submissive, obediently sat to the side. The sovereign kept telling him to come closer. "Why sit so far away?" Xian inched closer bit by bit. Seeing this, the sovereign suddenly pulled Xian into his embrace. What does it feel like to be embraced by the Qing sovereign? This woman Xian had just arrived at the palace and was already pulled into the sovereign's arms. The Chu princess couldn't bear to watch anymore. She said Xian would bring disaster to Qing, citing the previous dynasty's lesson as a warning. She was labeling Xian as a national calamity, but Xian wasn't easy to deal with. If palace women could determine a dynasty's rise and fall, what's the point of having ministers failing to govern yet blaming women? This enraged the Chu princess. Her maid quickly advised, "Princess, don't argue with a lowly singer. What right does she have to discuss state affairs with you?" Xian wasn't backing down. Knowledge knows no class distinctions. Only ability matters. People like you lead empires to ruin. After speaking, she realized she might have ruined the banquet atmosphere. She wondered if the tyrant would behead her. Looking back, she saw the sovereign seemed to be smiling. He said, "Everyone withdraw. We'll continue another day." Xian thought she could leave too, but the sovereign seemed to have other plans. After everyone left, he asked who she really was. Xian didn't understand what he meant. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. His mood could change instantly. How could a slave have such musical talent? Xian said, "Ever heard of training schools and 9-year compulsory education? You wouldn't understand anyway." Then the sovereign tried to lean in closer. Just as Xian tried to push him away, he grabbed her face. The sovereign had clearly taken a liking to Xian. He said, "I don't care who you are. I fancy you. Stay tonight." Before Xian could react, he kissed her. She was shocked but managed to break free. He kissed her again. Xian trembled. The sovereign was too forceful, almost leaving her breathless. She pushed him away, telling him to let go. The sovereign said, "You don't want to remain a slave, right? You seduced the overseer for wealth and status. With your talents, you'd be better off serving me. You could gain much more." But this was too humiliating for Xian. Fighting back tears, she slapped the sovereign hard across the face. The sovereign was stunned. Unthinkable that a mere woman would dare slap the sovereign. He glared at her. Xian's instinctive action would surely anger the sovereign. The sovereign shook Xian violently. "How dare you? A mere slave daring to resist." He threatened Xian. "I am the ruler of this nation. I can kill you anytime." Xian could no longer hold back her tears and burst out crying. Seeing her crying and trembling, the sovereign's affectionate heart couldn't resist. He tried to comfort her. Xian stubbornly said, "Do as you wish. Kill me if you want, but that doesn't make me your possession." The sovereign couldn't console her. He silenced her with another forceful kiss. Suddenly, an assassin appeared. What timing! The sovereign pushed Xian away and drew his sword. He struck at the assassin. The assassin died instantly. Xian watched in shock. If I offend him, my fate would be terrible. Ministers rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Zhao Rui apologized. Your Majesty, forgive our late arrival. Are you all right? Before they could react, they realized the assassin's dagger was poisoned and had scratched the sovereign. The poison took effect, and the sovereign collapsed beside Zhao Rui. Quickly summoned the royal physician. Xian stood helplessly aside. The Chu princess heard of the sovereign's injury. She insisted on entering Qingqin Palace to check on him. Seeing this, Xian quickly slipped away. Unfortunately, she overheard several ministers discussing. He's not dead yet. A group of people were already hoping for the sovereign's death. Xian recalled, if the sovereign hadn't pushed me away, I would have been injured too. Whether intentional or not, he saved me. I should at least warn the Qing chancellor about other nations' invasion plans. That's the least I can do. This emperor isn't dead yet, but everyone's hoping for his death. In the prince's chambers, the sovereign lay in bed. He was poisoned with the barbarian's secret poison, for which there was no cure. His Majesty was about to implement reforms. The nobility had been suppressed for long, and they might take this chance to revolt. The main army was stationed at the borders and couldn't return in time. Zhao Rui asked the royal physician how long His Majesty could last. The physician was helpless. They could only use medicine to slow the poison spread, but he'd only last 7 days. Zhao Rui immediately arranged his men, hoping to control the situation. Otherwise, the Jin nation would be in danger. Xian saw the dire situation. She rushed to the sovereign's bedside. You're dying anyway. Whether it works or not, let's try this. She stuffed a pill into the sovereign's mouth. People nearby quickly pulled her away, thinking she was trying to harm His Majesty. They demanded to know what she gave him. She questioned the sovereign. Aren't you Jin's ruler? Shouldn't you protect your country and people? You want to abandon your responsibilities? Zhao Rui heard this. He ordered Xian to be dragged away and executed. Just then, the sovereign coughed twice. Wait, His Majesty's complexion improved, and his breathing became much easier. Seeing his improvement, Xian rushed over. Zhao Rui's attitude immediately changed. He quickly praised Xian as a miracle doctor and asked her to care for His Majesty. When Xian heard she'd have to care for His Majesty daily, she quickly refused. No, 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 I'll give you the medicine. Just feed it to him 3 times a day. But they wouldn't listen. Entrusting everything to her, Xian spoke of Jin's safety, pleading. She couldn't refuse. After all, it was to save him. Zhao Rui asked her to sit aside and chatted with her about the recent assassination attempt. You must have been frightened, but for His Majesty, this is commonplace. In fact, the first person who tried to assassinate His Majesty was his half-brother, Prince Yulin, and the mastermind behind the assassination was His Majesty's birth mother, the Empress Dowager. His Majesty was only 9 then. It was his first time killing someone. He had no real power then, nor concrete evidence. He lived under constant threat of death from his closest family. During the day, he had to pretend not to know, continue being filial to his mother, and kind to his brother. From then on, he stopped trusting anyone or anything, realizing only supreme power could get him what he wanted. After ascending the throne, he initially didn't want to pursue the matter, but when Yulin and the Empress Dowager plotted rebellion, he eliminated them all. Even close family meant nothing before absolute power. Such is the loneliness of being a ruler. Xian thought that while royal family killings weren't rare in history, seeing it firsthand was still unbelievable. She felt the emperor was quite pitiful. Zhao Rui, seeing Xian's familiarity with family betrayal, wondered who she really was and where she came from. Judging from her banquet performance, her knowledge and talents were extraordinary. Perhaps she could save His Majesty's heart. The next day, His Majesty finally awoke. Opening his eyes groggily, he found Xian sleeping by his bedside. He held his head, trying to remember yesterday's events. Xian raised her head, rubbing her eyes, suddenly pulled up by His Majesty. Who scolded? You dare lecture me? Do you want to die? His reaction was quite delayed. Just as he scolded her, he remembered she had saved him yesterday. He asked why she saved him. People don't do things without benefit to themselves. Your opera singing was good. He directly declared Xian as his woman. But Xian didn't want to be his woman. She pushed him away. The sovereign quickly grabbed her hand, pulled her onto the bed, questioned her defiance again, determined to make her submit. This woman was directly declared as His Majesty's woman, but he was unwilling. Just as she broke free, Chancellor Zhao Rui entered, inquiring about His Majesty's health. Xian quickly seized the chance to escape. The sovereign immediately instructed Zhao Rui to keep a close watch on Xian, fearing she might run away. Zhao Rui was puzzled. His Majesty had never shown such interest in a woman before. Could it be that His Majesty had fallen for Xian? The sovereign merely said Xian was his prey. An interesting prey. As Xian fled, she encountered Feiyan. Feiyan heard that during His Majesty's unconsciousness, while no one was allowed in the chambers, Xian was permitted to attend to him. A palace maid told Feiyan that she had saved His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Feiyan immediately questioned what sorcery Xian had used. At this rate, His Majesty would surely be bewitched by her. She ordered her maids to follow Xian, saying she would gouge out Xian's eyes. She wanted Xian dead. Feiyan dragged her to the hall and said, "Chen Xian, how do you want to die? Tell me." Xian found the voice familiar, as if she'd heard it before. Thinking carefully, it was Feiyan who had pulled her into this world. Xian asked why she brought her to this world. Feiyan didn't hide it, she just liked Xian's eyes. She muttered to herself, "Should I kill you first then gouge out your eyes? Or gouge them out before killing you?" Then Feiyan burst into maniacal laughter. She wanted to torture Xian slowly, watching her struggle to death. She even wanted to throw her into a snake pit. Xian was shocked. This was the legendary ancient torture of feeding living people to venomous snakes and insects, Kai Peng. Feiyan wanted to watch swarms of venomous snakes and scorpions crawl over Xian's body, slowly eating her alive. How perverted. Just as two guards were about to push Xian down, Princess Zhao, hearing the commotion, approached. She sarcastically remarked that the Qing palace was so magnificent, she couldn't resist taking a walk. Unexpectedly encountering this drama, she then threatened Feiyan, "Are you carrying out unauthorized punishment? I don't think His Majesty would approve." Feiyan righteously claimed that Xian attempted a jailbreak, and as Qing's priestess, she had every right to punish a criminal slave. Princess Zhao dismissed it, saying a mere slave couldn't cause much trouble. Xian thought their cliché palace drama was just a tool for men's power plays. As Princess Zhao approached Feiyan, Feiyan demanded to know what she wanted. Princess Zhao whispered in Feiyan's ear, asking her to give up their competition and help her enter the Qing harem. Feiyan would remain Qing's respected priestess. Outwardly, Feiyan agreed with a malicious smile, but danger was approaching Princess Zhao. Feiyan suddenly pushed Princess Zhao. Xian rushed to grab Princess Zhao, but only caught her broken necklace. Feiyan didn't care, mockingly saying, "Princess Zhao means nothing. Anyone against me must die. You wanted to stay in Qing? I'll let you rest here eternally." Then laughed madly, "You wretch, His Majesty is mine now. No one can take him away." Just then, Princess Zhao's personal guards came searching, demanding to know what happened. Zhao Nation wanted an explanation, but Feiyan ignored them, falsely accusing Xian of pushing the princess. Pointing to the pendant in her hand, Xian explained, "With so many guards here, why would I risk my life to harm her? You're competing with her for the Qing harem, and killing someone in your territory would be easy. Both motive and capability point to you as the most suspicious. Your rush to clear yourself only shows your guilt. You're trying to frame me. At least be logical." Feiyan, probably panicking, immediately tried to silence Xian, but Xian had no power or status. The guards could easily deal with her, insisting she was the killer and demanding justice. They only dared to make Xian the scapegoat. They dragged Xian to Qianchun Palace to report to Zhao Rui. They claimed Xian killed Princess Zhao. The Zhao clan wanted to burn Xian alive. When Zhao Rui heard Princess Zhao was murdered, he knew this was a troublesome diplomatic issue. He quickly asked which slave girl committed the murder. The guard said it was the golden girl Zhao Rui had told them to watch. Zhao Rui looked disbelieving. The sovereign vaguely heard someone wanting to burn Xian alive. Despite his weak condition, he came out to ask Zhao Rui, "Did you say they want to burn Xian?" "Yes." His Majesty immediately scolded, "Nonsense. Without my order, who dares touch her?" Wei Ma immediately went to save her. Xian was in dire straits. He kept saying, "Chen Xian, you are my prey. Without my permission, you are not allowed to die." At the Qin Palace Square, everyone was shouting to burn her. Feiyan said to the Zhao clan, "After burning her, please let me handle the corpse." The Zhao doctor, not caring about her intentions, focused only on avenging his master and agreed immediately. Feiyan's enemy was tied to a stake. The surrounding fire grew larger. Without power or status, she was helpless. Just as she was about to close her eyes and accept her fate, she suddenly heard something. Opening her eyes, she saw the sovereign clearing away the fire beneath her. Everyone was shocked. The sovereign immediately cut the ropes binding Xian. Xian never expected the sovereign would come to save her. He immediately embraced Xian, thinking about saving her. It was the tyrant she despised who came to her rescue. This woman was almost burned alive by a group of mindless people. Fortunately, the sovereign arrived in time. He took her into his arms, holding her tightly. Xian said tenderly, "Thank goodness you made it." She nestled in the sovereign's embrace, so even a tyrant's chest had warmth. As they were still immersed in the moment, the Qin king broke the atmosphere. "This slave killed our princess. If she's not executed, how can I explain to the Zhao king and country?" The Chu state added fuel to the fire. "Please give the Zhao clan an explanation." Or Chu, as a fellow Jin alliance state, cannot accept this either. Haiyan also said they couldn't offend two countries over a mere slave. The officials knelt down one after another, but the sovereign firmly believed Xian wasn't the killer. He questioned the Zhao clan, asking if they personally witnessed Xian killing Princess Zhao. They didn't know who actually killed her. Internally panicking, they only mentioned seeing Xian holding the princess's pendant. Despite their insistence, the sovereign only believed in Xian, scoffing. HMPH. A Zhao envoy dares to declare my consort the murderer based on just this? Even if she's suspicious, I should conduct the investigation personally. But Xian was still thinking about the sovereign calling her his consort. The sovereign immediately announced officially, "I bestowed the title of beauty upon Xian on the night of the imperial banquet." As soon as he said this, Fei Yan was the first to object, arguing that a mere slave couldn't be His Majesty's consort. The sovereign explained that Xian had merit in saving him recently, and he had abolished her slave status. Hearing this, Fei Yan collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Xian thanked the sovereign for saving her and said she could prove she didn't kill Princess Zhao. But regarding becoming a consort, she wanted to discuss it further. The sovereign cupped her face, telling her to obey or die here. He domineeringly lifted her chin. "I am the king of Chain. I control everything in Chain. If you want to live, be my woman obediently." After speaking, his body, which had been holding up for so long, finally gave out. Zhao Rui quickly ordered servants to help His Majesty back to his chambers. The sovereign was still worried about Xian. He instructed Zhao Rui not to let anyone harm Xian. Xian watched the sovereign's retreating figure. She hadn't realized he was so weak. Zhao Rui said beside her, "Miss Xian, His Majesty values you greatly. This is your honor. Please comply." After His Majesty's intervention, Fei Yan's hatred for Xian only grew deeper. When night fell, Xian sat by the window, thinking of her homeland, lost in thoughts about her parents. Someone called out, "Western beauty, His Majesty requests your presence." Xian joked, "What Western beauty? I don't have plums. But would you like preserved plums?" The maid was stunned. Xian continued praising the preserved plums, saying she'd get some for the maid if she had a chance to leave the palace. The maid finally reacted, trembling, "Western beauty, please don't tease Yuer. Such matters could cost us our heads. Please go to His Majesty, or Yuer's legs will be broken." Hearing this, Xian reluctantly followed Yuer. At the doorway, she saw Zhao clan finishing their discussion with the sovereign. Zhao passed by without even glancing at Xian. She wondered if they were really letting it go. Watching Zhao leave, the sovereign told Xian to stop looking. The matter was resolved. The princess had merely fallen during her leisure walk. Some gifts would suffice as compensation. But concerning a foreign princess's life, could it end just like that? Her mind was racing. The sovereign called Xian over. Sensing trouble, Xian quickly made excuses about collecting laundry, backing away while saying she wouldn't disturb him. She turned to run, but the sovereign pulled her back, saying, "Must I take action myself? You're always so disobedient." He pointed to gifts on the floor, Jin's finest jewels and silks, her confirmed gifts. He embraced her tenderly, asking if she liked them. Xian more than liked them. Her eyes sparkled, but she realized accepting these jewels meant accepting becoming his consort. She refused. "I don't want these. I don't want to be your consort. I don't want your jewels. I just want you. Let me go." The sovereign ignored her words and pulled her close. He said domineeringly, "Either become my woman or die here. Don't force me to destroy you." Indeed, a tyrant remains a tyrant. Even forcing marriage, Xian felt helpless. She started crying, startling the sovereign, sobbing and sniffling. She said she wanted to go home. Hearing her cry, the sovereign displayed typical male confusion. She spoke through tears, barely intelligible, about family and home. The sovereign, at a loss, said, "Isn't staying by my side good enough?" Xian wouldn't listen. The sovereign lifted her chin and barked, "You're too noisy. Stop crying." Seeing her pitiful state, the sovereign's heart thumped. He suddenly found Xian incredibly cute. While softly saying, "Don't cry," he moved to kiss her lips. The still crying Xian's mouth was sealed with a kiss. The sovereign called, "Xian," as her tears rolled over his hand. He suddenly licked the tears from her eyes' corners and kissed her gently. Looking closely, this man was actually licking a woman's tears. He looked at her tenderly, saying lovingly he didn't want to see her cry. Xian raised her head. Their eyes met. Suddenly Zhao Rui burst in, interrupting the moment. He said, "Master, there's latest news." The sovereign comforted Xian. "Wait here. I'll be right back." Just outside, Zhao Rui noticed the sovereign's reddened face. The sovereign was embarrassed, and Xian, standing still, hadn't processed what just happened. Her heart was still racing, her face completely red. She was probably lost in the tyrant's momentary tenderness. Xian came back to her senses. She only thought about escaping. Meanwhile, the sovereign was discussing the casting of iron weapons. Suddenly, he received news from the guards that Beauty Shi had left the palace with a male servant. Being the sovereign's favored consort, they didn't dare stop her. Upon hearing this, the sovereign immediately ordered her capture. They hadn't gone far when the imperial guards caught up. The male servant who escaped with her was actually the son of the single mother who saved her. They were closely pursued. In their haste, they fell to the ground. Xian couldn't bear to abandon him. She knew they were pursuing her, so she quickly ran in another direction to draw them away. She told Zheng Hao to run the opposite way, then immediately fled. The guards spotted Xian and quickly pursued her. Xian thought that since the pursuers were following her, Zheng Hao should be safe. Suddenly, Xian turned to see the sovereign catching up, but having run for so long, Xian was exhausted. The sovereign caught and embraced her, demanding to know why she tried to escape. Xian struggled to break free, saying, "We're not from the same world. We're different. I don't belong in this world. We're separated by over 2,000 years. Let me go." But the sovereign had lost all reason due to his infatuation with Xian. He only wanted to keep her by his side. Xian continued, "Your Highness, in our time, marriage isn't about ownership. It's based on voluntary love and feelings. But I don't love you, and you don't love me." The sovereign was stunned. These words deeply wounded his heart. But even so, he wouldn't let Xian leave. As Xian struggled to break free, her foot slipped. Xian fell, but the sovereign immediately grabbed her hand, his face full of worry. Fearing for Xian's safety, she vaguely saw her parents and Zixuan. In her daze, it felt like an earthquake. Nearby, Zhao Rui and the guards urged the sovereign to let go, but he only wanted to save Xian. Suddenly their hands slipped apart. The sovereign panicked, not knowing what to do. Watching Xian fall further and further, he wanted to jump after her, but Zhao Rui and the guards restrained him. He watched helplessly as his beloved woman fell. The golden girl disappeared into the golden dragon's moment. The sudden earthquake somehow transported this woman back to modern times. She opened her eyes groggily and saw her current boyfriend, along with her long-missed parents, but none of them knew where Xian had been. Xian couldn't believe her eyes. Zixuan was her current boyfriend and childhood friend. Seeing her dazed state, he asked what was wrong. Xian came to her senses, telling them not to worry, saying it was just a nightmare. Zixuan embraced her, saying tenderly that everything was fine as long as she was safe. But the king from that distant time was now completely disconnected from her. Xian caught up with her family, having been missing for several days. Her friends worried about her state of mind and tried to take her out to have fun. The weather was perfect, so they went to the beach. They played volleyball on the sand. After several rounds, Xian was drenched in sweat. She quickly went to wash her face, thinking about having hot pot after so long. Barbecue, comics, games, she wanted to catch up on everything. This was real life. She had just been thinking she never wanted to return to that uncivilized world again. Suddenly the room went dark. Xian looked around and faintly heard a familiar voice saying, "Return to me." It was King Jing's voice. Xian covered her head in confusion, wondering how it was possible that she could still hear his voice. Xian struggled with a groan. Zixuan opened the door, calling out to Xian, asking what was wrong. Seeing that Xian hadn't come out, they rushed over to check on her. She nervously said she heard someone calling her in the darkness, but Zixuan looked around and saw no one else. Zixuan looked worriedly at Xian, asking if she was okay. Coming to her senses, Xian said this was the ladies' room. Two girls were about to enter the bathroom behind them. It was extremely awkward, but their reaction was unexpected. They directly asked Zixuan for his contact information. Xian quickly dragged her away, apologizing and saying, "This is my boyfriend." She then pulled Zixuan aside and said, "Let me tell you, be more careful when going out. There are too many obsessed girls these days." Zixuan nodded obediently and said they should go meet up with their friends. Behind them, Zixuan felt that Xian had become distant, somehow different from before. Zixuan also hoped Xian would stay by her side forever, never leaving. After a while, Zixuan blindfolded Xian with a silk scarf, as if preparing for a surprise. Just as she was about to take her hand, Xian fell to the ground. Zixuan laughed from the side, saying how Xian was still so clumsy. Xian pulled off the blindfold and opened her eyes. She was stunned by roses and candles arranged to spell out, "Chen Xian, I love you." Zixuan caressed Xian's face, expressing long-prepared words of love. "Xian, since childhood, everyone took my excellence for granted. No one ever truly cared about what I wanted. Only you could sense my insecurity. 10 years ago, Zixuan didn't do well in an exam. Zixuan's mother's strictness made her afraid to go home. When Zixuan didn't know what to do, Xian called out to her. She took out mint leaves from her pocket and applied them to Zixuan, saying, "I use this whenever I'm sad. You can have it if you like it." She didn't forget to encourage Zixuan before leaving, but not watching where she was going, she tripped and slowly got back up, still turning back to encourage Zixuan to stand up bravely. Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Fireworks suddenly lit up the sky as they embraced. Zixuan lovingly said to Xian, "Let's get married after graduation. I'll give you the most beautiful wedding in the world. Xian, I love you. Will you marry me?" But Xian thought it was too sudden, and they had only been dating for a short time. It seemed too early. Suddenly, Xian's eyes hurt terribly, breaking the romantic moment. That familiar voice returned to her ears. "Xian, come back to me." Xian was about to break down. Zixuan supported Xian, not knowing what was happening. Those hands appeared on the ground again, just about to take her away. Zixuan stood in front protecting Xian, but her slight strength was no match. Those hands directly grabbed Xian's neck. As Zixuan tried to stop it, they were both thrown into the abyss. This woman had just returned to modern times, yet was grabbed by mysterious hands into another time-space. In her daze, she returned to that moment of falling. King Jing's image kept echoing in her mind. Though Xian wanted to forget him, his voice kept appearing in her ears. In this world, the sovereign hadn't stopped searching for Xian. He searched day and night without rest. He wouldn't give up until he found Xian. Even when guards suggested that Xian might have been taken by forest beasts, he wouldn't listen. Instead, he scolded the guards, threatening to kill them if they said more. The guards trembled in fear. The sovereign kept thinking in his heart, "Where are you? Why didn't you grab my hand? Are you so unwilling to stay by my side?" Xian's face kept appearing in his mind. The sovereign grew more angry as he thought about it. Suddenly, Xian woke up in the forest. She remembered falling with Zixuan, but couldn't see her anywhere. Xian looked around searching for Zixuan. When she turned around, she saw she was in Qing Kingdom. Xian couldn't believe she had time-traveled back again. King Qing's voice echoed in her ears like the shackles of fate. Before she could recover, she heard guards talking. "We've found the golden girl." Xian started running, but she fell again, which was truly laughable. The fall dazed her, and the guards quickly helped her up. They temporarily took her to the Prime Minister's mansion to rest. As two guards carried Xian into the Prime Minister's mansion, they met Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui immediately ordered someone to inform His Majesty to come quickly. Zhao Rui looked at Xian in confusion, falling from such a height, missing in the forest for a month, yet without a scratch. Meanwhile, the sovereign, who was searching for Xian in the forest, received the news. He rushed to the Prime Minister's mansion. The heartbroken sovereign finally showed a long-absent smile at this moment, happy like a child. "Watch as this man takes up a knife to kill Xian." But Zhao Rui stopped him, believing Xian came to save the lonely sovereign. She never faced His Majesty with submission, nor accepted the constraints of worldly etiquette. It was as if she came from a completely different world, like a fish accidentally stranded, struggling to return to the water. Suddenly, Xian's door was opened. The sovereign rushed in. He ran to Xian's bedside. His trembling hand caressed Xian's face. Tears welled up in his eyes. Relieved to have finally found Xian, he said, "Xian, my Xian, you've finally returned." Xian hazily opened her eyes, but mistook the worried sovereign for Zixuan. The sovereign saw Xian wake up, his heart pounding. He directly embraced and kissed Xian. but this forceful kiss made Xian realize it wasn't Zixuan. Slowly opening her eyes, she suddenly awoke, finally realizing it was the tyrant kissing her. She immediately pushed the sovereign away saying, "Why is it you? Where's Zixuan?" The sovereign looked jealous and angrily asked, "Who is Zixuan? How dare you dress like this and be with another man? What have you done?" Zhang Rui helped explain, "Your Majesty, the beauty seems to be having hallucinations. Perhaps let her rest at my residence for a few days." The sovereign pulled off his cloak. He picked up Xian from the bed, intending to return to the palace. The angry sovereign scolded Xian, "How dare you dress like this and mess around with another man? You are my woman. Only I can see your body. We're going back to the palace to clean you up properly." Xian didn't understand. "Prince, you are the emperor here. You won't lack for any kind of woman. You'll have many consorts in the future. It doesn't matter if I'm not one of them. I can work as a palace maid." However, Bo Jun believed Xian's resistance to becoming his consort was because Zixuan said strangely, "Since you care so much, I can help you. Whatever my woman wants to find, I will naturally help find it. It's nothing but a corpse." Xian's face turned pale with fright. Meanwhile, Zixuan had just awakened at the Zui Huan Lu in Qing Kingdom. A minister approached and said, "Your Highness, you've finally awakened. This is the Zui Huan Lu in Qing Kingdom. To protect you, the queen faked Yang Ning's death and hid you in Qing Kingdom under the pretense of burial. But you didn't wake up as scheduled and slept for a long time. Now you've finally awakened. Unfortunately, the queen can't see anymore. She was framed by noble consort Gao, and the cruel King Zhao had her eyes gouged out, tongue cut off, and hands severed. Now she can't see, touch, or speak." Upon hearing this, Prince Zhao rushed to find his mother, but the Zhao palace was now full of dangers. Going there would be walking into a trap. Prince Zhao grabbed the minister's neck, demanding to know where they were when his mother suffered. After swearing loyalty to him, why they didn't protect his mother, the minister quickly explained, "Your Highness, the queen anticipated this day. She didn't want the power you had accumulated to be exposed." He then handed over the queen's blood letter to his Highness. It contained 4 characters, Golden Girl. The prophecy about the Golden Girl remained, and surprisingly, she has appeared. She's now in King Qing's palace as his consort. Though King Qing usually doesn't care for women, he's particularly fond of this girl. As if bewitched, Prince Zhao never expected the brutal King Qing to fall in love. However, everything the Queen Zhao suffered stemmed from the Qing-Zhao War that King Qing started. From this moment on, regardless of who the Golden Girl was, the young prince would take her from the king. He wanted the king to taste the pain of losing someone he loves. This woman's heart only wanted to escape, but the sovereign arranged a grand return to the palace. They rode together on horseback, with Xian in the sovereign's embrace. Though she only thought about escaping, the sovereign immediately saw through her thoughts. Thinking about escaping again, he angrily pinched Xian's face. He told Xian to abandon such thoughts and arranged heavy guards outside her palace chambers, wanting her to depend solely on him for survival. While escorting Xian back to her chambers, Feiyan saw them and was confused about why Xian had returned to this world. She had calculated that Xian no longer existed in this world and should be dead. Feiyan couldn't stay calm. She had waited for His Majesty for so many years, loved His Majesty for so long, yet had to watch him go crazy for another woman. The angry Feiyan plotted to have Xian die a horrible death. Xian arrived at the Lanyue Palace. 2 guards blocked her from leaving. The defiant Xian shouted insults at the sovereign from the doorway, but no matter how much Xian shouted, she couldn't leave. After a while, the sovereign came to see her. Xian seemed to notice his bad mood and kept backing away nervously, saying, "People get moody when they're hungry. Are you hungry?" Suddenly she tripped. Seeing this, the sovereign immediately rushed to protect her. As a result, he fell on top of her. Xian was crushed under the sovereign, but the sovereign spoke gently. "How wonderful. You're here, by my side." Looking at Xian with deep affection, the sudden tenderness caught Xian off guard. The sovereign kept staring at Xian, continuing, "I won't let you leave again." The sovereign's sudden gentleness made Xian's heart pound. Stroking Xian's head, he said, "You are my consort. You belong to me. As long as you obey, stay by my side, I can give you supreme favor." But Xian replied, "Prince, you will have many favored consorts in the future, but I can't get divorced. Even if I do well and become empress, I'll still be confined in the harem forever. There's no phone, no Wi-Fi, No QR codes. No delivery. No takeout. I can only count stars by day and floor tiles by night. When bored, I can only tease concubines 3, 4, 5, and 6. If things go badly, I'll be confined in the cold palace. Game over while still young. So do you understand what I mean? The sovereign looked completely bewildered. He didn't understand what Xian was saying. Xian explained, "Anyway, I need to go back." Upon hearing Xian wanted to leave, the sovereign became agitated. His jealousy inexplicably flared up, demanding to know what exactly she had done with Zixuan. He moved close to Xian's mouth, asking if Zixuan had touched it. Before Xian could respond, he directly kissed her, wanting to take her. Xian used all her strength to push the sovereign away, but the sovereign forcefully pinned down her hands as she desperately resisted. The sovereign, helpless, only wished to favor Xian every day, until Xian forgot about Zixuan, wanting the world to know Xian was his woman. After saying this, he kissed Xian while she cried, begging him to stop. The sovereign looked at Xian with pain in his eyes. He held Xian tight, wanting her to forget Zixuan and stay by his side. Whatever Xian wanted, he could give her, as long as she stayed contentedly by his side. The sovereign was forcefully trying to take Xian's body. Xian felt for a jade ornament by the bed and struck the sovereign with it. The sovereign never expected Xian would do this, but when Xian looked at the jade ornament in her hand, it had turned into a dagger. She couldn't believe she had wounded the sovereign. The sovereign asked Xian, "Do you know the punishment under Qing law for attempting to assassinate me? Do you despise me that much, so much that you'd risk your life to attack me? I gave you supreme favor. Do you know how many people dream of this? Why are you so ungrateful?" Xian hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to hurt you. I just want to go home. Can't you understand that at all? If you were lost in a strange land, your family would worry day and night too." The topic of family was a painful one for the sovereign. For him, family was just a pretense of harmony when profitable, and obstacles to be eliminated when interests were threatened. Just as Xian was about to argue, the sovereign shouted, "I won't let you go." He threatened to end her hopes by killing all her family. This time Xian could no longer endure it. She said harshly, "It's bad enough what you've done to me, but now you're threatening my family. I hate you." These simple 4 words deeply wounded the sovereign's heart. Old Yang painfully told Xian to shut up, but Xian continued, "I want to leave this place." "Leave you?" Each word hurt more than when she had stabbed him. The sovereign called out, "Guards!" Zhao Rui entered asking why there was such noise. Seeing the sovereign injured, he was about to ask, but the sovereign ordered Zhao Rui to imprison Xian in the dungeon. Then he scolded Xian, "I am the heaven of Jin Kingdom. Those who obey me prosper. Those who defy me perish. Without my protection, you're like an ant that anyone can trample. If you don't want to suffer, learn to obey me. You can still beg for my mercy now." But Xian stubbornly replied she didn't need to rely on him. "I'll prove to you I can survive on my own." After that, Xian was thrown into the dungeon. This woman who attempted to assassinate the sovereign was directly imprisoned. As soon as she entered, servants came to strip her clothes, mocking her. "This is where the lowly slaves of the sword forge work. How can you work in such fancy clothes? Besides, you've been abandoned by His Majesty. Now you're just a worthless slave. What right do you have to wear such beautiful clothes?" They threw her a frightening set of clothes. Xian looked around and discovered that the brick-carrying man was actually Zheng Hao. She immediately ran to him. Just as she felt relieved to find Zheng Hao here, she happily asked him, "How did you end up here? Didn't you escape?" Although Xian had helped Zheng Hao distract some guards last time, he was still caught and brought back. Zheng Hao, hearing that Xian was much favored by His Majesty, advised her to just obediently beg His Majesty for forgiveness. But Xian still wanted to return home by herself. At least now she had Zheng Hao as a companion. She firmly believed that if she could escape once, she could do it again. At night, the Chinkin palace was very lively. Wu Jing angrily smashed his treasured blue and white porcelain that he had collected for years. Fei Yan also rushed overhearing the commotion. "Your Majesty, how did you get so drunk? You can't drink anymore. Your Majesty, your wound has just been treated. You can't abuse your body like this." But the sovereign ignored Fei Yan's concern and pushed her away. The sovereign touched his heart, painfully asking himself over and over, "Why won't she just obey me? Why does she always think about leaving me?" Time and time again, each of Ji Yan's rejections, like a knife cutting into the sovereign's heart, causing endless pain. The sovereign angrily pounded with his fist. "I don't understand. I am the ruler of a country. I can give power, status, wealth, everything. Why won't she submit to me?" Fei Yan, watching the sovereign in such pain, asked, "Your Majesty, Why hurt yourself over a woman who repeatedly offends you? Feiyan deliberately stirred up their relationship. That woman tried to kill you. She might be an assassin sent to kill your majesty. How could a normal person survive unharmed in the Sholan for a month? Someone must be helping her. Your majesty, have you forgotten how your mother and the prince treated you 10 years ago? The former sovereign studied late into the night, hoping to excel so his mother would be happy. But the empress wouldn't visit him for months at a time. Even when she occasionally encountered him, she just kept a stern face, showing no care at all. Once, a palace maid brought a bowl of soup that the empress personally made. When the sovereign heard it was soup made by his mother, he was happy thinking his mother still cared for him. Just as he was about to drink it, a cat from nowhere knocked it over. The sovereign looked at the spilled soup with disappointment, but unexpectedly, an assassin hiding in the corner was walking towards the disappointed sovereign, raising his knife to strike at the sovereign's back. Looking carefully, this assassin was preparing to attack the current crown prince, but the sharp prince perfectly avoided it, immediately grabbing a nearby sword to strike at the assassin. The assassin wondered why the prince wasn't unconscious. This young boy's skills were remarkable. He quickly escaped through the window while the prince wasn't looking. The prince saw him fleeing towards his mother's chambers. He immediately gave chase, fearing the assassin would harm his mother. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the prince talking with his mother. The crown prince was puzzled why the prince was still in his mother's chambers so late. He carefully pushed open the door, only to hear them plotting. The bowl of soup was arranged by the prince, with sleeping drugs, and the assassin was also arranged by him. The crown prince at the door couldn't believe what he was hearing. As the puzzled crown prince stood there, he didn't know the assassin had already raised his knife behind him, striking directly at his back. He fell at the entrance of the empress's chambers, interrupting their conversation. The crown prince reached out calling, "Mother," but the empress kept stepping back. The crown prince couldn't believe that those trying to kill him were his own mother and younger brother Yuling. The prince immediately ordered the assassin to silence him. Suddenly the crown prince endured the pain, grabbed the knife and dealt with the assassin, facing his younger brother who was approaching step by step. Prince Yuling cried out for help. He moved into the empress's embrace seeking protection. The empress was still blaming the crown prince, asking how he could treat his own brother this way. "He's my royal son." But the blood-covered one was the crown prince. Trembling, he tried to approach his mother, but was called an ill-starred child by his mother. "So you two are truly mother and son, while I am nothing." Feiyan seized the opportunity, wanting to monopolize his majesty. She deliberately leaned against the sovereign to comfort him. Later, back in her chambers, Feiyan excitedly shared with her personal maid that this time the sovereign didn't push her away. The maid also congratulated Feiyan on eliminating her rival. Feiyan praised the maid for switching the jade ornament with a dagger, which led to Xian hurting the sovereign and crossing his bottom line. Yet the sovereign, with his excellent martial skills, was wounded by Xian, perhaps because he never had any guard up against her, and it was precisely because of this that His Majesty would hate her betrayal even more. At night, a carrier pigeon flew across the sky. Prince Zhao caught the pigeon, opening the message from the theater. It said the young couple was being taken to Zhujun chamber by Prince Jane. Prince Zhao immediately planned to infiltrate the palace to rescue Xian. Meanwhile, the sovereign had been handling state affairs for days. Zhao Rui urged him to rest. The sovereign asked if there was still no news from that side. Zhao Rui knew he was asking about Xian. About the Western beauty? Not yet, Your Majesty. Shall I send some singing girls to entertain you? The sovereign didn't want any singing girls. He just wanted to be alone. He walked alone to Xian's chambers, thinking, why haven't you come to beg me yet? If it were anyone else, they would have come begging by now. Why don't you understand? The sovereign stroked Xian's clothes, smelling the faint scent on her clothes. In his heart, he still hoped Xian would come to rely on him. These people actually wanted to throw them all into the furnace. The guards were trying to capture and take them all away. They even wanted to gouge out Xian's eyes. Hearing this, everyone knew these were Feiyan's people. Everyone inside started making a commotion. General Meng heard the noise and came to ask what the commotion was about, and why no one was working outside. The guard quickly explained, "General, these are old slaves from the sword forge. They're injured and dying. We heard that Chu Kingdom successfully forged iron swords using living people." So, he was lying. Xian immediately shouted that everyone was recovering. He just wanted to use living people for forging. The iron swords weren't successful because the wood fuel couldn't maintain stable temperatures for iron smelting. The coal from the recent landslide could provide higher temperatures for iron forging. But the guard immediately covered Xian's mouth, saying how could a sword slave know about forging? Xian, not wanting everyone to die here, pulled away from the guard's hand, saying she would demonstrate. Taking up the sword, Xian's small frame could barely lift it. Someone ran over. They helped Xian hold the sword to heat it red hot. The forging was done and the product was complete. It was immediately given to General Meng to inspect. It was indeed an iron sword. The guard still questioned its authenticity. General Meng pointed the sword at the guard. Fake? Are you questioning me? The guard quickly knelt down. His Majesty never allowed using living people for forging. You acted on your own. Are you defying Jin Kingdom's laws? He ordered the guard to be taken away for execution, then turned to ask Xian how she knew sword forging. Xian replied, in my world, this is a common thing. Hearing, your world. General Meng asked if she was truly the moon goddess from the prophecy. The commoners behind said, the moon goddess. When I was young, my grandmother told me about her. She's our Qing Kingdom's guardian goddess. Legend says the moon goddess was blessed with golden children, came from another world, descended from heaven to protect us. They all gathered around Xian saying she was the moon goddess, thanking her for saving everyone. Xian quickly explained she was just an ordinary person, just from a different era. They had it wrong, but General Meng thought about how Xian not only possessed wisdom but could also gain so many people's support and love in such a short time. General Meng suddenly knelt down, asking Xian to protect Qing Kingdom. The surrounding commoners also knelt down, begging Xian to protect them and Qing Kingdom, known as the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains, closest to the divine realm, where the Son of Heaven performs sacrifices to pray for peace throughout the land. Legend says the moon goddess would descend to earth, mastering strange arts and bringing new civilizations fire, like a dawn illuminating this land. News from Zhujun chamber reached the sovereign. The sovereign's heart jumped, thinking something had happened to Xian. He quickly asked General Meng, did something happen to Xian? What's wrong? General Meng was startled and quickly explained that Lady Shi had healed the slave laborers and even forged iron swords. Now everyone was saying she was the moon goddess. The sovereign sighed in relief, as long as she was safe. Then Zhao Rui said, Your Majesty, Lady Shi is indeed extraordinary. It would be a shame if anything happened to her while left unattended. The sovereign was surprised that Xian had truly managed to survive on her own, and even forged iron swords. Could she really be the moon goddess? The sovereign ordered Zhao Rui to prepare his horse and announce to the world the sovereign would personally welcome the goddess. The sovereign finally had a way to save face. He hurriedly arrived at Zhujian. Quickly, where is Xian? A slave laborer said. Your Majesty is looking for the goddess? The goddess is just ahead. In just a few days. The sovereign had missed Xian terribly. Eager to see Xian, he spurred his horse forward. This time, the sovereign wouldn't let go. These two were working hard carrying bricks, suddenly seeing the sovereign appear behind them. Startled, they dropped their bricks, wondering why he would come here. Remembering what the palace maid had said, thinking the sovereign had come to kill her, she prepared to run, but was lifted directly onto the horse by the sovereign. Xian struggled, fearing death was imminent. The sovereign held Xian's hand tightly, telling her not to move and be careful not to fall, holding Xian tight in his embrace, saying, Finally caught you. I'll never let you go again. Xian asked if he hadn't come to kill her. How could the sovereign possibly kill Xian? He couldn't bear to hurt her, just waiting for Xian to accept him. Meanwhile, Feiyan also received the news. She was furious. The maid told Feiyan that everyone now called her the moon goddess. Even His Majesty showed her great respect and announced he would personally welcome her. Feiyan's face changed, angrily questioning the maid if she was being fooled. No woman had ever received such high honors, saying Xian must have bewitched His Majesty. Before she finished, a man in black delivered a letter about the young couple. Feiyan read the letter and immediately ordered the messenger to enter. It was Prince Zhao's man, wanting to conspire with Feiyan to eliminate Xian, saying their interests aligned. The person Feiyan wanted to eliminate was exactly who Prince Zhao was looking for. Thus they reached an agreement. The man directly threw Xian into the water. An angry Xian asked what she had done wrong, to be thrown into hot water like a dumpling. The sovereign embraced Xian, explaining this was the royal hot spring. Its water's best for relieving days of fatigue. Xian widened her eyes, unable to believe the sovereign was caring for her. The sovereign teased Xian, with your figure, How could you be like a dumpling? You're more like a noodle. Dumplings are much fuller than you. Sorry for being like a noodle then. Xian pushed the sovereign's face. He felt her hands were no longer as delicate as before. He took her hand to look. It was covered in wounds. Xian said physical labor always causes some injuries. Without another word, the sovereign took Xian's hand and began gently blowing on her wounds, making Xian blush. It tickles. Prince, that's enough. Xian tried to push him away. Why are you so stubborn? What should I do with you? I really want to lock you up. He then pounced on Xian. The sovereign wanted to clip her wings, yet feared hurting her, whispering in Xian's ear, lock you where only I can see you. Make you look only at me. Think only of me. Make your world contain only me. The sovereign lifted Xian's chin. Tell me, what must I do for you to stay by my side? Blushing, Xian asked if this was a confession. The sovereign didn't understand. Confession. Xian explained it meant, I like you. I love you. The sovereign exclaimed. You like me? Xian quickly replied. Don't twist my words. I was just explaining what a confession is. Suddenly the sovereign moved closer to Xian, passionately telling Xian, I like you. I love you. Now will you agree to be my woman? Startled, Xian kept backing away. Suddenly her foot slipped. The sovereign quickly tried to grab her, but ended up tearing her clothes. Xian's eyes widened in embarrassment. She quickly ran to change clothes. This woman got lost in the forest, standing helplessly by a tree, thinking of the sovereign's confession but unable to respond to these feelings. The future emperor would eventually have thousands of beauties in his harem. Xian felt a king's love could rarely be pure and lasting. After she returned, the sovereign would gradually forget her. But thinking this, Xian felt a sudden pain in her heart. She had never felt such heartache before. Could she have really fallen for the sovereign? Xian hugged the tree and knocked her head, trying to clear her mind, still not wanting to stay in this black and white world. Meanwhile, Prince Zhao was heading to celebrate and find Xian. As he walked, he heard Xian knocking her head nearby, muttering to herself, wake up, wake up. Prince Zhao's butler quickly advised him. In the middle of the night, tattered clothes, fierce expression, strange behavior. It must be a female ghost. Your Highness, this is inauspicious. Let's go back. Prince Zhao saw the woman's golden eyes and guessed it was Xian. He immediately rushed over to look, dizzy from hitting her head. Xian didn't notice the snake watching her. Someone shouted, Xian, be careful. Before she could react, the snake had bitten her ankle. Someone was shouting for Xian to watch out. This woman was bitten by a poisonous snake in the forest. The one calling Xian was actually the sovereign. No one expected there would be a snake here. The sovereign rushed towards Xian, drawing his dagger. He immediately stabbed the snake while scolding Xian for wandering off. He lifted Xian's foot directly, preparing to suck out the venom. Though sucking snake venom could also be dangerous for the person doing it, Xian looked at the sovereign with worry. Meanwhile, Prince Zhao, who wanted to run to find Xian, was firmly held back by his butler, who didn't want the prince to expose himself. But Prince Zhao thought, it's just the prince alone, nothing to fear, perfect chance to kill him. He scolded his butler. I said let go. Can't you see she's been poisoned? He can't die? The butler persuaded Prince Zhao. There must be Qing soldiers nearby. Besides, your mother and Zhao Kingdom need you. You can't act rashly. Your Highness, don't worry. If Prince Qing wants to save her, she won't die. She's the girl from the prophecy. She won't die easily. Prince Zhao asked, and the butler confirmed that Shi Zuo had already formed an alliance with Feiyan. Then they decided to leave, going to celebrate according to their plan. Meanwhile, the sovereign was still sucking out the venom for Xian. Xian tried to stop the sovereign, but the sovereign only worried about Xian being poisoned, not noticing his own face growing increasingly pale. Tears welled up in Xian's eyes as she gazed wearily at the sovereign. Turning her head, she saw Prince Zhao returning to the palace. Looking at his silhouette, Xian felt strangely familiar, like Zixuan, but she thought she was hallucinating. This woman didn't know whose arms she was lying in. She opened her eyes hazily, looking carefully. It was actually Prince Qing. Lying in bed in such a position made Xian wonder what had happened. Seeing Xian awake, the sovereign held her in his arms. Xian noticed the scrolls beside them. Realizing the sovereign had been handling state affairs while staying by her side, she asked how long she'd slept and if he'd been there the whole time. The sovereign teased, "Who told you to sleep so restlessly? I couldn't leave even if I wanted to." 2 days ago, the sovereign had called the royal physician to examine Xian. Fortunately, because he had sucked out the venom in time. Her life was saved. She would be fine once her fever broke and she woke up. The sovereign tenderly stroked Xian's face as she mumbled about being cold. She grabbed his hand and held it against her face, muttering that she loved her, warm baby, the most. The sovereign thought she was calling him baby and blushed. The sovereign watched as Xian hugged him tightly, afraid of waking her. He had all the official documents moved into the bedroom, gently covering Xian with the blanket, holding her in his arms. He said lovingly, "Don't be afraid. Sleep peacefully. I'm here. I'll keep you warm." Xian nuzzled against the sovereign, still thinking he was a heating pad. The sovereign embraced her, thinking, indeed, I've caught myself a wild cat. This man was too tough, drinking medicine as if it were water, shocking Xian. Looking at her own medicine, it seemed like dark cuisine to her. The sovereign finished his and teased Xian. "What, are you afraid to take medicine?" Moving closer to Xian, "Good medicine tastes bitter. Should I personally feed it to you?" As he spoke, he took a few sips of the medicine, frightening Xian to back away. Before she could react, the sovereign directly fed her the medicine with his mouth. Xian swallowed the medicine. They both looked at each other with blushing faces. The sovereign deliberately asked Xian if it was still bitter. Xian quickly said it wasn't bitter at all, and that she would drink it herself. She reached for the medicine in the sovereign's hand, but he held her head in place. He continued to make Xian drink the medicine. Xian pushed the sovereign to stop, accidentally dropping the bowl. Zhao Rui outside the door heard the sound. He quickly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Just as he was about to push open the door, General Meng stopped him. Zhao Rui thought the sovereign was in danger, but General Meng said the sovereign had been on battlefields since age 14. What danger could he be in alone with the Western beauty? Barging in might lead to an awkward situation. A confused Zhao Rui didn't understand what he might walk in on. Truly wooden-headed. General Meng leaned close to Zhao Rui, explaining in his ear. Zhao Rui accused General Meng of disregarding military discipline. Having been drinking, he quickly changed the subject, saying he had something to tell Zhao Rui, but the sovereign inside heard them. The noise outside made them enter. They spoke of Zhao's unrest. Though the Zhao king submitted to Qing, there were still large anti-Qing forces stirring secretly. They must stay vigilant. Zhao Rui worried about the sovereign's health. General Meng said fortunately the sovereign had planned ahead, sending Ben Zhang to secretly protect Lady Shi. These two realized they were third wheels and quickly left. Xian asked about what General Cheng just said. The sovereign explained he had asked him to monitor the progress at the sword pavilion and check on her situation. Xian knew the sovereign was being stubborn. He had been protecting her secretly all along, yet she had accidentally wounded him then, gripping her clothes with guilt. She asked about his wound. The sovereign said it was just a minor injury, nothing serious. Xian exposed his lie, saying Minister Zhao mentioned he hadn't recovered, and now he was snake-bitten too, unable to rest while taking care of her. "Let me see your scar." As he undid his clothes, Xian saw a long scar on the sovereign's back. The deep scar extended from his shoulder to his waist. The sovereign told Xian it was left by the first person who tried to assassinate him. Xian remembered Zhao Rui mentioning this before, and stroked the sovereign's back. Her hands were trembling. She touched him with concern, but the sovereign denied his feelings. "I've already forgotten about it." Xian's tears fell on the sovereign's back. The sovereign noticed she was crying. He turned to look, and Xian was already in tears. Touching her tenderly, he asked, "Are you crying for me?" He lovingly told her not to cry, saying seeing her cry made him distressed. Before Xian could recover, the sovereign pinned her down, steadying her. This time Xian didn't resist. The sovereign said if she didn't resist, he couldn't guarantee he would be able to stop later. Just as he was about to act, thinking Xian wouldn't resist him, suddenly Xian pushed the sovereign away. She ran out in panic, thinking she only felt sympathy for him, not love. She shouldn't fall for him, couldn't accept it. The prince thought accepting him meant abandoning her own family, abandoning the entire future civilized era. She couldn't become attached to this place. Standing on the city wall, Xian watched the people below calling her the Divine Lady, thinking it was fitting, joyfully holding Xian's hand. After Xian forged the iron sword, everyone at the sword pavilion was pardoned and allowed to return home. They suddenly knelt down and begged. Xian wanted to follow and protect Xian, only wanting Xian to agree. They said when Xian first arrived in this world, Zheng Hao saw a golden light descending from heaven. Zheng Hao found Xian by following that light. He was certain then that Xian was no ordinary person. They believed Xian's appearance was like a guiding light, showing them direction. It was Xian who saved him, saved them all. Many people felt Xian's arrival must carry a mission. bearing heaven's will. Xian listened in confusion. Legend said the moon goddess would descend to earth. Jin Unified Prefecture came from another world. At this moment, the sovereign came and embraced Xian. Everyone below shouted, "Long live your majesty! Long live the divine lady!" The sovereign lifted Xian and kissed her. He said when Xian agrees to marry him, she would become Qing's queen and his only wife. The commoners cheered, saying the divine lady belongs to Qing, belongs to their sovereign. The Zhao prince, hiding in the crowd, saw everything. The butler told him whoever wins the golden youth and maiden wins the world. It seems they represent the people's hearts. Hearing this, the Zhao prince became more determined to steal Xian from this man, dressed as a woman, planning to sneak into the celebration to take Xian away. Meanwhile, the so-called descended fairy was playing cards with her maids in the palace. Madame Su, the head chamberlain of Blue Moon Palace, came to the door. She asked the maids what they were doing. The divine lady drew many symbols, saying they could play cards. I really don't understand these Arabic numerals, so they won't let me play. As soon as the maid finished speaking, Madame Su dragged Xian away to dress her up for the celebration held in her honor. Madame Su took a feather duster and hit Xian's head, scolding her for only knowing how to play, telling her to hurry and bathe and change clothes. The maids were secretly laughing, as Xian usually had no airs about her. As Xian lay in the bathtub, Xiao Yu said though Madame Su seems fierce, she's known as a loyal and upright servant. The sovereign specifically assigned her to Blue Moon Palace with Xian's best interests in mind. These days you've been helping people with strange illnesses and managing water sources, helping many people. The common folk praise you, and the sovereign arranged this celebration at their request. However, Xian felt it was just high-temperature sterilization and physical water purification. Just basic life knowledge, not as impressive as they claimed. Xian had also helped an old grandmother's family, and the piglet was a gift from her. Xiao Yu asked Xian what the heavenly realm was like. Xian said her world was much more fun than here, with hot pot, barbecue, fried chicken, ice cream, and video games. In her world, they could complete in hours what takes weeks or even months here. They could fly in airplanes in the sky. They could also take high-speed trains across rivers, seas, mountains, and valleys. People could return home from thousands of miles away in a single day. If feeling troubled, they could go to the other side of Earth the next day. People's horizons were broader. Their hearts naturally became broader too. Xiao Yu puzzledly asked what an airplane was. Xian said it was white, with wings spread like a bird. Is it a crane? You can ride celestial cranes? Xiao Yu curiously asked what a high-speed train was. Xian explained it was long and white, snake-like. Xiao Yu thought it was a dragon and looked at Xian with admiration. Wow, you can ride white dragons. The two were talking past each other, and Xian patiently explained they weren't animals. They were products of modern industrial civilization, transportation tools made of steel. As a result, Xiao Yu directly understood it as steel divine beasts that could travel thousands of miles in a day. What a 1,000-year generation gap. This man dressed as a woman, preparing to capture Xian while she was bathing. The Zhao prince approached behind Xian. Xian smelled a mint fragrance. Suddenly, the Zhao prince covered her mouth. Xiao Yu, who had just returned with water, encountered this scene. Then suddenly, men in black appeared from nowhere. They knocked Xiao Yu unconscious. The Zhao prince said, hearing their earlier conversation, the two seemed close. They should take him too, to use as leverage to control the Golden Maiden. Meanwhile, during the celebration, the sovereign somehow felt inexplicably anxious, as if sensing something ominous. He asked the nearby maid where Xian was, if she wasn't ready yet. Suddenly, someone from outside reported the divine lady was missing. The sovereign rushed to Xian's chambers. Opening the door, he found the water still warm, but she was gone. He grabbed a nearby guard, scolding them about the palace's security layers, demanding to know how they lost her. The frightened guard quickly replied that they never saw the divine lady leave the palace. The sovereign wondered if Xian had escaped again. I've been restraining myself, fearing to displease her. Does she still not want to stay by my side? The East Gate guards reported seeing two people on horseback taking the divine lady out of the city. The sovereign immediately ordered an investigation into who took Xian from the Qing palace. The common people outside heard the news, arguing who would dare kidnap their divine lady. their Qing kingdom's guardian goddess. Inside, Feiyan watched with satisfaction, thinking it was too late. The Zhao prince had arranged everything. By the time His Majesty investigates, Xian would already be in Zhao. The palace attendant beside her didn't understand why they didn't just send him back to his original place. Feiyan said black holes weren't easy to find, and why should she waste her power for him? Even if she couldn't have his eyes, she wouldn't let him off easily. For the sake of face, His Majesty would have to let him go. Chen Xian, just stay obediently in Zhao. This group secretly captured Xian and Xiaoyu. Arriving at Qing's border, Xian felt extremely dizzy, slowly opening her eyes, mistaking the seated Zhao prince for Zixuan. Looking at the Zhao prince, Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. She hugged the Zhao prince, saying, "Zixuan, I'm so glad you're safe." The Zhao prince wasn't sure if Xian had mistaken him or was pretending. Xian touched Zixuan's braids, asking why her hair had grown and why she was wearing women's clothes. The Zhao prince decided to play along, as long as he could get the information he wanted. He told Xian it was disguised to infiltrate the Qing palace. Xian didn't notice the difference between the Zhao prince and Zixuan, joking that he looked good dressed as a woman. "So pretty. If other men saw you, hee." The Zhao prince coughed twice, reminding Xian that her clothes were slipping. She quickly covered her chest, backing away at lightning speed, shouting, "Why did you have to take me while I was bathing?" The Zhao prince had no other intentions towards Xian, just coldly turned around, saying there were clothes for her inside, telling her to change and he wouldn't look. Xian felt something was off from his tone, which seemed much more distant. After changing clothes, the Zhao prince asked Xian about staying 3 days and nights in the Jin prince's chambers, mentioning the deployment map of Dragon City's beacon towers that the Qing king kept hidden in his chambers. No one was ever allowed to see it, but she stayed there for 3 days. She must have seen it. Xian recalled that she indeed saw something in the Qing king's chambers. Before Xian could speak, the Zhao prince lifted her chin, saying her expression confirmed she had seen it. He asked about the beacon tower distribution points. Xian dazedly asked Zixuan why she wanted to know this. The Zhao prince noticed Xian and Zixuan must have had a special relationship. To get Xian to reveal the deployment map, he lied about someone willing to pay a high price for this information, enough for them to run away together. Xian firmly refused. This was important national defense intelligence for Qing. Leaking it would lead to war. She urged the Zhao prince, "Zixuan, we don't belong in this world. Let's go back quickly. Don't get involved in this world's affairs." These words made the Zhao prince uncomfortable. "It's just one map. Why are you protecting Qing so much? Have you fallen for the Jin king? Then don't blame me for being rough." He then took some rope and tied up Xian. The woman's hands were bound by the man, who violently whipped her back, demanding to know the location of the beacon tower deployment points. Gripping Xian's face, he said if she didn't want to suffer physically, she should just confess. "My patience is limited." Tears streaming down her face, Xian asked, "You're not Zixuan. Who are you really?" The Zhao prince ignored everything and said harshly, "Still not going to talk? This specially made Zhao whip will tear your flesh open. With your delicate body, you won't last many lashes." Xian showed no intention of telling him, stubbornly shouting, "I don't know," because Xian knew if she spoke, Qin would be vulnerable to surprise attacks, and its people would suffer. She absolutely couldn't tell. The Zhao prince was equally determined, continuing to whip Xian violently. The whip dripped with Xian's blood until she hurt so much she fainted and lay on the ground. The Zhao prince thought to himself, "This interrogation whip causes pain several times worse than normal whips." She fainted but still wouldn't talk. This girl seems fragile, but inside she's as tough as any man. Xian, tears flowing, whispered, "You're not Zixuan." The Zhao prince hadn't meant to be so harsh, only wanting to scare Xian. He hadn't expected her to be so stubborn. Somehow, he felt angry that Qing kingdom and its king could make him lose control like this. With an inexplicable rage in his heart, this woman was severely whipped for a long time. She nearly fainted from the pain. Xian lay on the bed while Xiaoyu applied medicine, cursing how excessive the Zhao prince was to beat the divine lady like this. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Xian immediately sat up asking how he got captured too. The sudden movement made her forget her wounds. Xiaoyu quickly told her not to move, saying her wounds were deep to the bone. That bastard had been too cruel. As they talked, they didn't notice the Zhao prince behind them. How dare you? The medicine I gave you is the Zhao royal family's special wound medicine. Even planted wounds can heal without scars. Yet you show no gratitude. They just wanted to know who he really was and why he captured them. The Zhao prince sat on the bed's edge, saying, I am Zhao's prince, Mu Zihan. My mother received a prophecy that Zhao would become powerful by capturing the golden youth and maiden. And the golden maiden turned out to be the moon goddess. The prophecy wasn't wrong. Now the Qing king must be going mad trying to find you. It's amusing to think of that powerful king being so helpless. Xian thought about how he must be worried sick about her sudden disappearance. Would he again be unable to sleep or rest? His body had just recovered, and he'd been busy preparing the celebration. He hadn't rested properly. Was he all right now? The Zhao prince lifted Xian's chin. When we reach Zhao, you'll change your name and pose as my consort, locked in my prince's mansion. No one will find you then. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. You'll eventually learn to favor me and Zhao. Xiao Yu angrily shouted at the Zhao prince. Don't be disrespectful to the divine lady. Let her go. The Zhao prince grabbed Xiao Yu's throat. Shut up. How dare you speak to me like that? Xian tried to stop him, but the wounds on her back throbbed with pain. The man viciously gripped Xiao Yu's throat, focused only on learning about the deployment map. He threatened Xian, saying past the boundary marker was Zhao territory, where even the Qing king couldn't save her. Xian trembled as the Zhao prince continued, saying resistance would only bring more pain, and she should confess and submit to him. He would give her everything she wanted. Just like in Qing, Xian firmly told him she had never seen any deployment map and didn't know anything, demanding he release Xiao Yu. The Zhao prince looked at Xian, thinking why her eyes always gave him a familiar feeling, even causing a ridiculous sense of guilt. When he saw her poisoned and chained, it almost made him lose control. The moon goddess represented the bright star. Perhaps this was the goddess's power, bewitching people's hearts. No, he had to stay calm and not be enchanted by this girl. The Zhao prince released Xiao Yu, threatening to feed them to wild beasts. He gave Xian 1 day to consider. Either remember the deployment map or become beast food. Meanwhile, in the Qing palace, the king suddenly awoke. Zhao Rui came to inquire, Your Majesty, you haven't returned to your chambers to rest for 2 days. Your concubines keep waking from nightmares. Your body won't endure this. The king had dreamed Xian was injured. She was bleeding, and he couldn't find her. The king couldn't sleep. In the palace, Xian's scent still lingered, as did the warmth of holding her while sleeping. Only by Xian's side did the king feel unprecedented ease and comfort. Clenching his fists, he kept thinking over and over, Where are you? Where are you really? Finally, they found Xian's whereabouts. The report came. The divine lady had been taken in the direction of Yan City. The king immediately knew it was Zhao's doing. Zhao Rui also informed the king about the secret report from the city. Prince Mu Zihan of Zhao and his group had disappeared. After questioning the East Gate guards, they learned that though the kidnapper wore women's clothes, the description matched the Zhao prince. If they were heading to Yan City, it must be Prince Mu Zihan. Yan City is one of his maternal family's strongholds. I only spared his life in Qing to prevent Zhao from becoming too powerful. How dare he take Xian from me? I would be less than human if I don't kill him. Since he secretly kidnapped Xian, he won't take the main road but choose the treacherous shortcut to Salt City to quickly return home. We probably can't catch up now. After speaking, the king violently struck the table. He thought about how far Xian was from him now, wondering if she was safe. Suddenly, a guard reported that many citizens had gathered at the city gate, refusing to leave without finding the divine lady. The king went to check immediately. Below the city wall, people were calling for the divine lady, asking where she went. Having heard Zhao took her, they protested that she was Jin's guardian deity and couldn't be given to Zhao. They demanded her return. Zhao Rui asked the king what to do as the people refused to disperse. Prime Minister, prepare the supplies for war. I haven't personally led troops for a long time. It's time to move. I will make Zhao pay the price. The king gathered everyone, declaring that Prince Mu Zihan had taken Qin's divine lady, making peace between Qin and Zhao impossible. He ordered Wu and other border regions to strengthen defenses against surprise attacks. General Meng will lead troops with me to invade Zhao and retrieve the divine lady. Fei Yan watched the massive troop gathering, wondering how the king assembled so many soldiers so quickly in the capital. She realized he had many unknown resources. Understanding why her brother was so wary of him, she immediately whispered to the king that Zhao's king was dissolute, their customs loose, taking even married women as concubines. Ji Yan wouldn't be an exception. The Zhao prince had probably already possessed her. The king became furious at the thought of them together, but Fei Yan continued, suggesting they give this defiled woman to Zhao. The king roared, "Silence, Fei Yan. The Zhao prince took our divine lady, my woman, during Qing's national celebration. You call this a small matter?" Fei Yan trembled. "But Zhao is our ally. Your personal campaign is essentially declaring war." A nearby soldier reported, "My mother was saved by the divine lady's grace. I would gladly die to bring her back." One by one, soldiers spoke of receiving Xian's kindness. All vowed to retrieve the divine lady. The king declared, "Regardless of who Xian is or where she's from, I need her. Qing needs her. She is our people's divine lady and my future only wife." He shouted, "March 4th, retrieve the divine lady." All of Qing's citizens shouted to retrieve their divine lady, declaring Qing would triumph. Fei Yan collapsed in shock, thinking everyone had gone mad for that woman. She was just an ordinary girl she had captured. Where had things gone wrong? Zhao Rui interrupted Fei Yan, saying as Qing's priestess, she should pray for the king's victorious return. Below the city wall, people continued calling for their guardian divine lady's return. Xian endured her pain, determined to protect Qing's people by keeping the deployment map secret. The conflict over the divine lady was about to engulf the continent. Two men rode horses galloping toward Zhao territory. In the carriage, Xiao Yu gripped Xian's shoulders saying, "Divine lady, you must never submit to that Zhao prince. You are our Qing's divine lady. I don't care what happens to me." Xian scolded Xiao Yu for such foolish talk. "I won't let Qing's people suffer disaster. Nor will I abandon you. I have a plan. We'll escape together." Looking outside, Xian planned to escape through the carriage window. The mountain path was narrow and steep, with high slopes outside the carriage. At this speed, falling would mean certain death. It seemed impossible and too dangerous. Xian ignored Xiao Yu's warnings about the danger and wrapped the curtain around her hand. She asked Xiao Yu to help. The carriage began to shake. The Zhao prince immediately stopped to ask what happened. He turned to look. Xian and Xiao Yu were sliding down the grass slope like skiers. The Zhao prince immediately ordered pursuit but didn't know how. There was no path on the steep mountainside. They seemed to fly down the valley. Xiao Yu held Xian tightly, screaming, "Oh my, divine lady, so this is how you planned to use the loose floorboard? This is too thrilling." Xian calmly told Xiao Yu to hold on tight. They were nearly at the foot of the mountain. Both reached the forest, panting heavily. They saw a boundary stone marked, Qing. Xiao Yu excitedly said they'd be back in Qing territory once they crossed it. But Xian's wounds reopened. She endured the pain and kept walking. She thought about protecting Xiao Yu and getting her back to Qing. Suddenly, a shadow flashed behind Xian and grabbed her. It was the Zhao prince, saying, "Finally caught you. Where will you run now?" Xiao Yu was also captured. The Zhao prince lifted Xian's chin, saying, "Worry about yourself first. What magic did you use to escape? How did you fly across the grass without inner power?" Xian pretended not to understand. The prince thought if he hadn't known the shortcut, she might have escaped. Despite her fragile, injured body, with wrists he could snap with one squeeze, she had managed to escape from under his nose. "I underestimated you," he said, pulling her tightly against him. "I just received news that the Jin King is personally leading troops. He's willing to invade Zhao for you. Your value cannot be underestimated." Xian was stunned. She hadn't expected the Jin King to personally lead the army, starting a war for her sake. She weakly pleaded with the prince, "Please let us go. You don't want the Qing King attacking Zhao either. Many will die in war." But the prince replied, "That arrogant Qing King, we were bound to fight eventually. This time, I'll ensure he never returns." Beyond the prophecy, the prince felt a strong possessiveness toward Xian, a feeling both strange and familiar. He was determined not to let the Qing King have her. Xian saw deep hatred in the prince's eyes, not understanding why he despised the Qing King so much. Suddenly, a group of bandits appeared, brazenly shouting, "What fine young master and ladies do we have here? Leave your money and women, and we'll let you go." They surrounded the Zhao prince, trying to rob them. The guards scolded, "How dare you? This is Prince Mu Zihan of Zhao." The bandits scoffed, "The Zhao prince is dead. The queen mother herself held his funeral. Do you take us for fools?" The prince recognized their Tian City accent. "Tian City fell to Qing, forcing you to become bandits. I faked my death to infiltrate Qing. waiting for the day to wash away Zhao's shame. Now the Qing king pursues me, yet you block my path. Have you forgotten the humiliation of our homeland, Biduo? The bandits listened, thinking it made sense. They had heard others call him prince, and his noble bearing was evident. They wondered if he truly was their prince. They challenge. Words alone aren't proof. How can we believe you? Give us the woman in your arms first. We need money and women. Reward us, and we'll follow you. The guards and Xiao Yu protested in unison. No, we can't let these savages defile the divine lady. The prince held Xian close, whispering, "Hide well. Rest your head against my chest." He thought to himself, no one but me has the right to touch her. The Zhao prince showed Xian's wounds to the bandits, saying, "She's my prisoner from Jin. I haven't yet extracted intelligence from her. Her body and face are bruised from torture. Want to see her face too?" The bandits heard this. They quickly refused. The Zhao prince smirked. He offered to give Xiao Yu to the bandits. Xian shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Before Xian could finish, the prince covered her mouth. He deliberately asked Xiao Yu, "Tell me, are you willing?" He whispered to Xiao Yu, "This is the only way to save your master. Think carefully." Xiao Yu looked at Xian. Their eyes met, but there was no other choice. Xiao Yu thought, "Divine lady, I'm useless. As your servant, I still need your protection. I'm even becoming a burden. Though I'm weak and don't have your abilities, I want to protect you. Divine lady." She knelt and thanked the Zhao prince for his grace. Tears welled in her eyes. Xiao Yu just wanted to protect Xian with her own strength. Xian was also in tears, feeling helpless. The bandits gloated, laughing, "Truly our prince. We'll take this woman. Don't worry, we'll handle the Qing king. These 2 horses are our gift to you." The Zhao prince immediately pulled Xian onto the horse. Xian looked at Xiao Yu reluctantly. Xiao Yu was helpless as she was surrounded and violated by the bandits. She recalled her childhood, being sold countless times since her earliest memories, treated like merchandise, never allowed to have her own thoughts, until she met Xian. With Xian, Xiao Yu wasn't just a servant, she was a friend who could have her own thoughts. What a beautiful place heaven must be, for you to see freedom and equality as natural. Divine lady, please don't be sad. This time, I can finally be myself. I can protect those I want to protect. Xian, pulled onto the horse by the Zhao prince, struggled to be untied, saying she couldn't leave Xiao Yu. The prince shouted impatiently, "Stop struggling while bound. Your wounds will open. She's just a servant. No need to die for her." Xian yelled back, "Servants are human too. They have parents who bore them. How dare you look down on her sacrifice for our escape?" The Zhao prince shouted loudly, "Enough. It was her own choice. I didn't force her." Xian glared at him in defiance. "That's what makes you most cruel, using people's kindness for your own ends." The prince was speechless, thinking, "I see contempt in this girl's eyes. Normal girls don't even dare look at me. Where does her confidence come from?" He grabbed Xian's wounded back. He said harshly, "Very well, Golden Maiden. We're almost at Salt City. I hope you're as legendary as they say. Don't disappoint me." Xian, dizzy with pain, still wanted to save Xiao Yu. By nightfall, the king had departed with his army, prepared for battle. En route, guards found a blood-stained cloth nearby. The king picked it up, recognizing it as chain fabric. A guard said it must be from when the divine lady was taken. Could that blood be hers? Hearing this, the king anxiously gripped the cloth, wondering if Xian was injured. General Meng reported that while the path ahead was a shortcut to Salt City, the complex terrain would severely slow their march. The king ordered Meng to select an advance force to go with him, while others would take a different route to surround and ambush Salt City. General Meng worried about the treacherous terrain and bandits ahead, fearing an ambush if the king's force went deep alone. The king shouted that there was no time. This was the only way to save Xian. "I can't wait a moment longer." Then the king led a force to depart, but they were spotted by bandits below the mountain. The bandits took their prepared rocks and rolled them all down the mountain. Watch as these bandits rolled their prepared rocks down the mountain. Seeing this, the king's army immediately ordered infantry to raise shields and charge quickly out of the valley, seeing they might break through. The bandits' captive Xiao Yu mocked them. "Our king is battle-hardened. How could people like you succeed?" Hearing her tone, realizing she was from Qing, they grabbed Xiao Yu, holding a knife to her throat. They shouted to the king below, "King Chen, you destroyed our heavenly city. Today we'll kill your Qing person before your eyes." The king looked up and saw it was Xiao Yu. He thought if Xiao Yu was here, Perhaps Xian was too. The bandits saw the king was distracted. They immediately ordered their men to attack him. "Your Majesty, look out," Xiao Yu shouted to warn the king. But he was still struck. Calmly, he told his men not to panic, saying it was just a small hill. Hold formation. Seeing they missed vital spots, the bandits pushed Xiao Yu down the mountain, fighting back tears. She shouted, "Your Majesty, the divine lady was taken to Salt City by Prince Zhao. He hurt her. Quick, save her." Xiao Yu thought of her moments with Xian, the happiest days of her life. If possible, she wished she could go to heaven with her, riding divine beasts through the sky. But sadly, she couldn't see her one last time. The king roared, "All forces, break through!" Everyone charged forward with all their might. Xian seemed to sense something and woke from her dream, thinking, "I seem to hear many people calling me, including King Qing and Xiao Yu's voices. Are they looking for me? What happened? I must go back to save Xiao Yu and stop the war." She got up to check but found the windows sealed. The prince came in saying, "What, trying to jump out? I told you not to move. Your wounds are worse. You even fainted. I was worried. Sealed the windows for your safety. Now that you're awake, I'm relieved. Please give me your hand. Let me help the golden maiden down." Xian tried walking out of the carriage but almost fell. Prince Zhao caught her, saying gently, "Watch your step. You're hurt. Don't move rashly. Let me carry you down." Xian looked at Prince Zhao's face, thinking he resembled Zixuan. A group of infatuated women watched the two, thinking they looked like lovers. They were angry, declaring him a public enemy from now on. In reality, the two were struggling. Xian was pushing against Prince Zhao, who held her tight saying, "You can't escape. Cooperate if you don't want to suffer. All of Zhao's people will see you as the golden maiden I've respectfully brought back." Xian pushed his face away, saying, "How despicable. Always acting like the good prince to win people's love. Aren't you tired?" Prince Zhao ignored her words, just gripping her shoulders tighter to make her behave. Two people ran out from the palace to greet Prince Zhao. Qing'er rushed into his arms, saying, "These 2 years, Qing'er has missed you day and night, crying until nearly blind. It's wonderful to see you again, though Qing'er hasn't officially married you. We've been betrothed since childhood. I'm already yours." Prince Zhao pushed Qing'er away, saying, "Sorry to worry you. I'm fine now." He ordered steward Meng Yu to prepare a room for the golden maiden, close to his own. Qing'er stared at Xian's back, wondering who this girl was, that the prince would look at her that way, that possessive, claiming gaze. The prince had never shown such a look before. The royal advisor watched with interest. "This girl is the legendary golden divine lady. She's the girl the prince has been longing for in his dreams. Is this fate's arrangement?" Prince Zhao called out. "Royal advisor, Qing's army is attacking. Quickly prepare for battle." The royal advisor told Prince Zhao his mother was waiting in the rear court. On the way to meet his mother, Prince Zhao said, "I heard from Meng Yu that you used magic to wake me. Thank you, royal advisor. I also heard from Meng Yu that your highness had a very long dream. How much do you remember?" "The dream is already blurry. I only remember it was like a peach blossom paradise. There, I could be my true self. There was also a girl in the dream, though her face is blur now. There seemed to be some unbreakable connection between us." Prince Zhao dismissed it, saying, "It was just a dream. Such meaningless things. What's the point of remembering?" In the rear court, Prince Zhao called out, "Mother." They embraced tightly. Prince Zhao said gently, "Mother, don't cry. Your son has returned." "Mother, why are you dressed like this? Let me see your face." This woman had endured something terrible. Her eyes were sewn shut. Prince Zhao stared at his mother with wide eyes. Remembering what the steward had said, the queen had her eyes gouged out, tongue cut off, and hands severed. Now she couldn't see, speak, or touch. The queen covered her eyes with her hands. Stepping back, Prince Zhao embraced his mother, comforting her. The royal advisor said, "If Jin hadn't invaded and massacred the queen's clan, this wouldn't have happened." Tears in his eyes, Prince Zhao said, "Mother, don't worry. I've captured the golden girl. I will avenge you and Zhao." Prince Zhao helped her out. The steward consoled him. "Your highness, don't blame yourself. Back then, Qing's army was fierce. The queen didn't want to see you die in battle, so she tricked you into taking the death feigning potion. What happened after wasn't in your control. If I had woken earlier, mother wouldn't be like this." Prince Zhao said, asking Meng Yu for mint fragrance. Meng Yu thought it strange that since waking, the prince needed mint fragrance to calm down, a habit he never had before. Holding his head, Prince Zhao asked, "Where is the golden girl? Take me to see her. I want to see her immediately." In her room, Xian looked out the window. It's too high. Guards at the door. Sheer tower walls outside. This is basically a cliff prison. What should I do? I need to find a way out and save Xiao Yu. There was a sound at the door. Xian quickly pretended to sit properly. Prince Zhao entered. Seeing she was still there, he felt relieved. Xian looked at Prince Zhao. Noticing he suddenly seemed very haggard, Prince Zhao suddenly grabbed Xian's hand. He held her tightly. Xian's eyes widened, thinking, that mint scent again. Just like Zixuan's. Could he be related to Zixuan? She pushed against Prince Zhao. Wait, let go. What are you doing? Prince Zhao, looking weary, whispered. Don't move. Just let me hold you for a moment. Xian thought he was seeking comfort. Are you in the wrong room? I'm not your fiancé. Prince Zhao's eyes widened. He suddenly pushed Xian away. What came over me? I embraced her unconsciously, and holding her felt unprecedentedly comforting. Is this the divine lady's power to bewitch people? After these thoughts, Prince Zhao suddenly gave a cold laugh. He threw Xian onto the bed, saying, let's see how else you can seduce me, forcefully tearing at her clothes. This man was trying to force himself on her. Xian cried out, no. Meanwhile, the king had escaped the ambush. General Meng called from behind, Your Majesty, please rest. We must remove the arrow from your shoulder. The king didn't respond. Seeing this, the general rushed forward. Your Majesty, stop. We must treat your wound immediately. Just as the general reached the king's side, the king collapsed onto him. General Meng looked at the king's bloody back. It wasn't just a minor wound as it appeared. He would die from blood loss if this continued. The king said weakly, the sword can't be removed. It hit a major blood vessel. Once pulled out, the bleeding won't stop. He thought he had to hold on. Who knows what else might happen if this drags on. Xian, please be safe. Meanwhile, Prince Zhao was doing unspeakable things to Xian. Xian struggled, tears in her eyes. Please don't force me with Zixuan's face. Don't make me hate this face forever. Prince Zhao caressed Xian's face, thinking he should just take her here. Why was he hesitating? Why did her tears make his chest tighten? He even feared losing her again. Why would he have such thoughts? Suddenly the door was pushed open. King Zhao stumbled in drunkenly, saying, didn't expect such beauties in this border town. I came to the right place. Let me have a taste. Son, hearing you weren't dead, I came personally to get you. Come share these beauties with your father. Ha ha ha. Prince Zhao was disgusted seeing his father drunk again. King Zhao spotted Xian and leered. Oh, my son's been hiding a beauty too. Not bad. Let father enjoy her first. Oh, such smooth skin. He lunged at Xian on the bed. Prince Zhao tried to stop him, but the king scolded him. Shut up. Are you trying to interfere? Get out. Prince Zhao's eyes widened. King Zhao pinched Prince Zhao's face. Who knew that old woman, the queen, could birth such a pretty child? Doesn't look like a boy at all. Are you actually a girl? Come, let father hold you. If you just listen to father, I'll visit your mother often. She'll be happy, won't she? Jian cried out. No. Prince Zhao snapped awake, eyes wide. Suddenly, Prince Zhao drew his knife and struck at King Zhao's back. This man swung his knife at his own father. Xian trembled all over. Prince Zhao walked toward Xian. He embraced her gently, saying, don't be afraid. It's over now. Xian was stunned. She hadn't expected him to call her Xian. Prince Zhao looked worried, thinking thankfully she was safe. Prince Zhao was shaking. The woman nearby was also terrified. Your Majesty. It was an assassin. Prince Zhao glared fiercely at the woman. He never deserved to be king. Father was depraved. For his hedonistic lifestyle, he willingly became Qing's vassal, showing loyalty to them. He even followed Qing's orders to execute generals who had opposed Qing. Most Zhao generals were from mother's clan. When mother opposed, father executed her too. Since then he was neither human nor ghost. So today, father was killed by Jin's spies for disobeying Jin's king. Before death, he passed the throne to me. Understand? Xian was shocked. He had killed his father to usurp the throne. Prince Zhao asked Xian, are you afraid of me? Why are you afraid? I will protect you. Xian just stared blankly at Prince Zhao, not understanding his meaning. Prince Zhao gently touched Xian, then ordered people to dispose of King Zhao's body and bring new clothes for Xian. The steward reported to Prince Zhao, border intelligence reports that King Chen was shot with an arrow while passing our border. He died from blood loss. His body has been returned to Jin. Hearing this news, Xian felt her world collapse. Prince Zhao just smiled coldly. King Chen is dead? What an accident. Didn't expect it to be so easy. Xian was already in tears. She rushed out wanting to see King Chen but was grabbed by Prince Zhao. Jian cried, let me go. Why did you kill King Chen? You think not killing means others won't kill you? My mother never harmed anyone. But what happened to her? Winners become kings. Losers become bandits. This is war. King Chen is already dead. Prince Zhao's words repeatedly struck Xian. Her heart ached as if being crushed. Her mind was filled with images of King Chen. Xian wept bitterly. It turned out you had already taken root in my heart. It turned out I had already fallen in love with you. But I refused to admit it, unwilling to let go of my family and my original world. I don't want you to die. Prince Zhao watched Xian in such pain. His own heart ached too. Prince Zhao punched the wall. The steward immediately asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong? King Chen is dead. Shouldn't we celebrate?" But seeing Xian like this made Prince Zhao inexplicably angry. He hadn't expected her to care so much about King Chen. Xian lay on the bed, crying heartbrokenly. Her mind was filled with memories of moments with the prince. Suddenly she sat up thinking, "Right, you're the king of Jane. How could you die so easily? You can't be dead. Must return to Jane. I must see you with my own eyes. And save Xiao Yu too. Must leave here." Thinking about her previous disappearance, how King Jane searched for her day and night. Now it's my turn to search for you. Looking outside, the only exit was here, but it was too high, and the wind was strong. What to do? Her eyes fell on the bedsheet. Got it. She was seen parachuting down from the height, single-mindedly wanting to find King Chen and Xiao Yu. Suddenly a gust of wind affected Xian's hasty landing. Almost discovered by Zhao guards, she quickly hid. Suddenly 2 hands reached from behind Xian, covering her mouth. Xian thought she'd been caught. It was Zheng Hao and people from the Sword Forge. Zheng Hao told Xian to recover the Divine Lady. His Majesty attacked Zhao. We followed His Majesty to battle. Now we've finally found you. Divine Lady, come back to Jing with us. Xian hurriedly asked, "What about King Chen? How is the prince? Is he really Divine Lady? Please be at ease. His Majesty is fine." This was all His Majesty's strategy. He was prepared for Zhao and knew their border terrain well. After being wounded, His Majesty secretly advanced through hidden paths. Meanwhile, General Meng carried a fake body back to the country, letting Zhao spies believe he was dead. When Zhao lowered their guard, His Majesty would attack. He drew away the guards so we could enter and find you. Xian listened with tears streaming down. "Take me to him," she thought. "How wonderful. He's really all right. I've never been so desperate to see you. Want to see you right away." They brought Xian to the city wall tower. Xian looked down from the tower, thinking King Chen and others were surrounded. They explained that His Majesty said acting as bait himself would better draw away guards for their rescue mission. Xian was worried. He's the king of Chang. How could he disregard his safety? But for Xian, King Chen had already put life and death aside. He even forbade Zheng Hao from telling Xian. Actually, he was already severely wounded en route, bleeding non-stop. But to quickly treat his wounds and rescue Xian, he cauterized his wounds with red-hot iron swords to stop the bleeding, enduring torture-like pain to buy time to save Xian. Look at this man, using red-hot iron swords to cauterize wounds, enduring torture-like pain, all to buy time to save Xian. Xian never thought the prince would go to such lengths for her, yet she had never given any promises. Xian sadly asked Zheng Hao, "What about Xiao Yu? Have you seen him? He was pushed off a cliff by bandits. His last wish was to bring you back to Chang." Xian became sadder. "Xiao Yu died to save me too. You all rushed to the battlefield for me, putting life and death aside. Xiao Yu, King Chen, and the people of Chang. I thought I didn't belong here. I was wrong, completely wrong. I had already become inseparable from this place. I will fulfill the wish that Xiao Yu always spoke of. I am the divine lady of Chang. I will protect Chang." Xian went on, tears in her voice, shouting, "The city guards have been drawn away. The armory's defense is weakened. Get bows and arrows to provide cover fire from above. Your Majesty, I'll go to the western city to draw away Zhao Jun, to buy time for your Majesty's arrival. I will fight for Chang." But Zheng Hao said, "But we came to rescue you. His Majesty has arrangements. He just needs to hold until the main force arrives." Xian calmly asked Zheng Hao to relay the news that King Qing was still alive to Prince Zhao. Xian called out to the Qing soldiers at the tower, "I will immediately summon His Majesty and draw away the Zhao army. I leave His Majesty to you." Everyone looked up at Xian on the tower. King Qing looked at Xian. Xian's eyes filled with tears, thinking, "Thank goodness you're safe. Prince, I want to tell you, I love you, so I must protect you. Protect Chang." Then she turned to leave. Seeing Xian about to leave, King Qing shouted, "Xian, where are you going?" Xian, with tears in her eyes, just said, "Qing will be victorious." Meanwhile, Prince Zhao received news. The guard reported, "Your Majesty, King Jin isn't dead. Before that, the attendant he led a small force to attack the east gate, but they've been surrounded. Prince Zhao thought, only bringing a small force? He must have rushed here, penetrating deep alone. I never thought for the divine lady, you would lose such composure. This is truly your weakness. This time you're dead for sure. Then he told the guard beside him, come with me. I will shoot the prince myself. Divine lady, watch me kill the prince. Then you'll belong to me. To Zhao. Suddenly someone reported the divine lady was missing. They went to the room and looked at the window. The steward exclaimed, Your Majesty, how is this possible? How could she escape from here, unless she could fly? Prince Zhao looked out the window. How many abilities do you have that I don't know about? It seems I underestimated you. Word came that large dust clouds appeared in the distance west of the city. It seemed a large force was approaching. Prince Zhao immediately gathered troops and rushed to the western city. But outside the western city was Xian's illusion. Tree branches dragged behind cattle raised large amounts of dust, making it look like thousands of troops arriving. This woman was using a whip to drive the cattle. Suddenly a hand grabbed her from behind. It was Prince Zhao. He wrapped Xian up on horseback, so it was a trick. You're quite capable. Xian hadn't expected Prince Zhao to arrive so quickly. Prince Zhao saw her legs were covered in scrapes, her long dress torn. She clearly didn't know how to ride. All these wounds for that man, for King Cheng. You go to such lengths? Prince Zhao suddenly grabbed Xian's arm. Let me lick your wounds. They'll hurt more if infected. But Xian said, the infection is none of your business. You murderer. You killed Xiao Yu. I'll kill you. She bit Prince Zhao's arm hard, drawing blood. Suddenly Xian fell from the horse. Just as Prince Zhao tried to catch her, they both fell to the ground. Prince Zhao instinctively protected Xian. His face was covered in scratches. Xian hadn't expected him to save her. Prince Zhao thought he only cared about Zhao and his mother. He didn't understand why his mind was now filled with thoughts of Xian. Xian, she said, because I'm just your political tool, right? When I'm no longer useful or become a liability, I'll end up like Xiao Yu. You killed Xiao Yu. I hate you so much I want to kill you. These words pierced Prince Zhao's heart. Suddenly the horse kicked Prince Zhao from behind. Even the horse couldn't stand him. The kick nearly made Prince Zhao cough blood. Then hate me well. Remember me for life. After saying this, Prince Zhao carried Xian into the shop, immediately calling for hot water, bandages, and wound ointment. Qinger watched them. She thought, since bringing this girl from underground, he's only had eyes for her, never looking at anyone else. Their clothes were disheveled and they were covered in wounds. What exactly had they been doing? The royal advisor said nearby, Chen is willing to wage war against us to get her back. No wonder your majesty is so obsessed. As Prince Zhao was treating Xian's wounds, she cried, what are you doing now? Prince Zhao said gently, don't move. The wounds will fester if not treated promptly. You just fear getting a bad reputation for abusing the divine lady, affecting your political leverage. By now, fire had surrounded them outside. Prince Zhao stood up and asked the steward what happened. Your Majesty, Qing's army suddenly appeared and attacked Salt City. Because of the previous Zhao army incident, our army became lax. We can barely hold on now. Hearing this, Qinger grabbed a dagger and shouted at Xian, it's you. You led the Qing army here. Salt City will be destroyed because of you. I'll make you die with Salt City. Die. But Prince Zhao grabbed the dagger. Who gave you permission to touch her? He threw Qinger aside. Qinger collapsed to the ground. Why? Your Majesty, do you protect this woman? She brought the Qing army. She's a disaster for Zhao. But Prince Zhao said, if you weren't my mother's niece, I'd kill you right now. Take her away. Prince Zhao sat by the bed, holding his head. He said, Meng Yu, have mother and the citizens evacuate first, and bring some mint incense. The steward asked confused, Your Majesty, why have you needed mint incense ever since waking from your slumber? This scent was in my dreams. Smelling it makes me feel better. Xian listened, puzzled. She leaned closer and asked Prince Zhao, when did you wake from your slumber? Was it half a month ago? Prince Zhao immediately dismissed the steward, holding Xian's face. How do you know when I woke? Why do you seem so familiar? In my dreams, there was a beach full of flowers. The sky sparkled with colored light. And there was a girl. Then you proposed to that girl, didn't you? Prince Zhao looked surprised. How do you know all this? Xian said, in that world, you couldn't bear to hurt even a small animal. How did you become like this here? Zixuan, are you still the same Zixuan? Prince Zhao's eyes widened as he recalled those scenes. He clutched his head in pain. Yes, I am Zixuan. By now, Salt City was engulfed in raging flames. General Meng asked the prince, Salt City has fallen. The Zhao people are fleeing. Should we capture them? The prince only worried about where Xian was. Someone pointed to that window. Earlier we saw the divine lady fly down from there. That must be where she was held. But the fire is too intense. We can't get in now. The prince didn't care and charged into the inferno. His only thought was finding Xian. Meanwhile, Prince Zhao held Xian's face. So my dreams were real. You are real. He embraced her tightly, with tears in her eyes. She thought, you're Zixuan, my only family in this strange world. Yet you're also the Prince of Zhao here. The Prince of Zhao who killed Xiaoyu, whom I hate so deeply. Xian forcefully pushed Prince Zhao away. The Prince of Qing burst through the door. Seeing them like this, the Prince of Qing felt a sharp pain in his heart. Seeing Xian's wounds, he asked painfully, Mu Zihan, what did you do to Xian? He drew his sword and charged at Prince Zhao. Prince Zhao immediately drew his sword. The prince angrily said, I'll kill you and hang your head on the city wall for all to see. Xian tried to stop them from the bed. The prince swung his sword, shouting, die, then raised his sword again to kill Prince Zhao. But no matter what, he was still Xian's childhood friend. He was Xian's only connection to her original world. She immediately ran to embrace the Prince of Qing. The prince's eyes widened, surprised that Xian would stop him. Suddenly, a burning beam fell between them. The steward hurried to help Prince Zhao up. Salt City has fallen. All buildings are burning. The prince and Xian stood foolishly. You two knew each other already. You weren't kidnapped. You fled Qing together. I thought I was rescuing you, but I was just interfering with your plans. Seeing the prince's tearful expression made her heart ache. Just as she was about to explain, having just learned he was Zixuan, several large rocks suddenly fell behind them. Looking carefully, large rocks fell behind Xian and the others. The prince immediately protected Xian, still as domineering as ever. No matter where your heart lies, you won't leave me. Even if you cry, even if you hate me, I won't let you go. Hearing these words, Xian's eyes moistened with emotion, holding the Prince of Qing tightly. Though his words were threatening, his voice was like a pleading child. The two embraced tightly. The fire outside grew stronger. The prince held Xian and shouted, Salt City has fallen. The divine lady is recovered. Victory for Qing. Return to the capital. The guards also shouted, Victory for Qing. Return to the capital. Prince Zhao stood on the mountaintop, watching Salt City slowly burn. Then he left to return to Zhao's capital to reorganize and reclaim the divine lady. That night in Qing, Xiaoyu had been buried. Xian wept endlessly, touching Xiaoyu's tombstone. Aunt Su said beside her, years of war made us orphans. We thought we could live peacefully in the palace, but you still couldn't escape fate. This war has continued for hundreds of years, from dozens of countries initially, now merged into 8, whether dead or alive, all are victims of war. Zhao Rui remembered his childhood, when all his relatives died before his eyes. At age 14, when Yan fell into civil war, all of Zhao Rui's clan died in that chaos. The prince appeared before Zhao Rui like a deity from heaven. The prince's father died on this conquest. His own future would be the same. The prince hoped Zhao Rui would assist him, and it was because of the Prince of Qing's appearance that the 14-year-old boy found new meaning in life. Zhao Rui said that for a long time, I've never seen His Majesty laugh freely and happily. Only you can open his heart. Divine Lady, please stay by His Majesty's side. Don't leave him alone anymore. Xian knew the prince had risked his life on the battlefield for her sake. Now Xian would stay. She would stay by the prince's side and face this world together with him. A large crowd of Qing citizens brought gifts they had prepared to thank the divine lady. Xian only accepted the flowers. Meanwhile, Zhao Rui reported recent developments to the prince. Qing is located in the northwest, lacking water with mostly mountainous terrain. Insufficient farmland has always been our major problem. These days, the divine lady invented the water wheel, improving irrigation. She also taught people to develop terraced fields in the mountains, greatly increasing Qing's national strength. People built temples to worship her, praying for her blessing. The prince responded coldly. Since returning from the Zhao campaign, the king of Qin hadn't granted audience. Throughout his life, the prince of Qing had never feared anything except Xian. He feared that he wasn't the one in her heart. The prince wondered who was in Xian's heart, whether she was willing to stay by his side, while Xian said in her heart to the prince, I love you, willing to abandon her world to stay by the prince's side. At night, Xian came to Qianchun Palace to find the prince. She hadn't spoken with him lately. he always said he had official business. Xian thought the prince was avoiding her out of discrimination. This secret made Xian's face flush red. Xian returned to Blue Moon Palace. The prince quietly entered and came to her bedside. He just straightened her blanket and sat by her bed. Though he missed her deeply, he had to control himself, only daring to see her late at night after she fell asleep. Gently lifting the blanket, looking at Xian's sleeping face, Xian moved closer to the prince, teasing him intentionally. Just as the prince was about to turn and say something, suddenly Xian fell onto the prince. Their lips met accidentally. Xian slowly moved away. The prince thought Xian had ambushed him. He immediately explained, "No, I didn't. I haven't. Don't talk nonsense." The prince pulled Xian, directly pushing her down to the ground, saying, "Since you ambushed this prince, let's make it thorough." Xian was probably dazed by the prince's kiss. The prince also guessed Zhao Rui had told her, still stubbornly saying, "This is my palace. I can sleep wherever I want. Besides, you sleep so deeply. You don't wake up no matter what." Hearing this made Xian's face turn red. The prince just held Xian and sighed, just wanting to explain his relationship with Zixuan. But the prince stopped her. "I don't want to hear about him." Xian caressed the prince's face. "I didn't run away with the prince of Zhao. I love you. It's you that I love." Hearing these words, the prince of Qin trembled and said, "Then prove it to me." Then Xian moved closer to the prince, steadied the prince. His eyes widened. He forcefully held Xian tight. Suddenly the prince took out some letters. Xian looked at them. They were correspondence between her and Zixuan, but she had never sent such letters to Zixuan. The prince questioned Xian, "These characters don't belong to any country. They're secret code between you two, right? I've been studying these characters lately, trying to guess what you wrote. What are you plotting next? To ambush Qing? Or attempt to assassinate me again?" Xian quickly explained she never corresponded with Zixuan. "Someone must be setting us up." The prince pushed Xian against the wall. "Enough. I saw you release the messenger bird myself. Am I that easily fooled in your eyes? You'd even offer yourself to me to protect her. Do you care about her that much? I finally got you back from Zhao?" The prince clenched his fists. Yet he couldn't bring himself to hurt Xian. At Qing's highest tower, Feiyan pretentiously came to reminisce with her royal brother. Crown Prince Wanli sarcastically said, "Reminisce? You'd rather never see me again. I've heard about Qing's situation. The Divine Lady created iron swords and improved agriculture. Whether in military or civilian affairs, she's stolen all your glory. Must be giving you headaches. How can you compare to such a girl?" Feiyan just trembled and clenched her fists. The Divine Lady's wisdom combined with the prince's governance, their joint rule will make Qing invincible. But this isn't good for Chu. Feiyan hoped Wanli would deal with Xian so she could have the prince. Wanli just glared at Feiyan, making Feiyan shiver. The two women in Wanli's arms immediately acted docile. He just gave a cold laugh. Let them both soak in blood for this man. Looking at the woman before him, he wiped blood from his mouth. Feiyan was terrified. Trembling, she begged Wanli not to hurt the prince. Wanli put on his cloak. "Sister, you're so devoted. Don't worry. The Divine Lady will eventually be mine. My game is just beginning." With the prince's hand around her neck, tears in her eyes, thinking he would kill her, what could the prince do? Even at the cost of his life, he didn't want Xian to be harmed at all. The prince buried his head in Xian's embrace, not knowing what to do with her. Xian's eyes widened, thinking, "He didn't kill me. Even believing I betrayed Qing, he didn't harm me at all." Xian told the prince to trust her. They would surely uncover the truth. Xian believed it must be him trying to drive a wedge between her and the prince. She ran to Feiyan's room, throwing the letters in front of Feiyan. "This is your doing, right? You brought me to this world, so it's not strange you'd understand my world's writing." But Feiyan denied it, saying she didn't understand what Xian was saying and couldn't read those messy characters. Strangely, she told Xian to look carefully at whose handwriting it was, making Xian suspect she really wrote it herself. Carefully recalling the scenes in her mind, Xian had the messenger bird deliver letters to Zixuan, telling her how much she missed her. Xian staggered, wondering how this could be. Could she have developed a split personality? Days ago, Wanli had placed a curse on Xian. When her consciousness was weak, he could control her to betray Qing. The sandalwood Wanli gave to Feiyan could awaken ancient memories. He deliberately had Feiyan wait for Xian, but Feiyan hadn't expected the prince wouldn't kill Xian, not even imprisoning or interrogating her. Feiyan turned the tables, pointing at Xian. "You dare correspond with the king of Zhao, betraying Qing. Yet His Majesty still keeps you by his side. His Majesty has gone mad." Xian's heart ached, thinking, "What were your feelings when holding me each night? Still telling me to trust you. My prince, I love you, but would you still believe that now? Fei-yan urged Xian to leave the prince and Cheng, saying her presence only brought the prince pain. Looking closely, these two people were about to be executed publicly, because noble consort Gao caused chaos in the harem, harmed the empress dowager and former king. The Gao clan brought disaster. The king of Zhao's mother. It was because Gao whispered lies to the former king, causing his wrongful punishment. The Zhao palace officials called for Prince Yi to come out. The king of Zhao came to ask if Yi still wouldn't come out. The officials told the king that during his absence, the Gao clan had imprisoned Prince Yi, doing who knows what, making him afraid to come out. In the room, little Yi curled up in the corner, crying, "Don't hit me." The king of Zhao pushed open the door calling Yi out. Seeing his brother, little Yi said tearfully, "Royal brother, you're finally back." Running to embrace the king saying, "Yi missed you. When you were gone, those bad people bullied me." The king comforted little Yi. "Those bad people have been driven away. You can go out now." Taking out Yi's favorite kite for him, little Yi happily ran out to fly the kite. The king called for the imperial advisor, wanting him to awaken his dreams, but the advisor said some things are better left unknown, or he might regret it for life. The king rebuked, "This is an order. I want you to restore my dream memories." The king wanted to know more about his past with Xian, to get closer to her. He vaguely remembered Xian exchanging appearances with him. Meanwhile, Xian was in the prince's palace library, searching for information about split personalities, hoping to cure herself. She hoped the prince would understand her feelings, to stay by his side. She had let go of past events, but there was no concept of split personalities in ancient times. Thinking of the prince's misunderstanding words made her heart ache. She had to find relevant case studies and treatment methods to resolve the misunderstanding with the prince. Searching carefully, she finally found it. Happily hugging the medical records, she ran out. Suddenly she bumped into the prince's chest, almost falling. The prince immediately protected Xian. "Are you stupid? Being so careless while walking? Why are you always so absent-minded?" Xian stared at the prince with wide eyes. Just as she was about to say something, the prince immediately turned to Zhao Rui saying he had matters to attend to. He wanted to take another path. Xian told the prince she had contracted a strange illness that made her unable to control her actions. Preparing to show him the medical records in her hands, the prince spoke coldly. "Before bumping into me, you seemed very happy. Even without seeing me, you're still joyful. Isn't that right?" Xian pouted, really fed up with this stubborn man, loudly embracing him. "That's because I was thinking of you," Xian loudly confessed to the prince, firmly grabbing his robe, telling him she was happy because she found a way to reconcile. Xian told the prince not to avoid her anymore, wanting to explain everything clearly. Hearing two people nearby praising Xian, the prince directly lifted her up, wanting to take her back to talk. The two onlookers smiled knowingly throughout. Arriving at the Blue Moon Palace, the prince threw Xian onto the bed, fiercely saying, "Do you know what I want to do to you every day? Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" In the prince's heart was a beast, wanting to imprison him, force him day and night, consuming every inch of him, dragging him into a bottomless abyss, making his body remember, unable to break free, ultimately only able to depend on the prince. He harshly told Xian, "You can still escape now." Xian tremblingly grabbed his collar, throwing herself into the prince's arms. "I won't run." But her body was still involuntarily trembling. Seeing Xian's fear, the prince held her tightly. In the Kueihua Tower, Fei-yan told her brother that His Majesty actually indulged him. Even his closest people didn't know about this, not only not punishing him but protecting him. Fei-yan was very dissatisfied. The magic mirror suddenly said it had something to report, telling Wanli about the Zhao king wanting to awaken his memories. Wanli thought since Zhao and Qing had long-standing grudges, awakening the Zhao king's memories would be better. A cold wind suddenly blew through Blue Moon Palace. Xian shivered from the cold. Seeing this, the prince gently lifted Xian into his arms, looking at Xian's face, remembering what she had said, kissing the sleeping Xian, tenderly kissing her forehead, only hoping Xian would stay in the prince's arms forever. Meanwhile, the Zhao king who wanted to restore his memories was about to begin the ritual. The Zhao king only wanted to know everything about being Zixuan. In the 21st century, an unfortunate golden girl fell into a time-space, like falling into a dark tide, creating ripples. The ripples turned into huge waves, sweeping everyone into them. Lords fighting for power, endless warfare, smoke rising everywhere. A great struggle for the world. The tide of history pushed everyone's fate, stirring up the world's changing winds and clouds. Countless people would be trapped within, unable to escape. Where would the goddess's arrival lead the tide of history? The Zhao King was having his memories awakened by strange incantations. With each repetition of the spell, the red birthmark on the Zhao King's head gradually disappeared. He suddenly awakened, trembling, trying to stand up, but fell to his knees instead. The imperial advisor quickly asked what was wrong. The Zhao King hadn't expected that in another time-space. Xian was his beloved. Xian appeared in his mind one by one, both good and bad memories surfacing in his mind. Deeply regretting what he had done to Xian before, thinking of the day he proposed to Xian. If there had been no time travel, if I wasn't Mu Zihan here, perhaps you would already be my fiancé. The imperial advisor told the Zhao King. When awakening him then, the goddess was taken to Qing by another force. Suddenly remembering when Xian saved him, the Qing prince is known as a tyrant. Will she be alright? Then asked the imperial advisor to help him see something. The Zhao King touched the mirror, seeing everything that happened when Xian first traveled to Qin. Never thought she suffered so much in this world. Zhao King asked the imperial advisor when the time-traveling black hole would appear next. If nothing unexpected happens, it would appear in a month. The Zhao King wanted to take Xian home, back to their world together. At dawn, news came from the ice storage. The prince needed to inspect it. He turned to look at the sleeping Xian beside him. Ruizhao was tightly gripping the prince's clothes. The prince covered her with a blanket, directly carrying the sleeping Xian to the inspection. On the way, Xian vaguely felt the bed shaking. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a carriage, staring blankly around. Zhaori told Xian they were going to inspect the armory. Due to the early schedule, His Majesty had carried the sleepy Nain, along with the blanket onto the carriage. Recently, there had been movement between the two countries. Fearing harm to Xian, the prince didn't want her out of his sight for a moment. Arriving at the armory, Zhaori reported to the prince that substandard weapons had increased recently. The weapon's quality was crucial to Qing's survival. The prince demanded to know who made the poor weapons, ordering immediate execution. Xian suggested putting names on weapons to track quality, from each production stage to individuals. Once quality issues arose, they could trace back to the source. Hearing this method, the prince immediately ordered its implementation. Embracing Xian, praising, as expected of my consort, kissing her forehead and holding her tight. But Xian still worried whether her second personality would appear again, and hurt the prince again. Meanwhile, the Zhao King had written his will early, due to serious illness. I will not live long. After my death, my first heir shall succeed the throne. The steward nervously asked, Your Majesty, what illness do you have? Why not let the royal physician treat it? The Zhao King told the steward he would leave in a month, ordering the will to be announced to all. The Zhao King only wanted to return to his previous life with Xian in a month. This man suddenly cut off his hair, frightening the steward to trembling. The Zhao King told the steward, My fate is uncertain. If I don't return in a month, give this to the Queen Mother and don't search for me. From today, Zhao King Mu Zihan is dead. Now I am Yan Zixuan. In Qing, Xian wanted to walk in the garden. The prince directly refused. She then said she was hungry, wanting to get snacks from the kitchen. The prince directly ordered sweets to be brought. Eating sweets late at night will make you fat. The prince whispered in Xian's ear, Then you should eat more. You're too thin. It's more comfortable to hold you when you're plumper. Making Xian's heart flutter. Xian remembered days ago, seeing relatives exploring mineral layers on the back mountain. Hearing Xian had gone to the back mountain again, the prince immediately changed expression, shouting, Have you forgotten about the snake bite? You're forbidden from going to the back mountain from now on. Xian explained she just wanted to help the prince, must be helping himself. Kissing Xian's forehead, just hoping she could stay safely by his side. Xian shyly lay on the table saying she wanted to take a nap, but the prince directly let Xian lie in his arms, stroking Xian's head saying this way she wouldn't catch cold. The prince was thinking about handling the northern issues next. Suddenly Xian, thinking he was a big pillow, hugged him tightly, sleeping soundly, making the prince's face turn red. Zhaori and others came to report. Good news came from the north. Seeing Xian there, Zhaori blankly asked why the goddess was lying by His Majesty's side. General Meng misunderstood something, and directly ran away. Zhao Rui left the prince completely confused. Xian squirmed in his arms. The prince covered Xian with his clothes, apologizing to Xian in his heart for confining her like this. The prince always had an ominous feeling that Xian would suddenly disappear. The prince dreamed she was gone. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find her anywhere. The prince was very afraid, very anxious and must watch her constantly, touch her constantly, to confirm she was by his side. At night, Zixuan looked at the sky, looking forward to returning to modern times with Xian. When the black hole appears, it will be the day they return home. Xian slowly opened her eyes, seeing the prince dozing beside her, looking at him. He was really tired. These days the prince rose before dawn and worked until late night. Endless imperial documents every day. Endless departments to inspect. The prince ascended the throne at 12. At that time, various feudal states wanted to take advantage of his young age, and eyed Qing covetously. Qing was unstable, troubled both internally and externally. It was the prince who pacified everything with an iron fist, creating today's Qing. The prince also became known as a tyrant to the world. For the country, the king sacrificed the most. His fate was already bound to the country, never able to live for himself. That's why Xian found him scary when they first met. Xian recalled how harsh the prince was to her then, maliciously suspecting people's hearts, only using power to suppress others. Xian sympathetically caressed the prince's face, slowly approaching him, kissed him and covered him with clothes. Then Xian left to seek treatment. Arriving at Qing's border, Xian saw in a book someone had similar symptoms to hers. Thinking this person might help with treatment, Xian followed the address in the book. Just as she opened the door, she choked on dust. Zixuan happily looked at Xian. Unexpected to find Zixuan here. Xian's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Meanwhile, the sleeping prince woke up, found that Xian beside him was gone. Looking at the letter left on the table, unfortunately couldn't understand it. Immediately wanted to go find Xian himself. General Meng ordered archers to follow quickly. The prince left the palace. Meanwhile, Zixuan was about to touch Xian's face but was avoided. Told Xian it was him, the one who had been corresponding with her to meet here. Quickly explained about his second personality Wen Yi, and that he hadn't intended to correspond with him. Zixuan only wanted to return to modern times with Xian, to find doctors there to treat his illness. But Xian had long given up thoughts of returning to modern times. Suddenly alarmed, Xian told him that in 1 month, the black hole to their world would appear. Then they could return. No need to suffer here anymore. Zixuan hoped Xian wouldn't avoid him. Return to modern times together. He wanted to make it up to Xian. For Xian, everything here was different now. She pushed Zixuan away forcefully, saying, "Sorry, I can't go back with you." Zixuan thought Xian was still blaming him for hurting her, but Xian wasn't blaming him. Returning to modern times wasn't just about the two of them anymore. This world was real. Every living person here was real. The star battle between them, Lei Xiaoyu, cost the lives of many brave warriors from both Qing and Zhao. Xian couldn't treat this as just a dream. Moreover, Xian had fallen in love with the prince. She wanted to stay for the prince and Qing. Xian also formally broke up with Zixuan. Xian formally proposed breaking up with Zixuan, to make a clean break with everything from the past right here. Zixuan couldn't believe Xian wanted to break up with him. Remembered the day they received news of the prince's death. How heartbroken Xian was crying. He should have understood then that Xian had fallen in love with him. He just didn't want to believe it. If we hadn't time traveled, living in modern times, you would definitely marry me. You wearing a snow-white wedding dress would surely be beautiful. I would put a diamond ring on your finger, symbolizing you're my wife for life. Zixuan clenched his fists, shouted at Xian, "Can you also let go of your parents? Don't you want to see them?" Although this world indeed isn't like modern times, but everyone is trying to change. The prince is also changing for Xian. When Xian was young, she asked her mother why stay here suffering with father if she didn't like it. Mother always showed a beautiful smile, telling Xian that her parents had common goals, cherished each other. True love is responsibility and commitment. It makes you grow, become resilient. When Xian grows up and meets the right person, she'll naturally understand. And now Xian seemed to understand something. Suddenly Xian was grabbed by a hand. It was the prince holding Xian tightly, angrily saying to Zixuan, "You touched him. He is mine." Xian blankly asked the prince why he came. The prince angrily blamed Xian for leaving the palace without a word. Xian explained she came to find someone to treat her illness. Seeing the prince was tired, didn't want to disturb Zixuan, just quietly watching. Neither of them could believe this person before them. Was he still the prince they knew? Unexpected that for Xian, he had changed so much, even surpassing his relationship with Zixuan. Zixuan tightly grabbed Xian's hand. The prince immediately blocked in front of him, not allowing Zixuan to touch him. Just as he ordered archers to prepare, Xian called out to the prince. Suddenly Xian felt intense pain throughout her body. The prince turned around asking, not knowing where the large group of insects came from, quickly crawling towards the prince's body. looking carefully. Insects from unknown origin had entangled their bodies. They couldn't move. Xian was also lifted up by a mysterious force. A venomous snake suddenly appeared by the wall. Wanli stood on top of the venomous snake's head, arrogantly said, "Welcome to my territory. Here I can control the 5 poisons at will. Even those who dominate the battlefield with their might. Here they can only be at my mercy." Zixuan's appearance was also Wanli's plan. Zixuan never thought he was set up, and even harmed Xian. Wanli gripped Xian's neck. By now the poison in Xian's body had entered its second stage, feeling like thousands of insects gnawing at her bones. Xian didn't want Wanli to succeed. Enduring the pain without making a sound, Xian's whole body suddenly felt numb, as if being electrocuted. Wanli deliberately switched between extreme pleasure and pain, torturing Xian. Then Xian felt even more pain than before. Wanli told him to beg. The prince and Zixuan watched Xian suffering so much, their hearts aching. Both struggled free and grabbed weapons, charging towards Wanli. Wanli immediately dodged. The rope binding Xian also came loose with the sword. Xian fell, hoping to catch Xian. Watching her endure such pain, yet powerless to help, the prince handed her to Zixuan, asking Zixuan to protect her well. Zixuan was alarmed. Xian watched as the prince raised his sword and swung at Wanli. Wanli knew he couldn't win in a direct fight with the prince, so he controlled the venomous snake to attack the prince. The prince sliced the venomous snake in half. The prince, with reddened eyes, wanted Wanli to pay for Xian's suffering, but Wanli told the prince to let him treat Xian. The prince carried Xian back to Jingwang Palace, immediately summoned the royal physician to Lanyue Palace. The physician told the prince it was a secret poison made by the Chu people. Only they knew how to make and cure it. The prince immediately ordered Feiyan to be brought in, placed the sword before Feiyan, demanding to know what poison Xian was under, how to cure it, or he would be tortured day and night in the Ministry of Justice. Feiyan argued that he was still a Qing state priest. The prince directly cut off his finger as a warning to Feiyan. Unexpected that the Qing prince would go so mad for Xian. Feiyan told the prince, the royal brother used people paying tribute to the divine lady to poison him. This poison has no cure. When it enters the 3rd stage, internal organs rot and death follows. The prince knew Wanli wanted Xian, surely wouldn't let her die. Though this poison has no cure, it can be transferred. Only through intimate relations can the poison be transferred to another person. Wanli was immune to the poison. Only he could possess Xian without dying from the poison. This was Wanli's way to obtain Xian. To save Xian, she must have intimate relations with him. The two suddenly crossed swords, wanting to save Xian. Watch as these two suddenly crossed swords, wanting to have intimate relations with Xian to save her. But Feiyan said to draw out the poison in her body. There was still one condition, and among you only the Zhao Prince meets the condition. Only the Zhao Prince can save the Golden Maiden. A few days ago Feiyan asked Wanli's companion. He could cure the poison, but after curing she still wouldn't obey. What to do to completely cure the poison and make her fall in love with the one who cures it? Feiyan was suddenly pushed to the ground by the prince, angrily walking towards Feiyan. He turned back, wanting to kill Feiyan. Feiyan shouted loudly, "If I die, Chen Xian will die too." With the sound of falling stones, Feiyan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the wall behind him. He never thought the prince originally wanted to split him in half. The prince ordered people to take Feiyan away, never wanting to see him again. But Feiyan insisted this was all for the Qing state. These words angered the prince again. If not for Xian's sake, he would have taken Feiyan's life right there. Feiyan laughed hysterically with tears, saying Chen Xian loves the Zhao Prince. Only he can save her. Aren't you just like me, unable to get the one you love? Looking at the suffering Xian, both started to speak simultaneously. After just a glance at each other, Zixuan turned to leave. I leave Xian in your care. The one in his heart is you. Zixuan clenched his fists, never thinking he'd lose even the qualification to save him. The prince helped up the trembling Xian. She turned away saying she hoped the prince would also be loyal, still bearing the same pain as him. The prince only wanted Xian to get better quickly. He kissed Xian forcefully. What happened next? You wouldn't want to know. Meanwhile, Zixuan stood alone outside in the cold wind, his heart aching terribly, regretting not recovering his memories earlier. Then he wouldn't have lost him. Feiyan saw that Zixuan had stayed up all night. Zixuan pointed his sword at Feiyan. Wan Feiyan, you framed Xian and still dare to appear before me. But Feiyan felt Xian had stolen the Qing prince, even mocking Zixuan for not keeping his woman. Back then, Feiyan helped take Xian away. taking care that Zixuan couldn't keep her. Now he'd lost even her heart. Fei Yan's eyes filled with tears, remembering the Qing prince once said he was useful. 4 years ago, the Chu state was defeated. Song Fei Yan surrendered. Hearing the Qing prince was interested in the Yan state, by chance, the Yan state was already controlled by Chu, so he offered the Yan map to the prince. Accepting Fei Yan's position and allying with Chu, Fei Yan presented the map, but took out a hidden dagger to assassinate the Qing prince. Fei Yan raised the dagger to assassinate the Qing prince, but was caught by the Qing prince's hand, who looked at him fiercely. Dare to assassinate me? Do you know what the consequences are? Fei Yan trembled. You invaded my Chu state. All Chu people hate you, even if it means death. As long as I can kill you. The Qing prince sneered. Even in death, no one will remember you. You know your situation in Chu. When your father sent you, a woman, as tribute, he was prepared for your death. You were just a disposable piece. But Fei Yan believed killing the prince would make him a Chu hero. His father and the Chu people would see his value, but his royal brother would step over his corpse to claim his achievements. Fei Yan knew he had no value in Chu. The Qing prince heard Fei Yan understood feng shui, had the ability to predict celestial phenomena, but wasn't utilized due to being both illegitimate and female, so he let Fei Yan serve as a priest in Qing. From then on, Fei Yan wanted to become the only woman by the Qing prince's side, but the Qing prince was so powerful, so unreachable, impossible to touch even with all his might. Fei Yan couldn't understand why Xian could easily enter his heart and gain his love, even making him raise his sword against me. Fei Yan was unwilling to accept it. By morning, Xian hazily opened her eyes. The pain in Xian's body had subsided, but not seeing the Qing prince, she immediately stood up to find him. However, her legs had no strength. Aunt Su heard the noise and came to check. Xian quickly asked Aunt Su where the prince was and if he was alright. His Majesty gave instructions early morning and left the room. At that time, he seemed very unwell, covered in sweat and walking unsteadily. His Majesty said your poison had transferred to him and you were weak. He told us to take care of you, then left. Upon hearing this, Xian immediately tried to rush out to find the prince. Just as she pushed open the door, she saw Zixuan at the entrance, but Xian rushed past to find the prince. Zixuan grabbed her. The prince is suffering from bone-corroding pain. Xian's body still remembered that terrible feeling. She didn't want the prince to be alone. Zixuan held her tight, not letting her find the Qing prince. Zixuan had met the Qing prince outside the hall that morning. The prince told Zixuan, Wan Li wouldn't stop here. Protect Xian well. Zixuan comforted Xian, telling her to forget the Qing prince. Tears rolled down Xian's cheeks. She knew the prince wouldn't leave the Qing palace. Insisting on finding him, she almost fell. Looking carefully, the Qin prince had hidden in a secret chamber to recover. Even his coughs brought up blood. The lonely corrosion accelerated. The Qin prince knew as long as Wan Li lived, Xi Yan would be in danger, so he couldn't fall here. Trembling, he wrote an imperial edict to protect Xi Yan's lifelong peace. Xi Yan was still searching everywhere. The Qin prince searched every palace but couldn't find her. Suddenly thunder and rain poured down. Xian called out loudly for the Qing prince, but didn't see the stone at her feet. She fell hard on the ground, calling out to the prince, Don't hide from me. Please come out. Let me see you one more time. The prince had wanted to give Xian a grand wedding. Let her wear the most luxurious ceremonial dress. Walk together towards the ceremony hall amid thousands of blessings. To heaven, to announce this joy. But now the bone poison had entered his blood. The prince took up a dagger to let blood, to force out the bone poison with internal energy. Though there was risk of dying from blood loss, but at least there was a chance of survival. In the rain, Xian slowly got up, stumbling, wanting to see the prince, but she fainted. Zixuan caught Xian, finding her body very hot. She seemed to have a fever. Immediately carried Xian back to Blue Moon Palace. In her delirium, she still called out asking where the Qing prince was. Zixuan's heart ached seeing her like this. Taking out the letter from her waist, the Zhao state's steward hoped Zixuan would return to Zhao. Zixuan immediately called for a messenger bird, sending word back to gather Zhao troops, to stand by at Qing's border. Zixuan knew Xian wanted to stay, so she also wanted to stay with Xian, just wanting to remain by Xian's side. Fei Yan also chose this time to return to Chu. In Chu, Prince Wan Li laughed uncontrollably, unexpected that the prince would draw the poison into himself. While scheming with the abacus in hand, the rain outside grew heavier. The common people were all discussing how such heavy rain in early spring could be a bad omen. Dark clouds were gathering around. The prince's hand was bleeding non-stop. He suddenly opened his eyes, seeming like a different person. Walking out of the shop, he knocked out his own guards. The prince's hand was bleeding non-stop. He suddenly opened his eyes, seeming like a different person. Running out of the hall, he knocked out his own guards, and then disappeared without a trace. Xian slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Rui immediately reported that His Majesty was missing. Last night His Majesty was treating his wounds alone in the secret chamber. This morning, Ji Weijun saw His Majesty leave through the south gate as if possessed, and disappeared. Xian immediately guessed what happened. This force that could make people fall asleep or become disoriented was controlling people's actions. Everyone suspected Wan Li, and Xian immediately wanted to go find the prince. But Zizan held her tightly. Xian bit her lip, calling out to Qing Wang in her heart. The prince seemed to hear. When he awoke to Xian's voice, he found himself chained by iron shackles. No matter how he struggled, nothing happened. Qin Wang smelled the damp, strange air and realized this wasn't Qin country. Thinking carefully, he remembered smelling this in Chu country years ago. Wan Li walked over at this time. Qin Wang shouted at him, "How dare you kidnap another country's ruler? Aren't you afraid of condemnation from other states? Do you know how much trouble this brings your parents?" Wan Li just waved his hand. His parents sat behind him like puppets, controlling them. The prince couldn't believe he would treat his parents this way. Wan Li grabbed the prince. "You have no right to judge me. Your tyranny is no less than mine. You're just like me." Years ago when the prince conquered Chu's cities, Wan Li was on the city wall, seeing from afar that spirited and handsome youth. At that moment, he decided to make the prince his possession. Now Wan Li had caught him. He wanted to slowly make Qin Wang submit to him. Qin Wang guessed he wouldn't just keep him trapped here, but wanted to throw Qin into chaos, then launch an attack on Qin. Last night the prince cooperated in bloodletting to force out part of the poison. They needed to quickly force out the remaining poison. Wan Li was arranging to send the prince's robe back to Qing country, demanding to exchange it for the divine lady. The prince sat smoking outside to rest, vaguely hearing that Chu had captured the prince. Immediately returned to the hall to find Zhao Rui, asking why they didn't exchange himself for the prince held in Chu. Zhao Rui knew that even if they handed over Xian to the country, they might not release Qing Wang. He took out the edict from the night before Qing Wang disappeared. If anything happened to Qing Wang, Xian would govern Qing country. Everyone knelt down hoping Xian would govern Qing country. All knelt hoping Xian would govern Qing country. With tears in her eyes, Xian said Qing wouldn't fall or descend into chaos. General Meng and Minister Zhao called an emergency meeting to rescue Arcane. They were discussing the next steps, when news came that His Majesty was missing and the Divine Lady was poisoned. The people gathered at the city gate. Shi Yan stood on the city wall to calm their hearts. Seeing Xian, the people felt more at ease. Xian asked the people about the prince being trapped in Chu. Chu had ill intentions toward Qing country. What should we do? The people were shouting to rescue His Majesty and defeat Chu. Xian would join the military campaign. General Meng and Zhao Rui didn't want Xian to take such risks. This was a life or death battle for Qing. Victory was the only option. The people were shouting that Qing must win. The other night, Qing Wang called Zhao Rui to the secret chamber, entrusting it to Uncle Zhao Rui, when the time was right, to announce it to the world. Zhao Rui worried that without Qing Wang, what would happen to Qing country? Xian had never failed those who helped him, regardless of their status. He would not fail Qing country and Qing Yuan either. After calming the people, they prepared to return to the hall to discuss strategies. Suddenly Xian was grabbed. Zizan didn't want him to go to battle. He forbade it. General Meng grabbed Zizan. "What are you doing, King Zhao? This is Qing country. If you dare touch the divine lady, I won't let you off." Before he could finish, he was dragged away mercilessly by Zhao Rui. Zizan urged Xian to return to modern times while there was still time, but Xian had already decided to stay. Then threatened Xian. Zhao's troops had gathered at the Qing-Zhao border. "If you go to war, I will attack Qing." With Qing's internal politics empty and caught in a two-front war, defeat is certain. "You can't save Qing. You can only return with me. Then I can only fight you to the end. I fight for Qing, until my last drop of blood." Zizan heard Xian's words, filled with desperate determination. But to fight Xian, how could Zizan possibly do it? She could only helplessly go with Xian. Zizan would command Jun to help Xian leave the country. They went to the hall to discuss. General Meng interrogated Shi Jia, who delivered His Majesty's robe. Qin Wang was imprisoned in Ling City. There were two routes to Ling City. The The public road had weak defenses and was relatively safe, but the journey was long and exhausting. The western route was quick but had fortresses guarded by Chu's famous generals along the way. Easy to defend but hard to attack. Xian thought with current high morale, attacking quickly via the western route was better. At night in the general's mansion, General Meng opened and admired a scroll in his hands. Zhao Rui suddenly came to find General Meng, startling him into dropping the scroll. Zhao Rui reminded him it had fallen. The general immediately went to pick it up. Zhao Rui noticed he was nervous. The general quickly explained it was a portrait of a lady he secretly admired. Not knowing if he'd return alive from this expedition, he quickly changed the subject, asked why Zhao Rui was looking for him. Zhao Rui's eyes widened, surprised that he had someone he liked, insincerely saying, "If you truly like her, tell her when you return. Men shouldn't hesitate." But General Meng didn't know if she liked him back. Zhao Rui brought his home-brewed Lansheng wine to bid the general farewell. The expedition was dangerous. He must return alive. The general blushed. "Of course, I'm tough. Such good wine. I wouldn't want to never taste it again." They raised their cups together in farewell. Wan Li also received news of the declaration of war against Chu. Unexpectedly, Qing country, which should have fallen apart, was united by Xian. At this time, Fei Yan returned, directly asking where Wan Li had imprisoned Qing Wang. Wan Li thought Fei Yan was still thinking about the prince, but Fei Yan angrily said, "I want to take everything from him. Tell me where the prince is. I want to bear his child. This child will be the next prince. Then Qing will become our Chu's vassal." "Hey, interesting. My royal sister finally understands." He immediately arranged for Xian. They were ready to depart. Ahead was Chu's fortress, commanded by Chu's famous general Yang Kui, a fierce warrior. Chu relied on geographical advantages, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. The forest's miasma was also harmful to non-native soldiers. Zizan told Xian that the natives often lived in the forests. The forest's miasma was flammable and prone to fires, so they especially worshipped the fire god. Xian thought of using magnifying glasses to focus sunlight, combined with the flammable miasma to create fires. They could polish the transparent minerals found on the road. Once they finished polishing them, then Xian immediately went to collect minerals but was ambushed by Chu soldiers. The Chu army brought Xian to their camp. Xian was taken to the military camp. Everyone pointed swords at him. "Oh, so this is the legendary divine lady of Qing. Just an inexperienced young girl. Still wants to attack our Chu? Haha. But such smooth, delicate skin. No wonder His Highness wants to capture her. Before we present her to His Highness, let's have a taste first." Xian quickly said, "Don't touch me, or you'll receive punishment from the fire god." The Chu soldiers mocked Xian. They had no intention of letting her go. Xian was firm, telling them to try. The Chu soldiers looked at Xian angrily. "What's with that look? Looking down on us?" Xian took out the mirror in hand. The Chu soldiers broke into cold sweat. Ultraman attacks Chochu. The Chu soldiers were dumbfounded. Actually, Xian wanted to distract them, then use solar energy to start fires. The Chu soldiers vaguely smelled something. Looking back, fire had started. Xian took the chance to escape. Magnifying glasses had been set up throughout the camp. The Chu soldiers chased after, telling Xian to surrender obediently. Xian turned and shouted, "Drop your weapons, or you'll be engulfed by fire." Suddenly huge fires broke out. The Chu soldiers rushed to extinguish them. They thought they had angered the gods. At this moment, General Meng immediately led troops to capture the Chu camp. The Chu soldiers knelt down. "Divine Lady, have mercy." Zizan reminded Xian her cloak was on fire. She froze in fear, running forward desperately. "Help, I don't want to die." Suddenly a fragrant scent wafted over. Qing Wang opened his eyes. Xian held Qing Wang's face. "Qing Wang, I finally found you. How could they bind you like this?" Qin Wang asked how Xian could be here. Wan Li said if I agreed to come to Chu, they would release you. Qin Wang sensed this wasn't Xian. Qin Wang was familiar with Xian's aura. Even illusions couldn't fool him. At this moment, the illusion broke. Fei Yun couldn't believe Chu's most powerful illusory incense was seen through. Xian never likes being manipulated or compromising. "You're not him. How could you imitate him?" Fei Yun moved close to the prince's ear. "Your Highness, what expression would he make if he knew I was carrying your child? With his personality, perhaps he would abandon you." The prince became furious at the thought of Xian leaving him. He shouted angrily, "Get away from me." Fei-yan was thrown back by a force, trembling aside. Unexpectedly, the prince had forcefully used his internal energy to push her away despite being heavily injured, willing to hurt himself in the process. The prince looked at Fei-yan with red eyes. "If you dare harm Xian, I will never allow you." Wan Li came to stop Fei-yan. "Enough. Let's end this. Sister, you can't handle him. Qing's army will arrive by dawn. Prepare for battle. You go prepare too." Then he said to the prince, "Your woman is interesting. Not only does she lead troops personally, but she's also planted your influence in the natives' hearts. This time she's delivered herself to us. The divine couple, they will be mine." At Chu's city gate, the Chu soldiers shouted to Xian outside. "His Highness said if we release Qing Wang, you must surrender yourself. As long as Xian enters alone, the gates will open immediately." Xian agreed without hesitation to enter alone. General Meng and Zizan thought it was walking into a trap. Shi Yan explained that while Chu's geographical advantage made it easy to defend but hard to attack, this advantage was also its weakness. Lingcheng was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Their deforestation and mountain excavation left no greenery, with serious soil erosion and recent heavy rains. Just a little more effort to reach the critical water content would trigger a mudslide. This would cause Lingcheng to lose all defenses, making it the perfect time for a general attack. Xian entering alone would first play along with their plan, making Chu lower their guard, and second, establish contact with Qing Wang. They would coordinate from inside and outside. He would stall Wan Li until the mudslide came down. Zizan grabbed Xian, offering to disguise herself as a woman, to sneak in and help coordinate with Qing Wang. But since Wan Li had met Xian before, he would see through the disguise. Zizan worriedly said, "Give me 1 night. I'll create the mudslide tomorrow. Be careful." Shi Yan just smiled and said, "See you tomorrow." Zizan watched his retreating figure, clenching her fists, wondering what risks he would face that night. She immediately ordered all troops to dig channels on the mountaintop to divert river water and create the mudslide quickly. Shi Yan walked through Chu's city gates. Xian came alone before Wan Li. "Divine Lady of the Golden Child, you really dare come alone? Aren't you afraid I'll kill both you and the prince?" Xian fearlessly replied. "Zhao, the army is outside. Killing us would only enrage them, which won't benefit you." Wan Li approached Xian, saying they would hold the wedding tomorrow, but Xian demanded to see Qing Wang. Wan Li took this as acceptance of his proposal. Xian saw Qing Wang. He immediately ran over and hugged Qing Wang tightly, saying tearfully, "I haven't seen you since that night. Do you know how worried I was? How could you leave without a word? That's too cruel. Too cruel. Qing Wang, I missed you so much." Wan Li said from behind, "I am being merciful, giving you a chance to say goodbye. Tomorrow he will marry me." "He has already agreed, Prince," blaming him for accepting such terrible conditions just to save himself. Xian whispered in the prince's ear, "Tomorrow, a mudslide will break through. Lingcheng's army will attack. Please endure a little longer. Tomorrow we'll achieve victory." Turning around, he asked Wan Li to fulfill his promise and release Qing Wang, but Wan Li said he'd release the prince after tomorrow's wedding, and wanted a duel with him. The prince accepted the challenge. "Your room has been prepared. Prepare for tomorrow's wedding." With that, Wan Li turned and left. Xian assured the prince that Wan Li wouldn't harm him until achieving his goal, having used up his tricks. "Just endure 1 more night. Once you've cleared the bone poison, you can defeat Wan Li." Fei-yan also heard Wan Li would properly marry Xian. Wan Li told Fei-yan, "He's interesting. Not only did he shake the natives, but I saw conviction in his eyes. I'm curious what gives him such firm belief. He's like an unripe fruit. Can you imagine how brilliant it will be when ripe? And I want to pluck it before it ripens. Take it for himself." Fei-yan thought Wan Li would duel with the prince for Xian's hand in marriage, but Wan Li had no intention of dueling with the prince himself. Wan Li actually planned to release the 5 poisoned beasts to fight the Qing prince, and this wedding would be unprecedentedly grand. Fei-yan never thought her brother would use the 5 poisoned beasts to fight the Qing prince. Xian also had an inexplicable ominous feeling. She just hoped everything would go smoothly tomorrow. Wan Li suddenly entered Xian's room, claiming it was his bedroom. Xian angrily tried to leave, but was grabbed by Wan Li, who reminded her the Qing prince was still in the dungeon. "I can deal with him anytime. You better behave and don't anger me." Xian had an idea. "Let me go first. Let's play a game, shall we? You definitely can't beat me. It's a game from my hometown called Truth or Dare. We play rock, paper, scissors. The loser chooses truth or dare, and the winner sets the challenge. If one fails to complete the task, they lose the first round." Wan Li lifted Xian's chin, Fine. I accept the challenge. 3 rounds to determine the winner. If I win, you must obey me for life. At my disposal. Xian smiled wickedly. Likewise, if Wanli loses, he must be at Xian's disposal for life. Wanli mocked that Xian couldn't win. He took out the Gu king left by ancestors. With his Gu poison, even Wanli couldn't resist. For fairness, I will let it affect both of us. During the game, the losing side will be struck by lightning. After 3 rounds, whoever has more lightning strikes loses. They started playing rock paper scissors. Wanli lost. He chose truth. Xian asked, "Did you wet the bed as a child?" Wanli immediately replied, "Of course not." He was instantly struck by lightning. Xian mocked, "No need to be shy. Everyone has childhood moments. Running around naked and wetting the bed is normal. I didn't ask if you pooped in your pockets." Second round, Wanlin lost again. This time he chose dare. Xian asked him to hug a family member and say, "I love you," loudly. Wanli said, "I have no family." He was struck by lightning again. At this moment, sounds came from Feiyan's room. Opening the door, brother Wang Wanli suddenly hugged Feiyan. Feiyan kept trembling in fear. Wanli looked at him with murderous intent. Feiyan immediately shouted, "Brother, wait, at least let me know what I did wrong before I die. I love you, that's all." Feiyan was completely petrified, couldn't believe it at all. Wanli helplessly said, "Now are you satisfied?" Xian just smiled. "This just proves you have family. I don't lie." For the final round, Wanli thought about his first move. Second round scissors. Third round most likely rock. But this cunning girl won't make it so easy to guess. It won't be rock. Whatever it is, if I use scissors, I'll either win or draw. As a result, Wanli lost yet again. Wanli was furious. Why rock? This isn't reasonable. Xian smiled. Playing games requires a child's heart. Why make it so complicated? Wanli angrily said, "Damn woman. Dare to trick me. This counts as breaking game rules. You should be struck by lightning." Wanli had to obediently sit down. Choosing truth, Xian asked, "What's the real reason behind all your actions against Qing?" Wanli replied, "I grew up with the 5 poisons. To survive, they tear apart their own kind. Only the strongest survives. Humans are the same. By controlling interests and dividing them, you can watch them destroy each other. The difference is, humans justify their actions in the name of righteousness. They oppress and kill in the name of justice. Once you understand these traits, you can control people just like controlling the 5 poisons." Xian didn't expect him to be so cruel. Wanli lifted her chin. The Qin king was just as cruel in consolidating his power. He conspired with me, but the prince never despises his people. He abolished hereditary privileges, emphasized law, and used talents regardless of birth. He protects every citizen. Your schemes can't divide united families. That's why I can stand here. Wanli thought. Strengthening Jin's state is also about eliminating other states and dominating the world. Killing or ruling over all clans. How is that essentially different? If people of different beliefs, races, and bloodlines could be treated equally and live in harmony, wouldn't war be distant? It's laughable. How could human nature, full of suspicion, selfishness, and jealousy, achieve this? It's difficult and full of obstacles. That's why our world took thousands of years, through dynasties of practice, to evolve and perfect. This world educates all without discrimination, seeks common ground while reserving differences, aiming for great unity. We've always pursued such an ideal world. This is the continuation of civilization, and we are all part of it. Initially, Xian didn't understand why she came here. Crossing thousands of years was civilization's bond. Connecting Xian and the Qing prince is the contribution of past generations. Thousands of years of protection. That's why she lives carefree in modern times. Let civilization's heritage continue through generations. Wanli felt the world Xian described, though seemingly absurd. He saw truth in her eyes. Grabbing Xian, "Who are you really? Where are you from?" Suddenly, the dawn bells rang. Zixuan's preparations were almost complete. The prince was to be taken to the wedding venue. Last night, he had cleared the remaining bone poison, just waiting to settle scores with Wanli before Xian returns home. At the wedding venue, the bride and groom entered. Chu people discussed, "She's our new crown princess of Chu. So beautiful. I heard she's Jin's divine maiden. Quite prestigious. She's also Chu's fire god princess. Marrying her is a great achievement for Chu." Then the Jin king appeared, captivating countless maidens. Xian eagerly called out to the Jin king, but Wanli held her back. "My beloved, don't rush. The ceremony is just beginning." Jian asked, "Didn't you say you'd duel the prince? Why are you still here?" Wanli flicked his finger. I still need to marry you, of course. My lovely pets will fight in my place. The 5 poison beasts appeared. The prince hadn't expected this to be his uncle's duel. Seeing the prince without weapons, Xian tried to rush down but was grabbed by Wanli. He wanted the prince to die in celebration and turned him into a doll as a wedding gift for Xian. The prince saw Wanli grab Xian. He immediately prepared to jump up. Xian forcefully pushed Wanli, grabbed his hand and shook it down, pushed him away shouting, "Don't come near." Wanli really couldn't move. Xian realized it was the GU from the game. She instantly showed an evil smile, ordered Wanli to release the Qing prince, but there was no response. Xian angrily said, "Weren't you supposed to be under my control? Why aren't you moving?" Wanli replied indifferently, "You can only control my actions. I'm not the one fighting the Jin King." What a useless GU. In the end, she had to rely on herself. Wanli couldn't believe the ancient GU book was questioned. Just as he tried to follow, Xian immediately shouted, "Don't come." Wanli froze in place. He quickly ordered guards to follow her. Xian rushed out to find the prince. Discovering weapons nearby, she thought if she could just get weapons to the prince, he could kill the 5 poisons. But Fei Yan blocked her path. "Chengxi Yan, you won't pass here. The prince must die." Wan Fei Yan, don't you love the prince? How can you watch him die? Fei Yan raised her sword. Yes, I love him so much, but his heart and eyes are full of you. If I can't have him, neither can you. Xian blocked her sword. Fei Yan was surprised Xian could use a sword. Since the Jin King's disappearance, Xian had been learning swordsmanship, taught by General Meng himself. But Fei Yan still knocked the sword from her hand, stabbing Xian in the shoulder. Xian thought of the Qing prince waiting for her. She trembled as she moved forward, forcefully pushing Fei Yan away. She painfully pulled the sword from her shoulder and pointed it at Fei Yan. "Wan Fei Yan, you've lost." Fei Yan mocked. "Foolish woman, risking your life. What's the point of winning?" Xian just smiled slightly. "Having something worth protecting more than your own life makes it worthwhile." Wanli caught up with his men. Xian immediately ordered Wanli to defeat the guards. The guards were instantly defeated, leaving Fei Yan stunned. She couldn't believe her brother obeyed Xian's commands. Xian took the chance to run. Then she ordered Wanli to hold his sister. Reluctantly, Wanli held Fei Yan. She widened her eyes and shouted, "Brother, stop." Xian endured the pain and ran to the city wall, throwing a sword to the Qing prince. The prince caught the sword. He quickly disposed of the 5 poisons. The Qin king looked at Xian. He noticed she was injured. Xian just said it was a minor wound. Suddenly vines covered her mouth and bound her body. Wanli said, "Now let's see how you can command me." Suddenly Wanli felt tremors. People shouted, "Not good. Mudslide coming. Run." Xian thought happily. Zixuan had succeeded. The Qing army would arrive with the mudslide. Wanli felt joy through the vines and said, "So it was you. Impressive. You can even create natural disasters." Zixuan and General Meng led the Qing army charging toward Ling City. The prince shouted, "Wanli, Ling City has fallen. You've lost. Release Xian, and I'll spare your life." But Wanli thought losing Ling City meant nothing. "At least I have Xian. You can die here with Ling City." Suddenly, a venomous snake opened its mouth and swallowed the prince. Wanli gloated. "The snake I've raised since childhood is full of corrosive fluid. Once in its stomach, he'll turn to bloody water. The prince is surely dead." But Xian thought to herself, "You're the one who's done for." Wanli inexplicably coughed blood. Xian fell to the ground. The vines gradually loosened. Xian immediately shouted, "Wanli, tie yourself up." Wanli obediently bound himself. Xian picked up the sword and jumped down to split open the snake. Xian stabbed the snake. Venom splashed out. The venom corroded Xian's body. Zixuan immediately ordered people to go up and cut the snake, but they were all repelled. Wanli shouted at Xian, "Are you trying to die? Is it worth doing this for others? Someone who doesn't even love their own subjects? Of course you wouldn't understand. That's why you'll never win." The prince forcefully pulled out his sword. Wanli watched as Xin Yan tremblingly raised her sword. Then the snake's body exploded. Suddenly the snake's body burst apart. Everyone was thrown back. Zixuan slowly got up to find Xian. She found the prince already holding Xian tightly. The prince's tears fell on Xian's face. He cried out heartbreakingly, "Xian, don't leave me. I forbid you to leave me." Tears dropped on Xian's face. Xian slowly opened her eyes. Holding the prince's face, she said, "Really? Why are you crying? You're supposed to be the legendary Tyrant. How can you cry? Isn't it embarrassing? The prince laughed through tears, begging her not to leave him. They held each other tightly and kissed. Zixuan watched them lovingly from the side. Her heart felt indescribably painful. General Meng suddenly discovered Wanli had escaped. A full search failed to find Wanli's traces. The Qin king guessed Ling City must have many secret passages, so they didn't pursue further. Zixuan also prepared to return to Zhao Kingdom, watching his back, with tears in her eyes. That night, the prince buried Xian's head in his chest. Don't cry. I don't want to see you cry for another man, Xian said blankly. In our world, when starting a new family with a partner, we cry when saying goodbye to relatives. What's there to be jealous about? I don't care. I have no relatives. I don't understand these things. I only have the Qin kingdom left by my father, so I once only had Qin kingdom. Now I have you too. You are my whole life. Xian, marry me when we return. I want to hold a grand wedding for you. I want to make you the queen of Qing. The guards all cheered. Upon reaching Qing territory, the prince asked the royal doctor about Xian's condition. The divine lady is out of danger. There seems to be a force protecting her body, allowing rapid healing. Perhaps it's heaven's blessing. From now on, the divine lady just needs to stay warm and rest. A hot bath would be best. The Qin king suddenly picked up Xian and ordered, "Make camp. We'll rest for 2 days before continuing." Xian asked the prince, "Where are we going?" "Taking you to heal." Arriving at the hot spring, Xian asked, "How did you know about such a hidden hot spring?" "Knowing the terrain is a required course for rulers. Relax your body here." The horse stumbled, lifting its front legs. They both fell into the hot spring. Xian couldn't swim and struggled hard. The prince directly kissed her. They suddenly fell into the hot spring. Xian couldn't swim and struggled hard. The prince immediately kissed her. Xian slowly opened her eyes. She quickly rose from the water. The prince suddenly embraced Xian, saying there were too many eyes in the military camp. "I can't even hold you properly. During these days abroad, do you know how I lived? Whenever I thought of you, my body ached, yet I couldn't control myself from missing you." Xian softly said, "I missed you too." Then they kissed again. At night, they returned to the Qing military camp. General Meng asked, "Your Majesty, why are you back so late? Where did you go? Divine lady's face is so red. Are you feeling unwell?" Xian shyly said, "No, it's nothing. Maybe just tired from walking." The Qin king whispered in Xian's ear, "Already tired? Rest well. We'll continue the rest after you recover. In the future, you might often be unable to walk for several days." Hearing this, Xian's face turned bright red. The next day, they returned to the Qing capital. The citizens at the city gate cheered. Zhao Rui watched them approach Malik. "You're back." General Meng smiled foolishly. I told you I'm tough. Let me tell you, the divine lady was really amazing this time. She could not only create fire from nothing but also summon mudslides from heaven. Her tactics were also excellent, though it was dangerous at the end. But Zhao Rui stroked his face with concern. "You're wounded again." General Meng's face turned extremely red. That evening, the prince arranged a full table of dishes for Xian. He whispered in her ear, "I've made arrangements for the wedding ceremony. Eat more, or how will you handle me after marriage?" Xian's face turned red hearing this. Officials came to report the wedding schedule. The entire celebration would last a week. The Qing king read and said, "What? Xian and I can't meet for the first 3 days?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The first 3 days, both must bathe and change separately. Worship different deities. The grand ceremony will be held on the 4th day." The prince couldn't bear not seeing Xian for 3 days. But these were the rules. If the prince didn't follow them, he couldn't be a role model for his subjects. Xian pulled at the prince's clothes. "What's wrong? So you didn't know about this rule?" The prince whispered. "This is my first marriage too. I only cared about state affairs before meeting you. Never paid attention to these things. How would I know so much?" Shi Ying covered her mouth and laughed at him. The Qin king said seriously, "You're laughing? Not seeing me for 3 days, aren't you sad?" Xian stroked his face. "Of course I'm sad, but we've been apart for so long before. What's 3 more days? After 3 days, I'll be your wife, so I'm more excited than anything." The prince blushed and held Xian tight. "From now on, we'll never be apart." Later, palace maids led Xian to the royal hot spring. She remembered her moments with the prince in the hot spring. She couldn't help but smile, thinking how adorable the prince was then. Then she thought of her parents, wanting to tell them about her marriage. After the hot spring, the maids helped Xian change clothes. The maids all said Xian would surely be the most beautiful and greatest queen in the world. Another maid said enviously, I hope when I'm old enough to leave the palace, I can also be a beautiful bride. But the maid beside her poured cold water. Get real. What's so good about family? Shonger, who left the palace recently, married a drunkard who not only flirts around but also beats her daily. I'd rather stay by the divine lady's side. Xian felt angry hearing this. Not only cheating but also beating his wife? Men who cheat and beat their wives are the worst. Why keep such a man around? Aunt Sue said beside her. Divine lady, this is a woman's fate. Not every man can be like His Majesty. His Majesty truly cherishes you. The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Does the divine lady need anything else prepared? Xian's only concern was her parents. She remembered Zixuan saying that in a few days, the black hole connecting the two worlds would appear. She wanted to contact her parents to tell them she was safe and happy. Xian asked Aunt Sue if there were any celestial diviners in Chang. In these few days, my world will appear. I want to make contact with it. Aunt Sue immediately went to find the Qing king after hearing this, thinking Xian wanted to contact the heavens after hearing about Shonger's abuse by her husband. The prince immediately issued a decree, from now on, those who abuse or mistreat their wives shall be publicly shamed. Husbands who cheat and commit adultery may be killed by their wives. After saying this, he went to find Xian. Just as Xian closed the door, she was suddenly embraced tightly. She immediately asked who it was. It's me, said the prince. Xian asked, weren't we not supposed to meet for 3 days before the wedding? Why are you here? The prince said hoarsely. Don't you want me here? Why did you return to the palace so late? Where did you go? I just went to find the celestial diviners. Wanted to understand the method to connect with the heavens. Before Xian could finish, the prince gripped her shoulders tightly. Xian said, it hurts. Prince, you're hurting me. The prince shouted, I told you to call me Chen Hua. You promised to marry me. I won't let you leave. He forcefully kissed Xian, pushed her onto the bed. Just as Xian was about to explain, she was held tight. Silly. I just wanted to contact my family. Tell them I'm getting married. Tell them I'm staying here with the person I love for life. Tell them I'm happy with you. You're so impulsive. Not even giving me time to explain. You've torn my clothes. How will I explain this to Aunt Sue? Why are you spacing out? Are you listening to me? Don't do this again. Okay, the Qing king embraced her. You're willing to stay by my side. That's wonderful. Xian suddenly pushed the Qing king away. Oh right. Is it really okay for you to break the rules by coming here? The prince said. What rules? I've already changed them. The rule about not meeting for 3 days before marriage makes loving couples suffer. People have long complained. It's a good chance to abolish it. I've also issued new laws. Those who abuse or insult their wives will be punished severely. Unfaithful husbands can be killed by their wives. Xian worriedly said. Doesn't an emperor need to marry someone from a powerful family to balance power? What if one day you have to marry someone else? The prince angrily replied. I haven't reached the point of needing women to stabilize power. Xian thought the prince was angry, but he just wanted her to know that besides her, he wanted no one else. The prince held Xian tight, kissing her. After a while, he noticed Xian wasn't responding. Looking up, he saw she had fallen asleep, sleep-talking. Mom, Dad, I'm very happy. Don't worry. The prince kissed Xian's forehead. After the wedding, he would help her find a way to connect with the heavens and accompany her to meet her family. In the morning, Xian slowly woke up, turning her head to see the sleeping prince beside her. She gently caressed his face. She kissed him. Suddenly the Qing king opened his eyes. I was already being polite, pretending to sleep. You fell asleep first last night. Didn't let me have my way. Shouldn't you make it up to me now? He started to kiss her. The palace maid outside Xian's door called out, Your Majesty, how did you end up in the divine lady's palace? We've been looking for you everywhere. Xian quickly pushed the Qing king. There are people outside. Then the palace maid called out again, Your Majesty, the ceremony is about to begin. Please come out. Your Majesty, are you up? Stop calling. He grumbled angrily as he got up. So many ceremonies. Why are they so complicated? Still have to wait another week. Xian gently kissed the prince's face. Actually, it's just 2 more days. After tomorrow's grand ceremony, I'll be your wife. Don't be angry. It's not good for your health. The prince blushed terribly and obediently said, All right, by evening, The ritual ceremony had ended. Xian dismissed all the palace maids following her. I'm used to being casual. I don't need so many attendants. Everyone, please return to your quarters. She bowed. After speaking, she ran out and found General Meng near the bushes. She jumped out to startle him. General Meng, picking flowers in the Jade Garden is against the rules. You know. Frightened, General Meng quickly explained they were just wildflowers. Xian teased him. Is it because Minister Zhao's flower is too fragrant, so you couldn't resist picking it, right? General Meng foolishly said this was special. Oh, no, not Zhao Rui, not the flowers. I wasn't picking anything. Suddenly the Qing king stood behind them. What are you two doing alone in the imperial garden? Xian turned and asked, why are you here? I should be asking you that. Do you know how long I've been waiting in your palace? Why aren't you in the palace this late? Why did you dismiss your maids? And why are you alone with another man? I'm not happy. What are you imagining? General Meng has someone he likes. I'm helping him pursue that person. Hearing this, the king immediately wanted to arrange a marriage for General Meng, frightening the general into refusing. No need, Your Majesty. I don't even know if they like me back, the king advised. Don't worry. Marry first and develop feelings later. What if someone else takes them while you wait? As Qing's great general, you don't even have a wife yet and you're already hesitating. Xian objected. Hey, what kind of logic is that? You treated me the same way back then. I thought you had reflected on that. Why are you still so overbearing? The prince quickly defended himself. Who says I haven't reflected? I just regret not making you a marquise directly. We could have had princes by now. The general interrupted from the side. Could you please not show affection so openly? It's a double blow to me. The prince seriously replied. Love makes sense. He picked up Xian. Let's quickly return to the palace. We can't let my beloved general feel lonely. We'll continue our loving after we return to the palace. The people cheered, celebrating His Majesty marrying the divine lady. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Congratulations to Qing. Today, as all hoped, Qing will welcome our queen, the divine lady of the bright moon. The couple gazed at each other. By imperial decree, the wedding celebrations would last a week, with the whole nation given a week's holiday. The whole country celebrated, people cheering loudly. The palace was filled with singing and dancing. From this day forward, they were husband and wife. Xian sat completely still, because Aunt Su had instructed days before that she must maintain dignity, keeping a proper sitting posture like a student. Suddenly she felt the Qing king grip her hand tightly. While the Qing king maintained a straight face, Xian deliberately resisted. He turned to look at Xian, immediately mouthing, I love you. The Qing king shyly turned away. Chun Yu told Xian, I love you too. By evening, the ceremony had ended. The Qing king pulled Xian. Who says it's over? There's one more place to go. But I read in the books about the grand ceremony traditions. There aren't any other events. The Qing king brought Xian to the ancestral temple of Qing's previous kings. Xian looked at the magnificent murals depicting Qing's founding history. Walking inside, it was all majestic. The statues were of the previous kings whom the Qing king revered. They were the ones who established Qing and shaped the current Qing king. Then the Qing king pointed to the empty space ahead. This is my place. After I die, my statue will be placed here. Xian noticed that this pedestal seemed at least twice as wide as the previous ones. This was because the prince had ordered the pedestal widened, so that Xian would one day be placed here with him. But this ancestral temple was only for previous kings. For Xian to enter and sit as an equal with the prince might violate ancestral rules. But the prince felt that in the Chu War, Xian had saved Qing. His relatives all agreed, and the reforms had made Qing what it was today. The Qing king would rule together with Xian. Actually, the Qing king had his own selfish reasons. This way, even after death, they would never be separated. Xian lovingly told the Qing king, from today on, your wishes are my wishes. Your path is my path. I swear to Qing's ancestors, I, Chen Xian, will be your wife and Chen Hua's wife for life. I will respect and love you. Through sickness and health, poverty and wealth, I will never leave. After she finished, the prince held Xian tightly. The Qing king watched the sleeping Xian beside him, brushed aside her hair, and kissed her cheek. Xian woke up, saying hoarsely, I'm thirsty. The Qing king immediately brought her water. Xian was too weak to hold the cup. Seeing her like this, the Qing king decided to help her drink. He directly gave Xian the water to drink. Xian shyly covered her head with the blanket and called out, I want to take a bath. Pulling down the blanket, are you sure you can make it to the bath? Don't worry. After you fell asleep last night, I helped you bathe in the hot spring. Before the wedding, I had a hot spring built behind the palace pavilion, connected to the royal hot springs living water. just for your convenience. I've also arranged everything. These days Zhao Rui will handle specific matters according to instructions. The nation's week-long holiday is only half over. What's the rush? Xian trembled. The Qing king laughed. Others have 3,000 beauties in their harem, but I only have you. Then you must be responsible for satisfying me. After saying this, he kissed Xian. At the Prime Minister's residence, Zhao Rui was handling affairs. General Meng suddenly appeared, smiling and calling, "Little Zhao, little Rui." But Zhao Rui was busy. General Meng wanted Zhao Rui to drink with him. Besides, the prince and others were all enjoying themselves. It was rare to have a week-long national holiday. He wanted to play with Zhao Rui for a couple of days, but Zhao Rui seriously replied, "Since His Majesty's ascension, holidays are rare. As ministers, we can't all neglect our duty to assist His Majesty. How can we be lazy? Everyone's taking a break, but you're even busier than usual. Is His Majesty more important than your own health?" Zhao Rui instantly answered, "Of course." Leaving the general speechless, the general decided to stay and help Zhao Rui grind ink. Suddenly standing up to go check something with the Ministry of Revenue, the general saw Zhao Rui swaying and immediately went to support him, angrily asking if he had again focused only on work without eating properly. Zhao Rui, very weak, said, "Just forgot. After checking these, I haven't finished." The general picked him up and ran. Meanwhile, a palace maid brought the Qing queen's seal, saying, "Your Majesty, you have authority over the inner palace. Also, you may freely enter the court where His Majesty handles affairs." Xian raised the seal. "In the name of the Queen of Great Qing, I hereby declare, from today, all palace expenses will be reduced by half. Palace maids, except those who voluntarily stay, may return home 2 years early. You've all been alone in the deep palace for years. You must miss home, right?" The palace maids' eyes filled with tears. They all knelt down, thanking Xian for her consideration. The mothers and daughters all knelt to thank Xian for her kindness. Aunt Su took her hand and said, "My lady, my family all died in the war. Wherever you are is my home. I've decided to never leave the palace. I wish to serve you for life." Xian, with tears streaming down her face, thanked Aunt Su. In the royal study, the Qing king was reading books about the heavenly realm. Zhao Rui heard someone dreamed of entering the heavenly realm, calling it the Punlai fairyland. People there no longer needed currency. They rode celestial cranes in the sky and white dragons underwater, traveling 10,000 miles per day. There, towers reached 10,000 feet into the clouds. The water was crystal clear, emitting 5-colored light at night. The realm seemed infinitely large yet infinitely small. People could see and talk to each other even when separated by 10,000 miles. In that realm, some magical artifacts could kill invisibly from thousands of miles away. Some could even destroy heaven and earth. Yet despite having such power, the people there loved peace. It was a peaceful kingdom ruled by love. There was no war or famine. People lived in harmony and unity. The prince couldn't believe such a place existed. He ordered Zhao Rui to expedite opening the door to the heavenly realm. Zhao Rui had invited feng shui masters to find places where spiritual energy gathered. The earth altar's construction had begun. Additionally, Zhao Rui told the Qing king that the queen said since he was alone in the harem, they needed fewer expenses. The saved silver would be split between supporting the Qing army and improving people's lives. The queen had also visited mines, improving collection and smelting techniques, greatly increasing production efficiency. She also wanted to open casinos with high-end decoration and service, ultra-luxury casinos. She boldly suggested setting membership levels where only golden nobility could enter, making them willingly give up the money they collected from common people. Then the state would return the money to public welfare, bloodlessly collecting state finances while resolving class conflicts, using this royal harvester to make them willingly return all their money. After hearing this, the Qing king laughed and praised Xian's cleverness. He asked Zhao Rui, "Have you learned about running the royal harvester? Let's forget it. I still have many official matters." Then the Qing king said, "Prime Minister, you're not young anymore. In your spare time, shouldn't you consider marriage? Do you have someone you love?" Zhao Rui blushed terribly. "I've never thought about love. Why is your Majesty suddenly concerned about this?" Xian actually opened casinos in Qing, and had Zhao Rui, the dignified prime minister, secretly become the owner. The Qing king couldn't stop laughing and praised Xian's cleverness. He suddenly asked Zhao Rui if he had someone he loved. Love? I've never thought about it, the prince asked gossipingly. The other day when you overworked and starved yourself, wasn't it General Meng who carried you? Zhao Rui quickly stopped the prince from continuing. The prince kept pressing him about who he loved. Zhao Rui shyly covered his face. I really haven't thought about it. The Qing king smiled. Haven't thought about it doesn't mean there isn't someone. Zhao Rui was at a loss. That evening, Xi Yan saw the hurrying Zhao Rui, asked what he'd been doing, why his face was so red. Your Majesty, what ideas have you been putting in His Majesty's head? She looked at him innocently. Nothing really. I just reminded Chen Hua to care more about Chen Zi's emotional life. Zhao Rui was extremely embarrassed. A man's ambition lies in the four corners of the world. What's there to care about in matters of love? Xian said seriously. They're not mutually exclusive, leaving Zhao Rui speechless. Meanwhile, the prince was reading memorials. He frowned deeply. Xian suddenly entered. The prince's expression instantly changed. He patted the space beside him, held Xian in his arms and said, "This is the last memorial. I was planning to find you after dealing with it. Since you're here, let's look at it together. It's a jade case." Li's mother was almost assaulted. In anger, Li killed her assailant. The county official arrested Li for murder, planning to execute him in autumn. However, there was strong public opposition. Although the assailant was wrong and hadn't fully committed the crime, it wasn't deserving of death. While Qing law mandates a life for a life, the law cannot be violated. Yet public opinion cannot be ignored. What do you think? Xian pondered. If laws meant for fairness and order violate human nature's bottom line, blindly respecting legal authority will only shake people's faith. Since the killer accepted his punishment, the assailant's family should also compensate according to law. The assailant is dead, so his family should pay compensation to Li's mother. If the assailant's family is unwilling, use this as grounds for out-of-court mediation and re-evaluate Li's sentence. If the deceased's family drops the charges, this matter can be resolved. The prince looked at Xian and said, "Brilliant. This is reasonable, legal, and satisfies public opinion." Xian smiled and said, "The method isn't important. The goal is to make Qing more orderly and its people more secure." The prince gently caressed her face. "Marrying you was my fortune. The heavenly realm is truly magical to have nurtured someone as amazing as you." His praise made Xian blush. The prince took the opportunity to kiss her. Fei Yan angrily threw things inside the palace. Looking at her unresponsive brother, she shouted, "The cleansing war ended long ago. You've spent all your time researching how to break the ancient curse, neglecting front court affairs." But Wan Li was focused on breaking the curse, with no time for other matters. Fei Yan advised Wan Li that although the curse let Chen Xian control his brother, it only worked within hearing range of his voice. His brother could just avoid him. But Wan Li had never suffered such humiliation. He still wanted to thoroughly defeat and conquer Xian. Fei Yan told him that Xian had already married the prince and become the princess. Now she had the prince and all of Qing behind her. Hearing this news, Wan Li was stunned. His heart ached vaguely. Fei Yan quickly asked what was wrong. Wan Li thought the curse he was under had mutated and was attacking his heart. Fei Yan was surprised that someone born without emotions could develop feelings. She probed Wan Li. "Brother, if you really caught Chen Xian, how would you deal with him?" Wan Li said he would torment Xian until he begged for mercy on his knees. Suddenly his face turned extremely red. Fei Yan looked surprised. Wan Li suspected it was the curse's doing. He ordered someone to sneak into Qing Palace to poison Xian, and insisted on killing him. Wan Li had never felt this way before, fearing his mind would be attracted and controlled. Meanwhile, Fei Yan had someone leak this news to the Zhao King, and gave him the antidote. The palace maid beside her wondered when the Zhou King received the news. He would surely go save Chen Xian. "Princess, haven't you always wanted her dead? Why take this unnecessary step?" But Fei Yan just felt it would be a waste to kill someone who could move her brother's heart. He had grown up in darkness, knowing only survival of the fittest, pursuing his desires by any means. Love was unbelievable in this world, even laughable, but she still wanted to see what lay beyond the darkness. Zixuan crushed the cup in her hand, blood flowing from her palm, because guards just reported that after the Qin king's marriage to the divine lady, they hadn't left their chambers for a week. He even gave her special privileges to freely enter the front court. The divine lady spent long hours alone with the prince in the royal study every day. After hearing this, Zixuan's face changed drastically. The frightened guard trembled and quickly ran out, prioritizing his life. The doctor fanned the flames beside her. "Your Majesty, you've been too hesitant and missed the opportunity. If you like something, you should take it. Why not just snatch him from the prince?" But Zixuan worried Xian would hate him if he did this. The doctor handed her the forgetting umbrella and told Zixuan that the black hole connecting to the heavenly realm would appear soon. "You can make everything return to how it was before." Zixuan's hand trembled as she reached out, but then she stepped back. At this moment, news of Wan Ling's plot to poison Xian arrived. The guard handed the antidote to Zixuan. She immediately took the antidote. The royal advisor stopped her. "Your Majesty, take this forgetting umbrella too. It's time to make a decision. Whether to make him take it or use it yourself. Decide when you see him." Zixuan wanted to take one last gamble, so she took the forgetting umbrella. Meanwhile, guards reported to the Qing king that they had discovered suspicious Chu people disguised as Qing citizens in tea houses and inns around the capital. The Qing king suddenly stood up asking where Xian was. "The lady went into the city today to understand the people's conditions." The Qin king immediately ordered a city-wide lockdown. He raised the alert level to maximum, ordering immediate execution of spies and quickly mobilized the royal guards to find Xian. At this time, Xian was heading to the mines to study smelting techniques. Rushing forward with her attendants, she didn't notice the assassin behind her. The Qin king galloped out on horseback, shocking the guards at the city gate who bumped into each other. Outside, Zixuan became more convinced that Wan Li meant to harm Xian. Both rushed anxiously to find Xian, but Xian's group hadn't noticed the assassin following them. Just as he was about to blow a poison dart at Xian, Wan Li's crow messenger in the tree stopped him. "Who told you to act so quickly?" the assassin hurriedly asked. "Isn't it better to complete the assassination quickly?" The crow indicated this was a long-term mission. The assassin completely misunderstood, thinking he was supposed to torture Xian, making her unable to live or die. The crow was furious. "What nonsense! I meant observe for a few days first and gather more intelligence before acting." The assassin reported he had observed for several days already. Besides helping the Qing king govern, she just spent every day being lovey-dovey with him. Before he could finish, the crow angrily jumped up saying that's not the kind of intelligence needed. "I want to know what Xian likes to eat, what she does, things like that." The assassin misunderstood again. "Oh, you want to poison her food and daily activities slowly." The crow was dumbfounded, angrily kicking the assassin away. "The prince's intentions are, you're all guessing wrong. Go execute your mission now." At this moment, the prince and others arrived. They found Zixuan had also come. The prince saw Xian, immediately dismounted, and anxiously grabbed Xian. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did you eat anything from strangers?" Xian smiled and said, "I'm fine." Only then did the Qin king relax. He held Xian tightly. All of Qing had become fans of the royal couple. Indeed, whether ancient or modern times, people love gossip. Feng Li angrily pounded the table. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Kill him. Kill him for me." The assassin asked, confused. "Didn't you just say to observe longer?" The crow said angrily. "I meant the Qing king." At this moment, the prince sensed killing intent behind him. Thinking someone meant to harm Xian, he immediately tried to run back to the room to find him. Unexpectedly, he was stopped. It wasn't that simple. As he got up to protect Xian, the guards heard the commotion and rushed over. In Qianchun Palace, Qian ran over with a worried face. Kneeling by the prince's bed, she asked the royal physician about his condition. The medical department needed a week to develop an antidote, but the prince was caught off guard when hit by the weapon. The poison needle struck his weak spot, putting him in a deep coma. He might not last 2 days. Xian asked if they caught the assassin and if he had an antidote. General Meng informed Xian, though they caught the assassin, he had taken poison to kill himself, and no antidote was found on him. Xian immediately arranged the medical department into 2 teams, one to develop an antidote overnight, another to slow the poison spread. To buy time for treatment, Zhao Rui reported to Xian, the palace might become unstable at this time. She calmly issued orders saying the emperor had a cold and needed rest. Future memorials would be sent here. Xian would assist the prince with government affairs for several days. She could imitate his handwriting and style. Everyone knelt, accepting the order. Zixuan watched Xian from behind. Her heart was being torn apart, yet she had to stay strong, using pain to suppress grief. Her heart was like her hands, dripping blood, yet hidden from others' view. Suddenly Zixuan said she had an antidote that could save the prince, but the condition was that she must take Xian away. wanting Xian to return with her, telling Xian, the black hole to the heavenly realm would appear tomorrow night. But General Meng pointed his sword at her throat. General Meng suddenly held his sword to Zixuan's neck, yet Zixuan heartlessly threatened to destroy the medicine that could save the Jing prince. Xian immediately ran over to stop her from destroying the antidote. Zixuan, please save Chenhua. She looked at Xian, tears streaming down her face as she gripped the antidote tightly, coldly saying to her, I am the Zhao prince. He is the Qing prince. His death benefits me more. I'll give you one night to consider. When the black hole appears tomorrow, it will be time to decide the Qing prince's fate. If you want to save him, I am Yan Zixuan. Xian, will you let me return to being Zixuan? The choice is yours, she said coldly before leaving. Xian only wanted to save the Qing prince. She quietly gave instructions by the Qing prince's side, reminding him not to always work late, holding his hand tightly, telling him, when you wake up, don't rush to find me. I'm just leaving for a little while. I'll be back soon. You fool. You tell me not to run around, yet you're so careless. I'll return quickly. Take care of yourself. Zixuan heard everything outside the door. Remembering the forgetting umbrella the doctor gave him, he gripped the forgetting umbrella tightly, wanting to make Xian forget the Qing prince and return to her former carefree self. The next evening, the black hole appeared. Zixuan held Xian tightly. The black hole's appearance would be very brief. Xian looked reluctantly at the Qing prince. Zhao Rui immediately told Zixuan to hand over the antidote. Zixuan threw over the antidote, telling them to inform the Qing prince when he wakes that Xian has gone where she needs to be. General Meng caught the antidote and immediately gave it to the Qing prince. He opened his eyes hazily, only to see the woman he loved about to disappear before him. He immediately got up to grab Xian. Zhao Rui stopped him, saying that when the heavenly passage closes, trespassers would be torn apart. Xian also called out, telling the prince not to come. With tears in her eyes, she said, take care of yourself. As long as we're alive, we'll reunite. At this moment, Zixuan lifted her chin and made her drink the forgetting umbrella potion. Xian cried out heartbreakingly that she would find a way to return and reunite with the Qing prince. But Zixuan gripped her chin and forced her to drink the forgetting umbrella potion. Xian's eyes became unfocused, and she fainted. Zixuan held Xian and told the Qing prince they would never meet again. The Qin prince angrily shouted, asking what she had done to Xian, but there was no response. His beloved woman disappeared before his eyes, leaving only fragments of Xian's clothes. Suddenly the Qi prince coughed up blood. His chest was in excruciating pain, but he forced himself to stand. He told Zhao Rui to prepare something for entering the heavenly realm, but forcefully opening the heavenly gate against heaven's will would bear an immeasurable price. Yet even if it meant defying heaven and becoming its enemy, he had to find Xian. The prince sat in the prepared spot. He would follow Xian's memories to find where she was. The prince closed his eyes, thinking of Xian. The black hole connecting to the heavenly realm slowly opened. He would arrive in the modern imperial palace. Wan Li received the news. Xian had returned to the heavenly realm. Upon hearing this news, his body emitted a green light, and he suddenly fainted. Fei Yan immediately caught him. The Dance King emerged from Wan Li's body. Fei Yan watched as the Dance King took Wan Li's soul, seemingly going to find Xian. She hadn't expected his devotion to Xian to be so strong. The prince was now traveling through time and space. He saw all of Xian's memories, including little Xian as a child. After saying good night to her mother turned off the lights. It instantly became pitch black. She faintly heard rustling sounds outside. Scared, she immediately hid under the blanket, comforting herself not to be afraid, but her body trembled involuntarily. The prince, seeing little Xian so adorable, reached out to stroke her head. Suddenly a light flashed. The prince appeared before little Xian, comforting her, saying he heard there was a well-behaved little fairy here, who wanted to sleep by herself, and the goddess had sent him to give her a gift. Little Xian heard the big brother's voice and peeked out. This man was using his inner power to close the windows while coaxing the child. Little Xian happily jumped up from the bed, but lost her balance. She fell straight towards the Qing prince. He immediately caught little Xian, gently stroking her head. He said, "The goddess is protecting you now. Sleep well." She curiously asked, "Will fairy brother sleep with Xian? Your hair is so smooth, more comfortable to hug than Ball. Will you sleep with Xian?" The Qin prince's eyes widened. I want to sleep with you too, but you're too young now. Before he could finish, little Xian had already fallen asleep in his arms. He gently placed her on the bed. In the hospital, Xian hazily woke up, realizing she had dreamed of her childhood again. The dream was so vivid, she still remembered it, but couldn't recall the person's face clearly. She only remembered a beautiful and gentle long-haired brother. At this moment, her parents rushed into the hospital room to see her. She quickly sat up asking why she was in the hospital. 2 days ago, you and Xiaoxuan fell off a cliff. Some surfers found and rescued you. But Xian only remembered playing beach volleyball with friends and Zixuan proposing to her. She suddenly clutched her head, unable to remember anything that happened afterward. The doctor explained not to worry, saying partial memory loss due to accidents was common and would improve with rest. He trembled all over, his chest feeling crushed as if something had been carved out, like he had lost something important. Outside, a nurse suddenly called for the doctor. In the next room, the unconscious Yan Zixuan's condition had suddenly worsened. They immediately prepared for emergency treatment. At this time, there was thunder and lightning outside. A bright light appeared in the sky. The prince accidentally disturbed someone's affairs. Thinking it was Huo family's help, they ordered their men to charge at the prince. He suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone who approached him was thrown back. The man in red clothes fearfully drew his gun, but was instantly defeated by the prince. He turned his head with red eyes. They trembled in fear. They immediately fled, leaving the two bound people looking at the prince before them. They excitedly said it was a true dragon descending, a divine blessing, a great fortune. They must worship him. This man who traveled from ancient times to the present had turned into a child, and his family thought he was dead, all crying at his grave. Xian grieved that her childhood friend had died, yet she couldn't remember anything. Suddenly someone grabbed her. A child who looked exactly like Zixuan said, "Sister, don't cry." Two women chasing behind immediately apologized, saying they were from the orphanage, just passing by with the child when he ran to them. They quickly tried to take him away, explaining he had suddenly appeared at the orphanage door days ago. They said his name was Zixuan. When they heard he was also called Zixuan, Zixuan's mother knelt down and stroked him, saying it must be fate. We just lost a child. Could we adopt him? After speaking, they went to handle the paperwork, but Zixuan cried for Xian. He held Zixuan on the bench. Xian smiled saying, "Little Zixuan, are you an angel? Appearing now to save Uncle Yan's family." Zixuan sat on his lap, very seriously saying he would marry Xian when he grew up, making Xian's parents laugh. Jian smiled and said marriage was for adults. Little Zan Zan was still young. Talk about marriage when you grow up. Before he finished speaking, tears were about to overflow. He cried loudly, shouting he wanted to marry Xian. Xian had no choice but to agree, and he immediately jumped to her, wanting to make a pinky promise. In the abandoned factory, old Huo wanted to make the prince his son. The elder said beside him, "Old Huo, calling him father doesn't suit your appearances." Old Huo had no children and wanted to adopt the prince as his son. All Huo family resources and business would be inherited by him. The prince agreed without hesitation. He casually waved his hand. The ropes on them loosened. This man had just traveled to modern times and was adopted by a wealthy man, and inherited all his family's business. But the prince's time travel through art would burden his body. He couldn't stay long. He needed their help to quickly familiarize himself with and gain power in this world. He also wanted to find Xian as soon as possible, to take her home. In the evening, Mother Chen prepared a big feast to help Xian recover. She vaguely recalled what Prince Chen had told her. Suddenly awakening, she almost spilled the soup. She immediately got up to help her parents wash dishes. Mother Chen, worried about her health, told her to watch TV in the living room. She saw a proposal scene on TV, and vaguely remembered her wedding scene with the prince. Tears inexplicably fell. Mother Chen quickly came to ask why she was crying, but Xian herself didn't know why. Mother hugged Xian, asking if something was bothering her. "I keep hearing a man's voice. Every time I think about it, my heart aches." Mother quickly asked if the man's voice was from a long-haired man, wearing ancient clothes. Xian wondered how her mother knew. For 18 years, that man had been protecting you like a guardian angel. Whenever you were in danger, he would appear. 16 years ago, Mother Chen was pushing Xian across the street. Suddenly a motorcycle came speeding toward them. Mother Chen closed her eyes in fear, accidentally letting go of the stroller, and when the car almost hit the stroller, the prince appeared just in time to save Xian. She grabbed the prince's hair saying, "Fragrant," and the prince gave her a lock of his hair. He handed her to Mother Chen. Before they could thank him, he disappeared, leaving only that lock of hair. Mother Chen thought she was seeing things, but he appeared again when Xian was 17. When she had low blood sugar from skipping breakfast, she almost lost her life because of it. The prince appeared again to save Xian, looking carefully at this woman who had low blood sugar at the station for not eating breakfast. People almost thought she was a hungry ghost. Fortunately, the prince appeared in time to save her. Guessing she was hungry, he went to buy her food. At the convenience store, he was confused why they all paid with brick-like things. Remembering Zhao Rui said heaven no longer needed currency. While pondering how to pay, he was surrounded by a group of fangirls taking photos. A girl came to ask, "Brother, want to buy cake? I can give you a discount. Can you livestream for us?" The prince was completely confused. She pointed at his phone. Knowing he didn't have a phone, they all rushed to offer him things. He immediately went to find Xian to feed her. He drank it himself first, then fed her mouth to mouth. Xian slowly opened her eyes, smelling sandalwood that seemed familiar. She saw food all around her. Mother Chen told Xian that mom doesn't believe in spirits, but these events made her think otherwise. Fortunately, he appeared each time to protect you. Xian thought about how he said he would always protect her. She didn't expect it to be true. Even her first kiss was with him. Xian blushed terribly and immediately fled to take a shower. Suddenly a green light appeared in the sky. Zixuan saw the green light fall into Xian's house. He immediately rushed out to find Xian. The green light fell onto Balbal. She blinked while looking at herself in the window, angrily throwing the sunflower seeds in her hand. She couldn't believe that she, a noble crown prince, had become a doll. At this time, Xian just came out from her shower. Wanli's face turned bright red at the sight. He sat on Xian's bed, clutching the sunflower seeds, almost getting discovered. Suddenly Zixuan rushed in. Watch as this boy suddenly bursts into his sister's room. He almost fainted. His nose started bleeding. This blood somehow felt murderous. He sensed Wanli's presence in the doll. He grabbed the doll from the bed and started pulling it roughly. Xian immediately snatched the doll away. "You're going to ruin Balbal. If this happens again, I'll have to tell uncle and auntie to discipline you properly." Shanghai Pudong International Airport. As soon as the prince got off the plane, he was frantically questioned by reporters. Fans behind him were making a commotion. After taking off his glasses and looking around, he didn't find the person he was looking for. He left in his sports car. While Zixuan was being scolded, he saw news about Prince Qing on TV. Li Qiao blocked the TV to prevent Xian from watching. Amid the chaos, Xian mentally asked Wanli to turn off the TV. He looked at the remote control, feeling dizzy. Zixuan quickly transmitted mentally that it was the red button. He obediently pressed it. When the TV turned off, both of them sighed in relief. They were very angry. Despite both time traveling, Prince Qing maintained his original form. At this moment, Tang Yuan called, inviting them to go to Shaoshui Zan Mall together. Zixuan heard and wanted to go along. Prince Qing looked out the window. He immediately spotted Xian in the crowd. Tang Yuan held the pre-booked tickets, wanting to go to the haunted house with Xian. Zixuan kept sticking close to him, and they were arguing about who was spoiling the mood. Suddenly, something was falling from above, about to hit them. Xian immediately pushed them both away. Prince Qin saw Xian in danger. He immediately jumped down from the window. Watch as this man jumps down from the high building, breaking through the window, all to save the woman he loves, holding her tightly in his arms. "Are you alright?" This voice was very familiar to Xian. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." The prince looked at her tenderly. "I'm glad you're okay." Xian's eyes widened. Her face turned red. This familiar feeling made her vaguely recall their wedding scene. The prince just held her tightly. "I finally found you. Xian, come back with me." But Xian only recognized his scent, not knowing who he was. Prince Qin looked surprised. He couldn't believe his wife didn't remember him. Thinking back to the day she was taken away, he realized it was Zixuan's doing. The prince suddenly took her hand, kneeling on one knee. "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Huo Jiayu. Chen Hua's business spans 5 continents, with 3 castles and 6 islands. All will be transferred to your name. Marry me." Xian was very surprised. In fact, they were already husband and wife. Just as Zixuan was about to object, Tang Yuan covered his mouth, immediately gave them tickets to go to the haunted house together. "This haunted house scares me even through the screen." Xian was trembling all over. The prince asked if she was scared. She stubbornly said no. but her body was honest. Suddenly a ghost face popped out, scaring her so much she almost jumped out of her skin. The prince immediately held her in his arms. Xian said she heard there were real people here, hurrying to leave and finish, but she was clinging to the prince's body. She quickly apologized and tried to stand properly, but he pulled her back saying, "It's okay. You don't need to be formal with me," gently stroking her head. "Stay in my arms. I'll lead you out. I promise to protect you, no matter where." Remembering the fairy brother said the same words, and like him, suddenly appeared to save her. She looked up and asked, "Are you fairy brother? You remember that time when you were so young?" Xian anxiously touched left and right. The prince held her face. "Do you only remember fairy brother? What about the rest?" He moved closer. "Xian, you're mine. Watch these two being intimate and sweet." Suddenly poisonous insects appeared beside them. Looking behind them, all the haunted house creatures surrounded them. The prince sensed something was wrong. He picked up a nearby sword, dealt with them quickly. They quickly escaped with Xian. After running for over 10 minutes, it was pitch black everywhere with no exit. Prince Chen also noticed the space seemed distorted. Seeing a gap nearby, he hid there with Xian. Outside were all controlled monsters. Prince Chen covered Xian's mouth. Both held their breath, so they wouldn't be found. Xian's face turned red. She could barely hold it anymore, tears almost coming out. Prince Qing released his hand, saying he would help her. He directly kissed her. Suddenly a bright light appeared outside. The monsters slowly dispersed. She looked at Prince Qing with a red face, shyly ran out. Afterwards, the prince safely delivered her to Tong Yuan and left. He told the elder what happened. After hearing his description, the elder told the prince that the haunted house incident was due to their temporal displacement, with Xian at the center. Only by having everyone return to their proper places, using the same method they came to this world to return, and experiencing their previous experiences again, could help recover her memories. After hearing this, the prince went to find Xian, saying he wanted to marry Xian again in this world. The next day he came to Xian's home. "Hello auntie. I'm the new neighbor who just moved next door." Chen Hua came to visit. Mother Chen looked at the man before her, who looked exactly like the man who saved Xian when she was young. Xian also ran out at this time. Zixuan shouted, "You're lying. This apartment has 2 units per floor. I'm Xian's neighbor. Children don't know about adult matters. I've already bought this entire building, including next door. I'll pay 10 times the price." Mr. and Mrs. Chen were about to go to the Huangpu River to look for a large apartment. Xian also told her parents that the prince saved her yesterday, and he was also the one who saved her when she was young. After that, Mr. and Mrs. Chen went out to buy groceries, leaving the two alone. Looking closely, this man called an emergency meeting late at night with all executives, just to discuss what gifts to bring when visiting the in-laws. The executives were all stressed out. The senior hour analyzed on the side. Looking at the data, Miss Xian's family is well off. They have a car and house in the big city, and she's an only child. Rather than expensive gifts, it's better to give something that touches their hearts. The prince remembered asking Xian before, so he had our invite a Michelin 3-star pastry chef to prepare a unique strawberry cake. Seeing Xian eating happily made him very happy too. The prince leaned in saying, "You always get food on your cheeks. It's okay. I have you to help me." Xian blurted out. They both froze. The prince quickly asked if she remembered something. Xian just felt the taste was familiar, and his scent too. As she spoke, Prince Qing started kissing her. The cake was knocked over. Cake got all over her, but Prince Qing told her not to move. He lowered his head to eat the cake off her, but she pushed him away, saying such things should only be done between lovers. The prince grabbed her hand. Then from this moment on, "You are my lover. Xian, promise me, be my lover," she shyly said. "What kind of confession is this? As if I should just agree." The prince moved closer. "I know you have feelings for me. Say yes. Xian, just stay by my side. If you agree, I'll give you anything." Xian hugged him. After she agreed, the prince was happy like a child. Suddenly remembering the cake on her clothes, she pushed the prince away to change clothes. The prince held her, offering to dry her clothes. Xian looked amazed. "So you really can do magic? I thought it was an illusion when I was young." The prince held her face. "I love you, Xian. Someday you'll marry me again." Xian recalled previous scenes again, looking at him, Fairy brother. I keep having scenes of us together in my mind. Suddenly Mr. and Mrs. Chen returned. Xian quickly went to help her parents. This woman actually brought her tyrannical boyfriend from ancient times home to meet her parents. Mr. and Mrs. Chen prepared a big feast. Mrs. Chen thanked Prince Qing for saving Xian multiple times. He seriously said, "Xian is my love. Protecting her is my duty." This stunned Mr. and Mrs. Chen and Xian. Mrs. Chen quickly said, "Xian, you have a boyfriend and didn't tell us earlier." Xian couldn't believe her mother accepted it so easily. Mom thought that when a man has protected you for so many years, what's surprising about his feelings? Our Yan Yan is a bit willful. Please take care of her. No, she's wonderful. I'm the one who made her suffer. Mr. Chen was moved to tears. After dinner, in the hallway, they kissed passionately. Xian interrupted. "Chen Hua, it's late. I should go back." Prince Qin lived next door but still wanted Xian to see him off. Looking innocent, he said, "This whole building is mine. Today I want to stay on the first floor, so escort me down." Finding every excuse to stay close to Xian, hugging her tightly, saying, "I want to stay with you longer, just for a moment." Seeing Xian's perfect family, the prince feared she would become too immersed in it and forget about him. Xian felt her body suddenly turn cold and quickly asked what was wrong. The prince whispered in her ear, asking her to stay the night. Xian froze. She immediately declined, saying it was too sudden and to wait until they knew each other better. The prince looked at Xian sadly again, saying, "I've waited for you so long. How much longer must I wait?" Xian kissed him sympathetically, saying she didn't know what was wrong. Her mind was confused. Images of him often flashed through her mind. She asked for more time to sort things out. "I like you. I don't know why. I just do. Seeing you unhappy makes me sad. So please don't make that expression anymore." By evening, the prince saw a green light coming from Xian's room, his face filled with murderous intent. Wanli also sensed the killing intent. Suddenly, a powerful suction force appeared. Look carefully at this doll accompanying its mistress while she slept. It was pulled out by a strong force. The prince grabbed him, saying, "Wanli, you followed all the way here to kill Xian. I'll destroy you now." He immediately revealed his true form, but Prince Qing still held both his hands tightly. Wanli sneered, "You can touch me? You also crossed through thought. You discovered me early. That's why you didn't let Xian return to change clothes." The prince angrily wanted to destroy the doll, but Wanli explained he was drawn to Xian's side by the ancient king. Even if the doll was destroyed, the dance king would make him possess something else. The prince angrily squeezed the doll. "If you have any improper thoughts, I'll make your soul scatter right now." His killing intent was so strong it seemed to pierce Wanli's soul. Wanli shouted that it had been solidified for a year. The price paid was far greater than his. Killing him would consume too much thought power. Unable to maintain human form. "If you do this, you'll never be able to reunite with her." The prince felt intense pain hearing he'd never see Xian again. His heart ached unbearably. He dropped the doll, angrily warning Wanli, "I'm right next door. I'll watch your every move. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about Xian, I'll make your soul scatter immediately." Wanli trembled in fear. The next morning, Xian brought Wanli to school. "Don't come out. What if someone sees you?" At this time, Tang Yuan also arrived at school. When Xian opened her locker, love letters came pouring out. After cleaning up the love letters, Xian needed to go to the guidance office to register her hospital absence. So she told Tang Yuan to go to class first, but she accidentally bumped into someone. Xian immediately steadied him. They stared at each other with wide eyes, both feeling familiar. Some images vaguely appeared in Jia's mind. He blurted out, "You're." He looked shocked. "How do you know my name? Do we know each other?" Before Xian could speak, he left. Xian arrived at the guidance office. At the door, she overheard a conversation inside. "I found that student called Su Yuer. His academic performance is excellent, and he has no backing. When the time comes, everything will be transferred under your name. Guarantee you'll have smooth sailing when you enter society." They were planning to steal Yuer's credentials. Xian immediately wanted to change her voice recorder. She peeked out but said this had nothing to do with her. Xian threatened him to transform, saying if he didn't, she'd pull his little thing. "Look carefully. This woman is secretly recording the dark side of society with her voice recorder." Suddenly bursting through the door, she shouted, "I'll give you one chance. Destroy all the documents and promise never to do this again. Otherwise, I'll expose this recording." The guidance counselor immediately closed the door, saying, "Girl, which grade are you in? This doesn't concern you. Hand over the recording obediently, or you won't leave this room." Xian showed no fear. I backed it up to the cloud. One press of this button and the recording goes straight to the network office director. They could only try to grab the recorder by force. Suddenly the door opened. Both of them fell to the ground. The prince held Xian in his arms. You dare to act under my nose. The principal trembled in fear. Why, young master? Why are you here? My fiancée studies at your school. Naturally. I came to check on her. The principal immediately handed over the documents, begging to spare Xian, promising to destroy the documents and never do it again. The principal politely agreed, saying they would never dare again. Please take care. After they left, the two knelt on the ground, holding each other tightly while crying. The prince angrily looked at Wanli. This is Xian's school. What are you doing out here? Suddenly Xian reached out and poked Wanli's face. So this is what you originally look like? Quite handsome. How do you like it? The prince angrily handed the ball to his bodyguard. Take this doll home for madam, lest the school finds it and punishes her. He turned and cornered Xian against the wall. You just told the principal I'm not your husband, she said seriously. Indeed, we're not. We're lovers. The prince directly kissed Xian. They kissed passionately. At this time, two people walked over. Xian noticed people approaching. She lost her balance and almost fell. Prince Chen instantly caught her. Xian shyly hid in his embrace. The two recognized Prince Chen. Xian tried to shrink further into his arms. Prince Chen quickly helped cover for them. Watch as these two were passionately embracing. Unexpectedly interrupted. The woman was so startled she almost fell. The man immediately held her, quickly helping cover by saying, "This girl seems unwell. Where's the infirmary?" He carried Xian to the infirmary. Xian struggled. Put me down quickly. There's no one here. No need to pretend being sick. The prince gently placed her on the bed. Sit here for a while. I'll go check something. Before leaving, he patted her head. Just as the prince closed the door, he saw the black mist that had followed them in the haunted house, floating in the infirmary. The prince cutely opened the door, wanting to see the prince, saw black mist surrounding him, remembered how the prince had dueled with the 5 poisons for her sake. The prince turned his head. Seeing her come out, she suddenly ran and threw herself into the prince's arms, crying, Chen Hua, don't die. Don't leave me. Don't do dangerous things for me anymore. Please. I love you. I love you. Don't bear everything alone for my sake. The prince kissed Xian. In the infirmary, Xian held Prince Chen tightly, continuously saying, don't leave me. He kissed her forehead. Suddenly the class bell rang. Xian instantly came to her senses, quickly called out to Prince Chen. Wait, you were the one who hugged me first. You started this fire. You need to put it out. After saying that, he leaned closer to Xian. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. It was you are looking for Xian. I was just called to the guidance office. The vice principal told me everything and apologized to me in person. Thanks to you. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. It's strange. When I first met you today, you felt so familiar, as if I saw that dream again, running desperately in complete darkness, until I saw that light. When I bumped into you today, my eyes lit up, as if I saw that light again. You give me an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Have we met somewhere before? Xian was stunned, vaguely recalled some past scenes. When you were left before, she was crying with tears streaming down her face. Watch as this man is giving a speech on stage, suddenly seeing his beloved being approached by a strange man, angrily threw chalk at him. Get out for misbehaving in class. Then pointed at Xian saying, you sit in the middle of the first row. Don't disturb others. The prince stared intently at Xian. At this time, the bell rang. The prince pulled Xian and ran outside, jealously saying, you actually accepted gifts from other men right in front of me. Xian thought of the note that man gave her, said passing notes in class was normal. The prince angrily told Xian not to come to school from tomorrow, but to intern at his group instead. But Xian refused. She wanted to be in charge of her own college life. The prince couldn't do anything about it. He could only have all world media report that Xian was his wife, to keep all men away from her. Xian quickly pushed him saying, you're too dramatic. You're surrounded by girls too. But I haven't said anything. I've never cared about those women. I only have you. Hearing this made Xian blush. The prince continued asking, were you jealous earlier? Do those women looking at me bother you? Xian quickly turned away denying, not at all. The prince grabbed her face and kissed her forcefully. He pressed against Xian's face saying, your first kiss to me. I'm so happy you were jealous. Xian deliberately said, I wasn't jealous. You're overthinking. Overthinking? Then you won't mind if I kiss others like this? Xian immediately replied, of course not allowed. The prince was happy like a child, holding her face. He whispered, don't worry. Everything of mine is yours. Want to verify? Then he kissed her. Just as they kissed, someone came looking for the prince. Xian quickly pushed him, saying someone was looking for him. Pouting angrily, she said, see? Your pursuers followed you here, yet you dare lecture me. Then let's find a place with just the two of us. As soon as he finished speaking, they vanished in a flash. Look carefully. These two people actually flew into the sky, their bodies surrounded by golden light. Xian curiously asked her divine brother, where are we going? To the most beautiful and highest place in this city. The two stood in the clouds, like a scenic view. Xian held King Qing's hand as they floated in the sky, drifting with the wind. She happily cupped her face. From here, they could overlook the entire city, above the sea of clouds. It was so beautiful, it felt like they could touch the sky with their hands. King Qing asked if Xian liked it. Since it was her own city, she never thought about visiting these scenic spots. Looking at it now, it was truly beautiful. When King Qin first came here, he was also amazed. This place was like a fairyland. Xian looked at King Qin with heartache and threw herself into his embrace. Don't make that expression again. I'm by your side. King Qin gently stroked her head. Will you stay by my side forever? Marry me. Xian looked at King Jing in surprise. You're suddenly proposing? I haven't even graduated. King Qing held Xian in his arms, saying, I'll wait for you. Should we tell my father? Hearing this, King Qing happily looked at Xian. So you're willing? He immediately knelt on one knee. Xian, I'm formally proposing to you. Will you marry me? Xian gently replied, yes. The prince was overjoyed. Looks like the romance won't end. After that, they kissed again. At night, the two were flying under the moonlight. The prince carried the sleeping Xian in his arms and leapt through the window, arriving at Xian's room. Just as they entered, suddenly a melon seed flew over. Look at this man, flying in the sky carrying a woman. He just flew into the woman's room. Suddenly a melon seed flew through the air. King Xing immediately deflected the melon seed. Wanli angrily shouted, where did you take Xian? Coming back so late. There must be something wrong. King Qing covered her with the blanket. It's not your place to question about my wife. Nonsense. She forgot about you. You're nothing now. The prince raised his head. In any world, she will be my lawfully wedded wife. Tonight I'm sleeping here. Wanli angrily rushed over. This isn't your original world. Don't think you can do as you please. This is my territory. Only I can sleep here. Get out. But he was knocked unconscious by King Qing with one punch. He angrily looked at Wanli before him. I've tolerated you for a long time, watching you occupy his most intimate position day after day. From today on, you won't even get to touch his bed. They accidentally woke up the sleeping Xian. King Qing whispered, be quiet. You're disturbing her. You're the one who should leave. What are you doing? Before Wanli could finish, his mouth was sealed. His body was also tied up like a mummy and thrown into the closet. He made a racket in the closet. The prince just dusted off his hands, completely ignoring him. He peacefully lay down beside Xian, touching her face. She hazily opened her eyes. Chen Emperor, you're here again? When I sleep, I always feel you're by my side. Isn't that strange? She then threw herself into the prince's embrace. Ah, this feels so real. You won't disappear again in the morning, will you? The prince looked tenderly at Xian in his arms. No, I won't leave. That's wonderful. She kissed him. Your embrace is always so warm, so fragrant. I love it the most. She excitedly grabbed his hand to do something, but then she fell asleep. Look carefully. These two are doing what you want to see in bed, but they haven't noticed there's someone in the closet. Wan Li, who was unwillingly forced to watch their romance, recalling the scenes of being together with Shi Yan, feels like after staying with Shi Yan for so long, he's become strange too. In the morning, there's chirping outside. Shi Yan slowly opens her eyes, rubbing them to see the prince lying beside her, called out, Chen Hua. The prince immediately opened his eyes, stroked Shi Yan's head, gently saying, you're awake. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Let's sleep a bit more. After saying that, he quickly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a sound came from the room. Shi Yan looked at Jing Wang in surprise. Divine brother, why are you in my bed? Thinking about how she took the initiative to kiss him last night, she instantly covered her mouth shyly, cursing Qing Wang. Last night, I didn't do anything weird to you. right? Qin Wang deliberately smiled mischievously and said, "What's weird is, last night you did many weird things to me." "Oh, you're lying. I dreamed of you many times. I didn't do anything inappropriate." Qin Wang touched Shi Yan's face. "Is that so? I heard you say you want to sleep with me every night, so I just followed your call and came to your side." Shi Yan couldn't believe she called him. The prince held her face and said, "So, whatever weird things you want to do to me every night, you can do them now." Shi Yan shyly pushed him away. Seducing people early in the morning. The shameless Qin Wang suddenly grabbed her hand. "If I were truly shameless, then I wouldn't have just simply held you while sleeping all night," gently caressing her face. "Want to try?" After saying that, he kissed her. Suddenly there was a thudding sound from the wardrobe. Wan Li angrily knocked from inside the wardrobe. "Are you two done yet? You Chen Hua, let go of him." Shi Yan quickly asked Qin Wang to wait, saying it's not appropriate to corrupt an underage pet. Qin Wang directly used his powers to lock Wan Li back in the closet. Wanting to continue with Shi Yan, Wan Li angrily shouted from the closet, "Wait, who's an underage pet? I'm a fully grown man. Look carefully at these two people." Just about to get intimate, yet interrupted by a talking doll in the closet. The man directly used his powers to lock him in the closet, ready to continue being intimate. But Shi Yan said she'd be late for class. Unexpectedly, Qin Wang had already arranged everything. From today she'd intern at Qin Wang's company. Shi Yan was surprised. "Why didn't you tell me?" Qin Wang leaned close and said, "I can't tolerate you being with a group of admirers all day. Or I could go to school with you every day." Shi Yan quickly refused. "No, no, no. I'll go intern with you instead, but I still need to get my files from school today, right?" "Alright, I'll take you to school," he said and picked up Shi Yan. They flew directly out the window. At school, the principal praised Shi Yan extensively. Just as they left the principal's office, they saw Qin Wang at the door. He took her hand, ready to leave. Shi Yan mentioned she had plans with friends, saying she should at least tell them she won't be coming to school anymore. Wang Jin frowned and asked, "Friends? Male or female? Have I met them? Is it that male classmate who passed you notes?" Shi Yan quickly said. "Of course they're girls. After what you did last time, how would I dare to meet any male students at our school?" The prince hugged Xian and asked, "Tell me how long you'll be gone and when you'll return." "How would I know? Girls hanging out together. We'll probably shop and eat. You know." Wang whispered in her ear. "Then I'll go with you." Xian quickly refused. Then he said, "Then I'll wait for you in your room." He cupped Xian's face. "I'm just joking. Go enjoy with your friends. I'll wait for you at home." He kissed her forehead. Several people arranged to have afternoon tea together. Tang Yuan said in surprise, Xian, starting tomorrow you won't come to school. You'll work directly at Huo Corporation?" Xian quickly covered his mouth, telling him to lower his voice. Tang Yuan joked, "Your fairy brother is eager to get you into his company. You can do whatever you want in the private office." They all chatted and laughed. Suddenly, a black mist appeared and seemed to target Xian. "Watch this woman walking alone on her way back." Black mist surrounded her body. Suddenly a hand grabbed her. A group of people looked at her with evil eyes. Xian recognized the dean's niece and school classmates. She realized they were controlled by the black mist. Rick kicked them away, then turned and ran. Couldn't believe she knew some martial arts. Some vague images appeared in her mind. Xian suddenly felt a severe headache. At this time, the black mist caught up. Those controlled people caught Xian. They approached her step by step. They grabbed Xian's face and made her drink something unknown. They got close to her body saying, "Drink this. No matter how much you hate it, your body will respond." Xian cried out, "No," and continued shouting. A golden light suddenly flashed before Chen Hua. It immediately repelled them. Qin Wang appeared before Xian. His eyes turned red with anger. "What are you doing to her?" He stared at Xian before him. Anger instantly rushed to his head. Qin Wang used his powers to torture them. The black mist slowly dispersed, and they gradually regained consciousness. Xian immediately shouted, "Stop!" They were controlled by the black mist. "The mist is gone now. If you continue, someone will die." Xian saw something was wrong with him. She quickly tried to stop herself but lost balance and fell onto his hand that was using magic. Qin Wang caught her. He returned to normal. Looking tenderly at Xian, wanting to untie her, he hugged her tightly saying, "Sorry, I scared you." Qin Wang noticed Xian's body was a bit hot. Xian looked at him dizzily, constantly saying she felt hot. Qin Wang saw the cup on the ground and realized Xian had been drugged. Looking carefully, This woman seemed to have been given an aphrodisiac. She looked dizzily at the man before her, constantly saying she felt hot. The prince saw this and wanted to help hold Xian. Xian kissed him. While kissing passionately, they heard someone coming. He immediately took Xian home. The prince held her in his arms. Xian looked at her clothes and asked, "Fairy brother, it's Xian. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I promised before. I won't do anything you don't like." He gently kissed Xian, comforting her, softly whispering, "Xian," in her ear, "I'm just helping you with the antidote. Relax and trust me." Xian suddenly widened her eyes, feeling Qing Wang's body becoming hot. She worriedly called out, "Fairy brother, what's wrong with you?" He held Xian tightly. Suddenly he grabbed her face and kissed her. After a while, Qin Wang ran to the bathroom to shower. His face was extremely red. He came out after showering, drying his hair. Looking at Xian sleeping on the bed, she was lying disheveled on the bed. He quickly ran over to cover her with a blanket. She mumbled in her sleep, "It's itchy." She also called out, "Chen Hua." He couldn't bear hearing that, sitting by the bed, rubbing his head hard, not daring to sleep with Xian. In the morning, Xian slowly opened her eyes, discovering she wasn't in her own room. She suddenly woke up startled, seeing Qing Wang lying alone on the sofa. Just as Xian was about to touch his face, she was suddenly pulled into Qing Wang's embrace. "Trying to seduce me so early? Who's seducing you? I was worried you'd catch a cold sleeping here." The woman was just about to touch the man's face. Suddenly she was pulled into the man's embrace. "Trying to seduce me so early? Who's seducing you? I was worried you'd catch a cold sleeping here." Qing Wang held Xian on top of him. "Don't you know why I slept here?" Xian widened her eyes. "Get up quickly." She tried to get up, but lost balance and fell onto Qing Wang again. She shyly said, "Let go quickly." Qing Wang held Xian and said, "Silly, don't move. Even though the drug's effect is gone, I still can't help myself." At this time, Zixuan also entered the school gates. She went to the guidance office to report in. The director praised her for skipping grades at such a young age, saying they just sent off an excellent graduate accepted by Huo Corporation and now welcomed a prodigy. Zixuan had a vague, ominous feeling and asked the director who the excellent graduate was. The director pointed to Xian's photo on the wall. Just as he was saying Zixuan would be in Xian's class, she ran out before he finished. Outside, she angrily shouted, "Qing Wang, you bastard." Meanwhile, in the Huo Corporation general manager's office, Wanli was busy scolding his teammates on the phone. Qin Wang asked what this ball had been doing lately. He was bored alone at home during the day, so I gave him a phone. Wanli was frantically saying, "Don't interrupt. I already have 5 fans in my livestream." Xian leaned in. "Wow, you really have fans. They're even sending you gifts." He smugly looked at Qing Wang. "See? A real man like me who keeps getting MVPs is what girls like. Come play a match if you dare." This doll had secretly taken a phone and started gaming live streams. Unexpectedly, the man grabbed his ear to teach him a lesson. Just then, someone pushed open the door. "The meeting is about to start." The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. He asked, I remember this doll wasn't like this before." Qin Wang seriously made up an explanation. This is a doll with movable joints. Look, like this, and this." The person left speechlessly. Both of them sighed in relief. Just as Qin Wang put the doll on the desk, it threw a tantrum. "Let go. Haven't you played enough?" Qing Wang pointed at him saying, "You behave yourself. I'm going to a meeting." Xian also packed up her things to go to work. She vaguely felt that working with him felt familiar too. After a while, Prince returned from the meeting. He saw Xian sleeping on the desk. He came over to pick up Xian. Wanli was making noise beside them. Qin Wang made him experience flying. He held Xian in his arms, remembering what the elder told him. After being taken away twice by Zineng, Nian Li had become very weak. If Nian Li disappears, she would completely vanish between the two realms, and Xian was his obsession. She was also his only energy source. He needed to do whatever he desired to do with Xian, but what Qing Wang desired was only. But he couldn't bear to force Xian. In the morning, Xian woke up. She found Qing Wang had held her all night, touching his face. She felt he was very cold. She tried to check, but couldn't feel his breathing. Xian immediately called out, "Chen Hua, wake up. Don't scare me." She quickly took out her phone to dial 120. The woman had just woken up in the man's arms, but found his body unusually cold. Trembling, she tried to check his breathing, but couldn't feel any breath. Scared, Xian immediately took out her phone to dial 120. Qing Wang opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so panicked early in the morning?" Xian froze completely. She suddenly started crying. throwing herself into Qin Wang's arms. You jerk. You scared me to death just now. You were so cold just now. And I couldn't wake you up, I thought you were dead. Qin Wang comforted her like a child. Silly. I just slept too late last night. I just woke up late. That's all. Don't sleep so late anymore. Don't scare me again. Qin Wang gently wiped her tears. Xian looked at him adorably, saying, I stayed overnight at the company and haven't freshened up. Qin Wang told her the office had a bathroom with a bathtub. Xian immediately ran to take a bath. Black mist appeared at her feet, suddenly pulling her into the water. Qin Wang quickly rescued Xian, but the black mist continued attacking them both. Qin Wang used his powers again to fight the black mist. Gradually, the black mist dissipated, but Qin Wang became dizzy from overusing his powers again. Xian looked up asking, is the black mist gone? Then she saw Qin Wang's body becoming transparent. She immediately got up asking, Chen Hua, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Don't scare me again. In Qin Wang's vision, everything was blurry. He couldn't hear clearly as he opened his eyes hazily. Suddenly he pounced on Xian. She shouted, let go. You're hurting me. But Qin Wang's eyes were empty. The elder had said, when his powers grow weaker, he would become a beast unable to control his instincts. Afraid he would. Xian also felt that he seemed to want to knead her into his body. She struggled hard. This man seemed like he wanted to devour the woman in his arms, with red light glowing in his eyes. Xian felt like she was about to be kneaded into his body. She struggled desperately. At this time, Zizan arrived at the front desk of Huo Corporation, cutely asking the receptionist how to get to the top floor. The receptionist took her to Qin Wang's office. They knocked for a long time but heard no response. They only heard Wan Li's voice from inside. Zizan quickly thanked the receptionist and said goodbye. Upon entering the office, it was empty. She heard Wan Li's voice coming from the cabinet. Zizan opened the cabinet and asked where Xian and he were. Wan Li rushed to the phone store anxiously, saying, how would I know? That bastard locked me up all night. Suddenly there was a sound. Wan Li recognized it as Xian's voice. They both immediately rushed towards the sound. Zizan kicked the door open forcefully. Wan Li saw Xian being held tightly by Qin Wang. He immediately kicked him. He leaned to the side. Wan Li wondered why he was subdued so easily. When did Qin Wang become so weak? Zizan quickly ran to check on Xian. The two of them looked at them with teary eyes, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Zizan said with a red face, be careful not to catch a cold. Let's talk outside first. They helped Qin Wang to the sofa together. Xian looked at him worriedly. Zizan said from the side, he almost hurt you. Why do you still care about him? Xian felt he wouldn't harm her. His behavior just now was very strange. Something must have happened to him. Xian instinctively believed in him for some reason. At this time, Qin Wang slowly opened his eyes. Xian said excitedly, Chen Hua, you're awake, but unexpectedly. Qin Wang pushed her away. This man had almost gone to meet the king of hell. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing the woman who had been watching over him, but he got up and pushed her away, saying, stay away from me. Don't come near. Wan Li angrily said, what's with your attitude? Should have left you to freeze in the bathroom. Xian worried about you for nothing. Xian looked at him in surprise. Qin Wang was actually afraid he would lose control again and do worse things to her. He didn't want to hurt Xian. The elder sensed Qin Wang's unstable energy and rushed over immediately. He quickly checked Qin Wang's pulse. Sitting aside, he said, this won't do. If Miss Xian doesn't help you. Qin Wang quickly coughed twice to interrupt the elder's words. Xian asked seriously, I can help? What can I do to help, since you want to help? The documents you organized yesterday need to be sent to Fuji Group quickly. Xian paused when she heard Qin Wang's words. Just as she was about to leave, Zizan wanted to go with her. After they left, the elder immediately said, you let her go just like that? You're very weak now. You probably won't last a few days. Even if she's unwilling, you need to absorb energy from her. But Qin Wang said, her wedding with Xian is already being prepared. It can wait. He wants Xian to have the most beautiful memories in this world, to let her return with him without any regrets. The elder helped Qin Wang to lie down on the bed, but he lost his grip and fell to the side. Qin Wang lay on the bed. Seeing him like this, the elder was about to call Xian. Qin Wang said weakly, if Xian doesn't remember everything, she can't return. In Jin Kingdom, Zhao Rui looked worriedly at His Majesty Jin Wang. What happened in the heavenly realm? His face was pale, pulse weak. If he doesn't wake up soon, Just then, a guard reported that the Red Army had suddenly surrounded the hills near the altar. The Red Army at the foot of the mountain was a vast sea of soldiers. General Meng looked down the mountain and said to Zhao Rui, "I entrust Qing Kingdom to you temporarily. I will hold on until His Majesty wakes up." But Zhao Rui looked worried. The general drew his sword and shouted to the Qing soldiers, "Attack! Defend His Majesty with our lives." Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky. It instantly made Xian grab her head in pain. Her eyes became hollow. She seemed to feel their calling. Suddenly, with tears in her eyes, she said, "Qing Kingdom needs us." At this time, the elder found Xian and begged her to save Qing Wang. She looked up and asked, "What do you mean? What's wrong with Chen Hua? The true dragon doesn't belong to this world. He came here to find you, but now his mental power has weakened to the point where he can't stay here anymore, even threatening his original body's safety. He must absorb energy from you." After hearing this, Xian immediately wanted to go save Qing Wang, but the elder said the true dragon was at his limit. Going to see him now, who knows what might happen? It could threaten your life. Miss Xian, have you thought it through? By nightfall, heavy rain was pouring outside. Xian came to Qing Wang's side in the rain. She caressed his face. By now, tears were already welling up in Xian's eyes. She took the initiative to kiss Qing Wang, wanting to save him. Her tears rolled down her cheeks, dropping onto Qing Wang's face. He suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed Xian and pinned her to the bed. His eyes turned red as he looked at her, seeming like a different person. Then he suddenly came to his senses, seeing Xian lying before him. Realizing he had lost control again, he immediately apologized to Xian. Xian held his face and said, "Chen Hua, no need to apologize. I came to find you, to save you. I'll do anything you ask." He grabbed Xian's hand, holding her in his arms. He said, "Do you know what you'll face? I won't be able to let go. Even if I have to use any means necessary, I'll drag you into my world. Even against your will, I will take you away at all costs, along with your original happy life." Xian kissed Qing Wang. "Then take me away. With you, even hell would be fine." Qing Wang kissed Xian passionately. Looking at her with a red face, he said, "Sorry Xian, in my current state, I can't guarantee I'll be gentle with you." Xian said gently, "I told you, you can do anything to me, because I trust Chen Hua. Look carefully." These two people were passionately making love. Suddenly, some images appeared in the woman's mind like a movie. Xian looked at Qing Wang with tears in her eyes. She remembered. She remembered his time travel, their meeting and encounters, their love and cherishing, and their separation. By now, Xian was in tears. Qing Wang tenderly wiped her tears and asked, "Why are you crying? Did I hurt you?" "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself." Xian gently caressed his face. "You must have suffered during the time I lost my memory." Chen Hua. Qing Wang looked surprised. He immediately asked Xian, "You remember everything?" Xian hugged Qing Wang. "I promised to protect Qing Kingdom with you. I'm sorry I came back late." Qing Wang also burst into tears. He held Xian's face. "I finally waited for you." The two shared a passionate kiss. Meanwhile in Qing Kingdom, they could barely hold against the Red Army's attack. General Meng was fighting against Kai Bang. He noticed two Red Army soldiers behind him approaching the still unconscious Qing Wang. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from around Qing Wang. It kept the Red Army outside the light's reach. General Meng noticed Qing Wang's complexion had improved. Morning came. Xian slowly opened her eyes. Qing Wang gently stroked her face. "You're awake? It's still early. Sleep a bit more. Last night must have exhausted you. Now that you've recovered your memories, Master Shu can use them to open the gate between worlds. We can return soon. Before we return, I want to hold another wedding for you." Xian asked, puzzled. "Wedding?" Qing Wang wanted to give proper closure to Chen's parents. Xian hugged him tightly and said, "It's all right. I was the one who chose to stay with you in the end, because I want to possess you too. Let's go back together this time." After countless hardships, these two finally had their wedding. They held hands and shared a loving kiss. Below the stage, Chen's mother was beaming while Chen's father kept wiping his tears. After the wedding, Master Shu slowly opened the gate between worlds, ready to begin the ceremony. Wan Li sat on Master's shoulder, asking him to bring his phone along too. Qing Wang turned to ask Zizan, "Are you really not going back? I've transferred half of my assets to Xian's parents and half to you." Zizan surprisingly said, "Jing Wang, what do you mean? Shouldn't you want to kill me, when you took Xian away from me? I did hate you to the bone, but when I came here and saw this world, I finally understood your intentions. After Xian leaves, her only worry will be her family. This is all I can do." Xian, standing behind, heard everything. She never expected Qing Wang had arranged everything. Qing Wang went to embrace Xian. It's time to bid farewell to your parents. He knelt before Chen's parents. Chen Hua and I only kneeled to heaven and parents. You are Xian's parents, which makes you my parents too. Please entrust Xian to me, even at the cost of my life. I will protect her forever. Chen's mother said tearfully. If not for you, Yan Yan would be gone already. When I first met you, I knew you were special, no matter which world. Thank you for always taking care of Yan Yan. Xian rushed into her parents' embrace, and they waved goodbye, watching them grow distant. Then the black mist appeared again. It seemed to try separating them, but they held each other's hands tightly. Meanwhile, in the Qing army camp, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky. Xian floated down from above. The Qing soldiers cheered. The divine lady has returned. Xian slowly opened her eyes and immediately asked Zhao Rui where Qing Wang was. His Majesty is unconscious at the altar where Ni left. After Ni left, his consciousness went to the heavenly realm to search. Now the Kai army has surrounded the altar, trying to take His Majesty's body. We are the reinforcements going to support them. Xian immediately tore her skirt. Look at this woman who just traveled to ancient times, slowly descending from the sky. She had just opened her eyes, and was told that her husband, who traveled with her, was in danger. She tore her skirt, grabbed a sword and shouted, "Defeat Kai Jun! Save His Majesty!" Golden light still surrounded the altar. Guards reported to General Meng that the golden shield around His Majesty had weakened. The Kai army's attacks grew fiercer. General Meng worried about how much longer they could hold. Suddenly, golden light appeared in the sky. Qing Wang slowly rose with the golden light. He opened his eyes and asked what happened. General Meng reported that the Kai army was trying to seize his body. They had been resisting for days, and reinforcements should arrive soon. Just then, urgent news came that another golden light had fallen near the city tower. Perhaps the divine lady had returned. Qing Wang drew his sword and shouted to charge. Meanwhile, Xian was rushing to the rescue. The Kai army saw two golden lights fall into Qing Kingdom's tower and altar. Sensing unusual celestial changes, sensing the unfathomable situation, they advised Chai Zi to retreat. At this time, Xian and others arrived with Jin Kingdom's reinforcements. They were puzzled by what Xian was wearing. Chai Zi raised his sword to charge, saying, "Kill this woman first, then capture Qing Wang alive. Those who hesitate will be executed." Xian, seeing the large army, muttered to herself, "How nice it would be if Da Lang were here now." He suddenly appeared behind Xian, startling her. Suddenly an arrow flew by, and Xian quickly dodged. She picked up Chu Chu, asking him to conjure a tank. "I create things from my mouth. Are you trying to choke me? Can we do something smaller?" Xian quickly suggested grenades and smoke bombs. Chu Chu flew up and produced grenades and smoke bombs, shouting, "Watch my heavenly flower scatter. Call me daddy." Xian immediately led the Qing army to charge toward the Kai army camp, straight to the altar. Look carefully at this doll, actually producing grenades and smoke bombs from its mouth. The grenades and smoke bombs scattered like heavenly flowers, instantly causing chaos among the Kai soldiers. Kai Jun trembled at the sight of Chu Chu, claiming he was a divine beast summoned by the divine lady. Chai Zi watched his subordinates getting blown up. Li Ke ordered his men to capture the divine lady for sacrifice, saying His Highness could then attain immortality. Chai Zi grabbed Xian. Just as Qing Wang saw it, he shouted loudly. Suddenly, intense golden light surrounded Xian's body. Chai Zi vaguely sensed something pursuing him. He immediately jumped over the cliff. Xian drew her sword. Both fell off the cliff together. Xian slowly opened her eyes. She was sitting on a golden basket. Qing Wang had transformed into a dragon to save her. Kai Jun, seeing the golden light, thought they had angered the gods and immediately fled. Qing Wang held Xian tightly and shared an intimate moment. Then he turned to blame Chu Chu for being unreliable. Chu Chu jumped up defending himself. "If it weren't for me helping, Xian wouldn't have been saved. Yet you show no gratitude." Xian hugged Chu Chu and kissed him. "Thank you, my darling." Chu Chu blushed so hard he fainted. In the Chu King's palace, Wan Li suddenly woke up. He asked Fei Yan in surprise, "Is this Chu Kingdom? Have I returned?" "Yes, yes." Wan Li suddenly hugged Fei Yan. "I'm really back. Long time no see." Brother took out a phone from his pocket and said, "Sister Wang, look what I brought you. This is really fun." At night, Qing Wang looked at Xian and said, "Don't you want to have our child?" She held Qing Wang's face and explained, "It's not like that. I see you busy day and night. I just want to help you more." I don't want to get pregnant so soon. Before she finished speaking, Qing Wang had already embraced Xian. In the morning, officials reported to His Majesty, "We've checked all medical books but found no records about 7 before 8 after related to women's pregnancy." Qing Wang helplessly asked if there was any way for the queen to conceive without harming her body. At this moment, an official spoke up, "Your Majesty, as ruler of the country, you only have the queen in your harem. Why not take some concubines?" Once these words were spoken, nothing good would follow. Watch this man, just for saying the wrong thing. His Majesty ordered him to be dragged out and demoted to commoner status, banned from court service. Just as he was about to be dragged out, guards announced the Prime Minister's arrival. They quickly fled. Zhao Rui watched them leave trembling. He asked, "Your Majesty, who did you frighten this time?" In Da Cheng, "There are still people who don't know Xian's status?" Zhao Rui mockingly said, "The status of being henpecked." Qing Wang coughed twice, telling Zhao Rui not to tell Xian about the young doctor's matter. Then he asked Zhao Rui about holding alliance talks in Bailing City at the Qing border. Kai Kingdom had always led northern countries against Qing. This time, the Kai King would attend personally, marking a diplomatic breakthrough. Zhao Rui handed Qing Wang the surrender letter from Kai Kingdom's envoy. Qing Wang put down the letter, suspecting something strange. Zhao Rui said, "Our defeat of Chu and Zhao Kingdoms alarmed Kai. The altar siege might have been to probe our strength. The alliance might be their fallback plan for further investigation. Your Majesty, will you attend? Even the reclusive Kai King is coming personally. If I don't attend, I'll offend the northern countries. Prepare for departure to Kai soon." That evening, Xian asked how long Qing Wang would be gone. With travel and negotiations, about 2 to 3 months. During this time, you and the Prime Minister will manage the court. Before he finished speaking, Xian cried. She wanted to accompany him, but the northern road was rough and bumpy. The north was a harsh, cold place. Qing Wang feared for her health and possible dangers. Xian said pitifully, "We just got married and you're going on a business trip. I'll miss you." Qing Wang's heart pounded hearing this, saying, "I really can't resist you." He kissed her. In the morning, Qing Wang instructed Zhao Rui that after his departure, Xian would lead the court with Zhao Rui's assistance, and General Meng would ensure palace security. After speaking, he turned to leave, watching Qing Wang walk further away. Just as General Meng was about to speak to Zhao Rui, suddenly there was a commotion behind them. Xian tried to chase after Qing Wang, shouting, "Bastard!" General Meng blocked her. "My queen, His Majesty has gone far. The north is cold. His Majesty doesn't want you to suffer. That's why he won't let you go." Xian didn't care and pushed the general aside. Watch this man trying to stop the woman from finding her husband. The woman pushed him away. She immediately mounted a horse to find her husband. The two helplessly waved goodbye to Xian. General Meng shouted, "Zhao Rui, you did this on purpose. His Majesty just returned safely, and now we let the queen go. How will we explain this to His Majesty?" Zhao Rui looked pitifully at General Meng. "Do you hate working alone with me that much?" the general stuttered. No, that's not." Before he could finish, Zhao Rui took the general's hand and said, "Then let's go." On the road, Qing Wang and his group suddenly heard someone calling, "Chen Hua," from behind. Looking back, they saw it was Xian. Xian caught up with Qing Wang and jumped straight into his arms. Hugging Qing Wang tightly, he immediately asked Xian, "Why did you come? Didn't I tell you to stay in Qing Palace? Do you know how cold the north is?" Xian silenced him with a kiss. "Didn't I say I would accompany you wherever you go?" Hearing this, Qing Wang embraced Xian and kissed her again. In Kai Kingdom, Bailing City's guard informed Kai King that he agreed to attend the alliance, and the delegation had arrived at Bailing City. A fox beside him glared fiercely. Kai King said, "Except for me, no one is allowed to approach. Stand back when you speak." Suddenly, a guard rushed in. The snow demon has appeared again. This time it attacked the spirits, damaging the former king and queen's tomb. Kai King's face changed dramatically. "You say the snow demon destroyed my parents' resting place?" A mysterious light suddenly appeared beside him. He angrily thought of the demon that killed his parents, not even sparing the shrine. Yao whimpered beside him, seeming to call out. Kai King crouched down, stroking Yao's head. "Sorry, Yao. I almost lost control again." At night, Qing Wang was reviewing memorials while Xian helped by lighting lamps. She sat beside Qing Wang and asked, "Even while traveling, you work on memorials until late night. Aren't you tired?" Qing Wang stroked her head, telling her to go to sleep first. Xian looked at him admiringly. "You know, this Qing road is just like our highway. To get rich, build roads first, truly timeless wisdom." Chen Hua is really amazing. Qing Wang leaned closer to Xian. This is what all Qing kings have insisted on doing. Speaking of which, shouldn't we have a prince soon? It would be a waste if there's no heir to inherit all this. Xian said shyly. What are you planning? We're away from home, and I haven't bathed for days. As soon as she finished, Qing Wang immediately called for bath water, both lying in the bathtub. Why are you staying so far from me? Suddenly he grabbed Xian. Look at these two lying in the same bathtub. Suddenly the man pulled the woman. He held her tight in his arms, saying, water is precious. We should bathe together. What if you catch a cold? Xian shyly said. What? This isn't convenient. Qing Wang turned Xian around, asking, is this more convenient? You're doing this on purpose? In the morning, Xian slowly opened her eyes and suddenly sat up. She covered her head shyly, thinking how Qing Wang had such energy despite traveling and working overtime. At this moment, Qing Wang entered. He draped a snow cloth made from northern jade snowblade over Xian. She happily asked Qing Wang where it came from. I heard you went hunting recently. In such cold weather, won't you freeze? Qing Wang pressed against Xian. She immediately said, no, we just did last night. Qing Wang moved close to her neck, saying, deepening the mark. This mark proves you belong to me. After a while, Qing Wang's delegation arrived at Bailing City. Kai Kingdom's citizens saw Qing Wang on horseback. There was much discussion, with infatuated girls gathering around. Seeing this, Xian poked her head out from the carriage, jealously saying, HMPH, you flirt. Qing Wang smiled happily, then asked Xian if she felt better and could get up. It's all your fault for catching a cold. Suddenly, Qing Wang grabbed her hand. He lifted Xian onto the horse, wanting everyone to see his beautiful wife. Smiling, he said, not angry anymore? Or should I make it up to you tonight? The infatuated Kai Kingdom citizens saw Qing Wang smile and discussed among themselves. They say Qing Wang announced he would only marry the divine lady. So this is her. She's so beautiful. They're such a perfect match. At Kai Kingdom's palace, Qing Wang needed to meet Kai King, so he told Xian to look around nearby. She looked at the snowy landscape outside, all white as far as the eye could see. A shopkeeper by the road called out, greetings, Qing Wang's consort. These are specialties unique to our northern kingdom. Please take a look. Xian saw the doll-like fruits. How cute, the shopkeeper said. These are made after being preserved in ice cellars. If you like them, they're yours. Having you visit will bring great fame to our shop. Suddenly, a strange wind arose, seemingly trying to sweep away objects. Watch the woman walking on the road. A strange wind suddenly picked up. People shouted, the snow demon is here, as the wind grew stronger. A pair of eyes seemed to appear in the sky, staring intently at Xian. Outside Bailing City's governor's mansion, panicked voices shouted, snow demon. The snow demon has come. The official told Qing Wang that the snow demon was attacking their king today and needed urgent attention. He asked Qing Wang to return to the guest house, saying their king would apologize another day. Upon hearing this, Qing Wang immediately went to find Xian. He galloped on horseback toward Xian, shouting, such strong wind. Why haven't you gone inside? Hold on to me. I'll take you back. Suddenly Xian was swept up by the strong wind. She mysteriously disappeared. Qing Wang watched his beloved woman vanish before his eyes again. Kai King and others chased after the snow demon. Kai Bing said beside him, the snow demon went that way. We can't catch up. Kai King thought how after so many years they'd finally tracked it here and couldn't let it escape again. He ordered his soldiers to return to the city, saying he would handle the rest. He used levitation magic to chase the snow demon. He used spells to fight it, thinking he had hit it. Crouching down, he said, finally caught you. The snow demon who killed my parents and brought endless disaster to Kai Kingdom. Die. Just as he was about to use magic, Yao bit his clothes, seemingly trying to express something. When he reached out to push away, it was actually Xian. Kai King immediately withdrew his magic. At this moment, Xian regained consciousness, calling out, Chen Hua, be careful. Before she could finish, she turned to look at this man. Kai King heard Xian call Jin Wang's name. Knowing that only divine ladies have golden eyes, he guessed she was Jin Kingdom's consort and asked what she was doing here. Xian looked at the man before her, backing away asking, where is this? Are you the snow demon who captured me? I am Kai Kingdom's ruler. Pursuing the snow demon, if you are truly Jin Wang's consort, please come down the mountain with me. Xian immediately thanked Kai King for saving her. Standing up and brushing snow off herself, she said, let's go then. We should return soon. before Chen Hua worries. Don't you two have an important meeting? Suddenly another gust of wind appeared. Kai King quickly pulled Xian back, warning, careful not to get swept in, you'll be torn apart. Watch this woman, she almost got swept into a strong wind. The man immediately pulled her back, saying, be careful, you'll be torn apart if you're swept in. Kai King held Xian's wrist. Realizing this, he immediately let go, explaining it was an urgent moment and apologizing for any offense. Hoping the divine lady wouldn't mind, Xian noticed blood on Kai King's shoulder and reached out to brush it off. Worried about his clothes getting damp, Kai King immediately dodged away, saying, divine lady, please maintain propriety. Men and women shouldn't have casual physical contact. Such casual touching is improper. Xian quickly changed the subject, asking how to get past this wind wall. This is the Snow Demon clan's barrier. We're trapped by this wind wall near the mountaintop. There's no exit. Xian looked worried, afraid Qing Wang wouldn't find her. Kai King said, with the wind wall here, the Snow Demon must be nearby. Perhaps within this barrier. It's getting late. Let's rest for the night and make plans tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he began chanting. With his repeated incantations, an ice palace emerged directly from the magic circle. Xian exclaimed in wonder. This is amazing. It's just like the ice and snow park in Harbin. If only it could glow, it would be even more similar. Kai King opened his palm. The palace before them actually began to glow. Xian jumped with joy like a child, saying, this is just like a fairy tale world, don't you think so? In Bailing City, the Kai Kingdom governor said, Your Majesty, today I tracked the snow demon to West Mountain. Wait for him to return and give you an explanation. When Qing Wang heard the snow demon went to West Mountain, he realized Xian was also taken there. He immediately arranged one team to search for Xian with him, and another team to stand by here waiting for news from the officials. Li Ke reported to him. At this time, Kai King was quietly meditating. Have you looked enough? Please don't disturb my meditation practice. Xian said cutely. I'm not disturbing you. Your house is beautiful, but the bed is made of ice too. It gets colder as you sleep. Besides, aren't you hungry? Kai King said seriously. I practiced cultivation for years. When I meditate, it can last for months. I can go days without food, maintaining basic energy just from dewdrops. Aren't you a divine lady from heaven? How come you're not even at my level? He then went to get some food and firewood. Qing Wang met Kai Bing returning at the foot of West Mountain. Learning the snow demon was at the mountaintop, he worried about Xian being captured there in the cold mountain with no food. However, at this moment, looking carefully at Xian, this woman was actually barbecuing in the snow mountain, making the white fox beside her nearly drool. She offered a skewer to Kai King to thank him for saving her, but he declined, saying he doesn't eat greasy food. The white fox immediately pounced and grabbed the skewer. Xian and the white fox were pushing each other for food. You greedy fox, you've already had several portions. This one is for the hostess. Kai King coldly asked, it likes eating this? You don't even know what your pet likes to eat? Even if you can survive on dewdrops, you still need to accumulate protein and calories to gather strength for our escape. Kai King decided to try it. After eating, he was surprised at how delicious it was. Seeing they enjoyed it, Xian prepared to make more. She patted the white fox's head saying, Bai Chu, don't rush, I'll make some for you too. Kai King asked puzzled, when did you name it? You never told me its name. I had a pet named Chu Chu, and since this one is white, Bai Chu sounds natural. Look, he seems to like the name too. Right, Bai Chu? After eating, watching the two of them, this familiar feeling seemed long forgotten. He recalled some memories with his mother, whose face had become blurry, but that warm feeling was his only memory. Xian stood before the wind wall wanting to leave. Kai King said, as I said before, we're trapped by the wind wall with no gaps. The snow demon might be inside the barrier. Rather than waste magic power, we should wait for it to act and seize our chance. Xian turned and asked, what if the snow demon never moves? I can't wait forever. Kai King blurted out, I've provided food and shelter. You could stay here for months or years without issue. Isn't it nice living here with food and shelter? After speaking, he realized he had said it so matter-of-factly, even hoping to live here with Xian. Xian worried about how concerned Qing Wang must be. Not finding her, she needed to contact him quickly. Kai King felt dejected hearing Xian's words. Xian suddenly thought Bai Chu could help. She immediately called for Bai Chu. Kai King said unhappily, I respect that you say Bai Chu is your pet, but having a pet help? Besides, even if it came, this wall cannot be broken. but Xian thought they should at least try. Watch. This man complained about the ancient times having no video, no games, while the woman urged him to attend the coronation ceremony. It would be improper if he didn't go. Wan Li scorned propriety. I, the crown prince, never care about these things. Whoever dares obstruct me, I'll eliminate their entire clan. Sister, you're more suited to be ruler. His expression suddenly changed as he said, since my royal sister is becoming queen, we should fill your harem. How about I arrange a dating reality show for you? What's your type? I'll have artists draw them up. Fei Yan said, if I had to describe my type, I like those with short hair, soft body, slender arms, big eyes, preferably golden ones. When Wan Li heard she was describing Xian, he immediately retorted, royal sister, since when did you become so narrow-minded? You're actually competing with me for women. Suddenly realizing something, he said, weren't you always wanting golden pupils? Perfect timing. I brought you a pair back from the celestial realm. These are called contact lenses. Fei Yan looked curious. These are golden pupils. He covered his mouth in disbelief. The prophecy said obtaining golden pupils would bring happiness. It was what he had always dreamed of and pursued by any means. Now he finally understood the meaning of the prophecy. Wan Li held up the golden contact lenses saying, just wear these, and you'll have golden pupils too. Fei Yan looked at him with tears in her eyes, feeling her royal brother had changed and feeling happy by his side now. Wan Li asked, puzzled, why she was crying. Suddenly, with a buzz, his body began emitting a green light. He disappeared along with the green light. Meanwhile, Qing Wang was searching for Xian in the blizzard. Suddenly, green light descended from the sky, crashing towards Qing's army. Jing Wang saw Wan Li, and they both asked simultaneously, why are you here? Xian summoned you? Where is my Xian? This left everyone speechless. Wan Li angrily said, I was finally summoned by Xian. Who wants to see you? I still need her to charge my phone. I'm dying of boredom. Hearing this, Qing Wang knew he was playing around and sent Wan Li flying. Watch. This man came crashing down from the sky with green light, but was immediately sent flying back up by the other man. Unexpectedly, Wan Li came back, using the ancient king's sense to track Xian's location. Kai Wang looked at the wind wall ahead and asked, where's the divine beast you summoned? We've waited so long but haven't seen it. Ah, there must be a delay. This wind wall is blocking the signal. Kai Wang turned to go back inside to rest, saying, the snow gets colder at night, and there are often blizzards. People can freeze to death. Xian didn't believe it, feeling they were still fine. Kai Wang explained that was because of the snow demon's barrier keeping the harsh weather out. Without it, spending one night in the blizzard, normal people would freeze to death. Suddenly Xian ran toward the barrier, worried that Qing Wang must be anxiously searching for her. If he tracked her to this snowy mountain, she feared he might freeze to death. At the mountain peak, Xian wanted to go out to find Qing Wang. Kai Wang held Xian back, shouting, Qing Wang will be fine. Kai Guo Temple's weather records predict there won't be any blizzards these few days. You can rest assured about that. Xian turned her head, looking at him adorably. Asked, really? Making Kai Wang's face turn red. He quickly pulled Xian inside, stammering, I have no reason to lie to you. Please don't do such foolish things. Otherwise, I can't explain to Qing Wang. But in his heart, Kai Wang thought, what am I doing? Why am I lying to her? She is Jin Wang's wife, Jin Kingdom's queen. I'm so concerned about her just to avoid conflict between our kingdoms. He remembered when his royal parents took him to see the kingdom they had built for him. His mother stroked his head saying, Wanner, you are mother's pride. You will be the future Kai Wang. You must protect this place like your father and mother. Suddenly a strong wind blew, and his eyes widened. He witnessed his parents die before his eyes. His father's last words were for him to live on and protect Kai Guo. Just as he reached for his mother's hand, a bright light suddenly pushed him back. The snow demon mocked, your birth carries a curse. Everything important to you will disappear. You can't protect anything. His face changed dramatically, focused only on killing the snow demon and protecting his mother's dying wish. Xian turned to look at Kai Wang, who was talking in his sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes. Louis watched this man sleeping on the ice bed, mumbling something, seemingly having a nightmare. Suddenly he opened his eyes, which were glowing with a mysterious blue light. Kai Wang abruptly sat up. The blue light repelled the white fox and Xian who were nearby. Xian noticed something strange about Kai Wang's appearance. Kai Wang muttered that the white one was the snow demon. Disappear, he said, using magic that tore apart Xian's clothes. The white fox stood in front of Xian, whimpering. Kai Wang mistook it for a snow demon too and cast magic at them. Qing Wang vaguely sensed Xian was in danger. Wan Li used his ancient king's sense to locate Xian's direction. They rushed forward. Kai Wang's magic made the white fox cry out in pain. Hearing the white fox's painful cries, he instantly came to his senses. He held his head, not knowing what he had done. He remembered his father's words. Tears fell as he felt he couldn't protect anything in the end. Xian interrupted him with, "Hey, what's wrong? Were you having a nightmare and sleepwalking? You were sleepwalking just now? Shouting about snow demons and such. You're a cultivator. You shouldn't sleepwalk randomly. The damage is different." He covered his head. "Sorry." Xian hugged the white fox, smiling to comfort him. "Cheer up. You still have white ball, right? You really scared him just now." Kai Wang looked at Xian's clothes. His face turned red, not knowing what he had done to her. He took off his clothes and helped Xian put them on, saying, "Sorry for tearing your clothes." Xian asked what to do. Kai Wang turned his head saying, "I'm a cultivator. My body is resistant to cold. It's nothing." Xian stroked the white fox, smiling. "Thank you then. Thanks to you, I didn't freeze to death on the snowy mountain. When we get out, I'll help you defeat the snow demon." He glanced at Xian from the corner of his eye. Seeing the scene of Xian with the white fox, he felt his heart flutter a bit. He smiled and thanked Xian. At this time, on the other side of the wind wall, through his ancient sense, Wan Li guessed Xian must be inside this wind wall. He immediately had the ancient power show Xian's situation in an image. Seeing this scene, Wan Li shouted angrily, "Who is this white-haired man? What is he doing to Xian? Why is his clothes?" Suddenly he felt a chill behind him. Looking carefully, this man used magic to see his wife with another man. He angrily transformed into dragon form to find his wife, using mental power to break the barrier. Wan Li tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? We don't know the snow demon's true nature yet. Using mental power recklessly could backfire on you." Suddenly they were thrown back by a strong whirlwind. Qing Wang only wanted to rescue Xian and bring the snow demon to justice. There was also a commotion on the other side of the wall. Xian saw the disturbance and thought the snow demon had acted. Kai Wang told her the wind wall was being hit from outside. They watched the wall, guessing something was trying to penetrate it. At this moment, a faint golden light appeared rushing through. Kai Wang saw Xian almost fall and quickly went to support her. Qing Wang saw the man beside Xian. His face changed. "Blood demon. So it was you who kidnapped Xian. Let go of her now." Qing Wang used magic against Kai Wang, creating a scene like ice and fire. Xian quickly shouted, wait, he's Kai Wang. He didn't hurt me. He saved me." Qing Wang tightly embraced Xian, immediately asked what happened to her clothes. Seeing Qing Wang's face change, Xian thought about telling him it was Kai Wang who tore them during his nightmare, but figured that would ruin diplomatic relations between the two countries. So she said it was the snow demon who tore them, and Kai Wang gave her his clothes. Qing Wang took off his cloak and put it around Xian. Kai Wang watched the two of them, thinking this was the Qing Wang he had heard so much about. That earlier attack, if Xian hadn't stopped them, it would have been a fight to the death. In just that brief exchange, I could feel how deeply he loves Xian, even willing to risk his own life. Qing Wang looked at Kai Wang and said, "Thank you for saving my queen. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier." Suddenly, Wan Li ran over saying, "Why aren't you thanking me? If it weren't for this prince, you still wouldn't have found Xian." Xian smiled at Wan Li, saying, "I knew summoning Balbal would be useful." "What Balbal? This prince needs some respect." Chu Wang was shocked, pointing at Wan Li. "You're the Balbal he mentioned? His pet, sort of? Though I'd rather be his man." Qing Wang immediately made him experience flying again. This man was smugly bragging about wanting to be Xian's man. He was promptly sent flying by Xian's legitimate husband. After a while, they all rode horses back to the post station. Hearing about the alliance meeting, Wan Li wanted to go too. Qing Wang frowned, saying, "What's it got to do with you? Hurry back to your Chu state." Wan Li turned to find Xian, wanting to go shopping together tomorrow. Qing Wang angrily grabbed him, saying, "Hold it right there." Then he asked Kai Wang, regarding the Chu prince joining tomorrow's alliance meeting, "You have no objections?" "No objections. You should all rest early." "Chu prince, we've arranged separate accommodations for you. Please follow me." As Kai Wang left, he looked back at Qing Wang and the others. Seeing how affectionate they were, he felt somewhat reluctant. In the room, Xian saw all the wounds on Qing Wang's body. With tears in her eyes, she asked if it hurt. Qing Wang turned and caressed Xian's face. "Why are you crying already? Do you care for me that much?" Xian nodded. Qing Wang held her face and licked her tears, saying, "Then I'm not in pain." Xian said, "Why are you licking my tears again? They're salty and dirty."